stack. He does decide to flat call the top pair, which turns into top 2.
My plan was to bet this and bomb a brick river. That's not a spade, because on the turn, the 9 and the 8 were spades.
And well, the queen of spades, Punat, rivering top pair.
This is the toughest spot for Punat.
Punat flicks in the 1-chip call.
I just felt like my hand was kind of too good now to fold, and decided to call without much thought.
And Kim scoops a 26 million chip pot, and with that, takes the chip lead.
Yeah, it was a mistake and probably showed a bit of emotions, and I knew I had to regain my composure to be able to come back and win this thing. I started to think, wait, I could be the first person to win 2 major trophies of APT, both from the old and the new era. And that really got my focus and blood flowing, and I really wanted to play as best as I could.
How about kings for Kim?
The final hand, he had the kind of hand I thought he would have, like a bigger pad in mind without a diamond.
Big raise though, 1.6 million, 1 million to call. How about that flop? Pair and a flush draw for Punat. Overpair for Kim.
All in.
Wow, is this the one? He
makes the call. Cards on their backs.
I had a feeling it was coming. I don't know, just everything about the moment and the energy from my friends. So I turned to the rail, telling them it was coming.
Punat saying to the rail, and it's coming as Punat's rail explodes.
Could this be the end?
There it is! Deuce of diamonds on the turn as Punat runs to his.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Good morning here from Hanoi, Vietnam. It is a crisp 20 degrees Celsius out there, and we are going to be bringing you action from the APT Super High Roller 8 Max today. It has been already a record-smashing Hanoi Billions, kicking off with 1,527 entries on the first event of the series, crushing the records, and I think it's just going to get bigger from here. As we said, we're bringing you super high roller action today. Slightly smaller fields, only 156. 30 of those are now left. I am joined by Vidar Singhal in the box with me. My name is Aditya Vadvani, and today is going to be a lot of fun. Vidar, welcome, welcome. Good to see you. He's over across remote, coming to us from India as well, representing all of Asia here. How's it going, buddy? Excited today?
I am super pumped to get this going. The Hanoi Billions, what a way to cap out this incredible year for the APT. I've had the pleasure of being in the booth for a lot of it. It is always eclectic, but especially when we come from Vietnam and especially when we come from Hanoi, the action is always crazy. But man, this festival has just smashed records, as you said. We're only a few days into it as we kick off the stream today with the super high roller. We like to kick it off with some quality poker. And after that, as you can see on your screen, 4th December, tomorrow, we have a lot of natural 8 final tables kicking off. Those are always fun, Addy, by the way. All the way to the main event and the high roller. By the way, Addy, that beautiful APT Lion Trophy up for grabs at this APT Super High Roller. I'm super pumped to get this going, my friend.
Yes, it is, as we say, a chunky boy trophy. It's nice and large. You can see the payouts right there on your screen. It cost everyone about 5,000 US, 120 million Vietnamese dong was the entry for this event. And we're looking at a prize full of about 17 billion. Just coming in under that. There is the trophy right there, as we mentioned. Platinum, silver, what does that look to you? It looks shiny to me, Vidar.
It just looks like the smell of victory. That's all I care about.
I like it.
My running request to all the winners of the beautiful giant APT, the big boy trophies as you call them, book a separate seat on the flight back, of course, if you're not a local. Give it the honor it deserves.
Absolutely, and there we go. There the players settled in. We've got some good names coming in today as well. 2 short stacks, though, who've got what was the starting stack for this event, just about 250k, but that's only bringing them 7 big blinds at this table. That would be Vincent Lee and Gregory Smith. They're the short stacks coming in today.
I'm taking a look at the remainder of the table, Addy. By the way, Abhin Avayar, our friend and local Indian brethren on the table, a very, very familiar face at the APT. Not just at the tables, but at some of the after parties as well. I was just going to point out, Addy, one of the beauties of the APT, the Hanoi Billions, is no different. 8 people at this feature table for day 2 of the Super High Roller. 7 flags is what I count. 7 nationalities among the 8 players. How incredible is that?
Representing all of Asia. Gotta love it. And we're going to be having a good time today because, like I said, these, like you mentioned, in fact, these are all, it's super high roller, right? It brings in not just your average player, it brings in pretty much the beasts. And that leads to what I like the most, which is not necessarily optimum this at poker. It's all about blood. That's what I like to see. These guys are all down to fight. And here's Vincent Lee, just 6 big blinds. I think we could possibly see our first all-in in our first very hand of this tournament so far. A7 suited. Easy candidate there under the gun.
Might feel a little bit shaky, but of course we have the big blind ante in play as well, which means that 80,000 burden was coming on the very next hand, and queens for under the gun +1. This is getting called, of course. The only question is, does he want to isolate or simply call, maybe attract another customer?
Well, interesting, because we have got a couple of big stacks yet to act after him. And I like the sort of trappy line as well, because, you know, players are just adjusting to themselves. At least here on this table that's been set together. They might have played with each other earlier in the field, but right now everyone's going to get a sense of what everyone's up to. They're all, of course, seasoned pros and have spent plenty of times on poker tables. But when the lights come on around the cameras, things do tend to take a little bit of a deviation from your normal game.
Absolutely. These guys are, of course, the best of the best playing at this high-stakes buy-in, the super high roller. But they have played with each other, not only leading up to this day 2, but probably at other APT stops as well. Abhinav, for instance, a mainstay, as I mentioned. Martin Garrett's, in fact, a familiar face also. I remember simply because his name is similar to that of a famous DJ. Pocket Nines hits the muck, by the way.
That's 2 aces now that have hit the muck. That's bad news for Vincent. He's going to need some hearts if he wants to stay alive in this one by the looks of it. Or is it always coming 7 Vidar? Who knows? Many
Well, he
sevens
doesn't know
needed.
that the aces have been folded. That's probably what he thinks is his best shot. Off to the flop here.
Can we get a little bit of a sweat for the first all-in? Come on, be naughty.
Hand 1 too.
And 1, not
Come
looking
in,
great
day
though.
2.
Oh, a little bit of a sweat. A 2-outer for Vincent Lee. Can he catch it? Otherwise, he cannot. And there we go. We have our first elimination of the super high roller today. Vincent Lee out in 30th place.
Well, that was quick. GG, sir.
Well, like we said, couldn't do much there. He had just about what was the starting stack for this event, like I said, and that's just under 7 big blinds now. Gregory Smith is the other short stack over there, and here you have the rest of them. Who are your favorites? You know the players more than I do. You've been doing the rounds over here. Give me some clues. Give me some tips.
Well, I would never be biased, Addy, but let's just say we mentioned Abhinav a couple of times, and we happen to know he's a beast on the table. So he would certainly be a pick, and I think his reputation might precede him within the APT circuit as well. Of course, the WSOP bracelet winner, most famously from India. That would certainly be one of the players to look out for. But I think you'll soon notice some of these players, actually, their quality of play can sometimes just be deduced from their posture and their composure. Notice how some of them will take the same amount of time before acting. Abhinav, of course, sitting pretty stoically. Has the shades on today.
Yeah,
Many
and a
others look
shirt.
very, very
It's usually a
comfortable.
basketball hoodie or something. Good to see he's
That's
cleaned
right,
up for the
right.
super high roller today. Well done.
Here we have Cock.
I
Why
believe they
Sim?
call him the Deuce's Magnet. There's a
it?
story to that.
Oh, another all-in here, by the way. Blind versus blind. King 7. Fairly standard. The 15-ish big blind stack might seem like a lot to get in, but again, I want to point out the big blind ante is in place, so you have to really widen those jamming ranges.
Decisions. Decides pick another day. It is just over. It's come closer to half his stack. Can't blame him. It looks pretty. You do want to protect your blind, but what are you going to do? Short stacks usually be a little bit serious. As it so happens, he makes a decent fold, and we move on. And we have plaques in play. Oh, of course, it's a super high roller. Obviously, we have plaques in play. My favorite. That I never get to play with plaques, but I love to see them. I do love to see
That's
them.
because you have to run deep, Addy.
Oh, sad. You're just going to do me like that right in the beginning.
Those blacks, of course, worth 25,000 apiece, I believe? Or are those the 100 ones? I just have to double check.
I'm going to be honest. I've yet to familiarize with myself with the chips and all. I flew in at 5 this morning. It came straight to the booth. Very excited am I to get started. But that means
Well,
a little
actually,
bit
on
of
that note, Addy,
Go ahead.
what's it like over there? I'm so, well, I have FOMO, of course. I'd love to be there in person at the Hanoi Billions. Paint me a word picture, why don't you?
So it's beautiful temperature. Well, at least coming in from India right now, it's like I said, a crisp 20 degrees or so. There was a nice mist in the morning, gave a sort of just a vibe, you know, not necessarily bright and sunny, but a sort of like a calm before the storm, so to speak. That's what it feels like over here. Blind. Here we go. The small blind, 6-5 suited. Lovely, lovely. I'm in favor of seeing flops here.
I have now fired up the chat to all of you watching right now. Hello, a lot of familiar faces in chat as well. Justin, how you doing, my friend? Justin mocking me, by the way, saying, Vidar, are you the only Indian poker player not in Hanoi right now? It certainly seems that way.
We miss you, we miss you. I believe you're celebrating some wedding stuff, so understandable. We'll keep the money.
Not my own, my younger brother's, which is arguably even more fun. So looking forward to that in a couple of days. But I was happy to kick off the streaming festival along with the poker festival. 7 days of streams.
Back
That
to
is
back.
really cool.
tomorrow we bring you, I think, the Indian contingent comes in for the Natural Lake India competition. So that should be a little bit fun.
right.
We'll get some familiar faces for us. But I'm looking forward to, because I'm sure the people in the chat are not aware of me, but I'm more focused on the Indian community. So this is I'm really, really looking forward to seeing how people on this side of Asia play this great game that we all love.
Well, Addy, I've seen you play, and
be gentle.
You can be a bit of a wild card.
Be gentle. Be gentle.
Well, what I'm saying is you'll fit right in, especially in the Vietnam circuit, man. These guys train on a whole different form of poker.
Alrighty.
Really cool to see. I was mentioning the diversity earlier on this table. Usually you will see a few local players, maybe not in the Super High Roller event necessarily, but especially as time goes on. But what's really cool is to see the different styles of play. I'm not saying everybody from a certain country plays a certain way, but you do have those tendencies. You do have those Scandinavian aggressions and those maybe the German tanking or something. So it's really cool to see how Asia interacts, and the APT brings that to light. I've been really impressed, by the way, with the Japanese players. Super aggressive, bit of a wild card kind of playing style, and of course, the story of the year seems to be the players from Thailand. I mean, not just the rock stars like the Punat Punstris of the world, most recently Napat, who used to be an actor, by the way, coming third in the most recent Incheon main event, but really the whole Thai poker community, the way it's evolved, it's really just trying to promote this beautiful game that we love, as you said. So one of the things I'm looking forward to is seeing how the Thai contingent and really how different countries perform. And at the end, we'd love to do a tally as well, see how many titles each country picked up, make it a little bit Olympic style. That should be fun.
I like it. But like what you were mentioning, it's actually my favorite thing about poker is just watching how different styles clash. That's my favorite thing to watch. I'm no one to judge if you're good or bad. I just like to see how you manage it with your brain and your chips. And just as long as there's blood, I'm happy.
So 2 eliminations, it seems like, in the field. One, of course, we did happen to catch on our feature table. One out there. People are in the money. All eyes now on the next milestone, arguably the final table. This is an 8-max event, by the way, but in keeping with APT tradition, we do end up getting to the final table when we hit 9 players.
And here you have Abhinav Iyer. He's got a small pocket pair under the gun, but third in chips. Fancies opening. Let's see if anyone comes in for the party.
So the sunglasses, Addy. Is this poker strategy or hangover strategy?
Now, am I supposed to be biased or am I supposed to be professional in this answer? Let me just tank on that.
No
for a
inside
second.
information allowed.
I'm going to go ahead and say it's focused today.
This is the super high roller after all. I tend to agree with you. 162,000 USD, almost 4 billion VND is the first place prize all these players are eyeing.
Gregory Smith here, super short. Might fancy a spin here. It's just so tough when you've got someone opening from under the gun, no matter how small you are. Does choose to just let it go. Just 3 big blinds there, eh? It's usually not good news, though, when you get it in with Jack high and someone's raised under the gun, so I guess he's just going to wait for a hand or 2 more. He at least has to, thanks to the big blind ante being in play, he gets to a couple of free hands before he has to make that decision for the last 150k or so.
Yeah, the worst is behind him for another maybe 5 or 6 hands.
How's your mental resolve when you reach under 5 big blinds?
Not good, not good, which is why I don't play super high rollers. I mean, look at Smith. Cool as a cucumber, just eyeing the next situation, the next hand. I tend to be over-influenced by some of the early poker studying I did. I'm sure you did as well, Addy. I'm thinking back to like Dan Harrington, those No Limit Hold'em tournament books that he wrote. And such a danger zone below 10 big blind, especially with the big blind ante that you're just trying to get it in. And I think online too, sort of the same mentality applies just because it's so easy to just maybe get it in, move on to the next tournament. Whereas live, I've seen, especially at this level, the super high roller, these best of the best that we see battling it out, they really know how to work a short stack, really pick a favorable spot. And some of those elite ultra high buy in poker tournaments I've been watching, I find like people go 3 streets of value with like 10 big blind stacks sometimes. It's kind of wild.
Well, I hope we get to see some of that today. That sounds fun. And
By the way, looking at chat once again,
oh, let me bring up
the
chat
Guess the
as
Winner.
well.
Yeah, the Guess the Winner contest just kicked off. Needless to say, everybody should take a crack at it because, well, it's free money, isn't it? A $288 prize pool.
Alright, I've got the chat open on my end as well, guys. Do say hi, ask a question or two. We will oblige.
Addy, by the way, let me introduce you to Justin in chat.
Alright,
He is
Justin
always
Fairbanks.
supplying us with all the information we might ever need. An APT super fan, so to speak. Mentioning how the first place prize in the event is near what the guaranteed prize pool was for this event. I
Whoa.
think this might be a good opportunity to bring up all the records that we have already smashed in the past couple of days, not just for the series and the year combined. I mean, I'm expecting madness. We've actually had to cancel a few events
Indeed.
because the
indeed.
turnout has been so incredible, right?
Yeah, well, at least for the country of Vietnam, whatever numbers that they had at the top have just been obliterated. So it's setting pretty good precedent for everyone to, let us know there's good poker happening this side of the world. There's
And let's not
excitement.
forget, it's not too late to fly down. Hanoi, super easy to get to. And the main event, of course, is going to be absolute madness.
Oh yeah, I've been talking to a couple of people who they're on their way, and there are a lot of people from at least back home who are flying in specifically for the main, and a lot of them who were not going to come, and then they saw the record-breaking numbers on day one. They were like, "We can't miss this." Pocket jacks.
Wow.
Let's talk about some poker for a second here. 17 big blinds on the button. Gotta love it. Never given as much credit as you normally would when you pick up a premium in that spot. Ooh.
Very accomplished player, by the way, on Pocket Jacks. Just decides to get it in and picks a good time for that jam. Surely Abhinav has to call this off.
Again, close. I haven't watched Iyer play in a long time. I don't know if he's become tighter, looser, stickier, more balanced. Not sure, but this is one of those ones, again, it's for a considerable size, and again... Oh, is that the magic words? They are, there it is. Rips it in on top. And he's going to be sad to see that 2 jacks are in his opponent's hand. He's going to need one of those aces. Here comes the flop. Ooh, diamond in the diamond in the window. That would have been nice for Io. The jack's still holding very strong. Now an ace and an ace only. And a 4. 2 pairs, jacks and 4s. Good for the double up for the local min on win. 780k added to his stack. 30. He literally swaps his stack with Iyer, pretty much. You ever
Iyer
make
still
a case
has
for
22
folding?
bigs. I don't think you can, not at that stack depth. Ace Jack suited, just so pretty. Ace Jack off, might consider it, but those 2 diamonds, I feel like, just wrote the story for him. The problem, of course, is that people will be jamming super wide on the button to seal the blinds. And anytime you can call it off and end up being against hands that you absolutely dominate, the kind of king jacks, queen jacks, especially the suited variety, would play the same way at that stack depth. I think you simply have to call it off.
Sounds about right to me. Gregory Smith, that tiny stack also influencing how this game goes down. People are sort of just navigating his incoming all-in at some point.
I was mentioning, by the way, An Nguyen, one of the more accomplished Vietnamese locals, over $400,000 in live earnings, including, I believe, $137,000 top score, give or take. So this is an opportunity for him to improve his best life cash, increase his total lifetime earnings by a huge chunk as well, almost 40%. Life-changing scores up for grabs.
King Deuce. One good, one not so good. He's pushing towards the fold. Lets it go. We haven't really seen anyone do anything too dramatic just yet. I suppose everyone just feeling their way through this. It's 40-minute levels, so no rush. And here we go.
Indeed. And I think we just finished our first orbit, so I think players can officially claim to be settled in. Everybody's played at least 7-8 hands, and here we go indeed. Pocket tens on the small blind. Player from China. Shu, I believe we call him. Apologies for any mispronunciations, of course. Addy and I both do our best.
It is just day one for me. It's going to take me a minute just to familiarize myself with the local customs, but once I've done that, we'll hit our stride. We'll be enjoying. In the meantime, we understand how poker works, or at least I claim to. So that should keep us up and running in the meantime.
Almost 100 people watching in chat. Thank you so much for joining us as we kick off this week of streaming, the Hanoi Billions. It's going to be an incredible week. We have a lot of poker superstars, some actual superstars, by the way. I believe Gak. He is Japanese pop star royalty. Is out there in the field as well. Loves playing all of the events that excite him, especially the higher buy-in ones. And has made a lot of deep runs recently at the APT. I think he was at the final table of the high roller in Da Nang, which is pretty cool. He might have bubbled the FT actually. But man, we had a lot of Japanese viewers then who, I mean, they didn't even know the P of poker, but the support of Gak, they were like praying to God just to let him win. And others were like, it's so nice to just see him not surrounded by fans, having a good time.
Yeah, I love that. I love seeing when you have people who are super successful in other fields come in, and especially when they've made a lot of money in their other job, and they come here and they play whatever it is. Like I remember seeing, I can't remember who it was, a footballer or someone who was playing a tiny tournament for just $50 buy-in or something. He managed to run deep, 4th place or something. This is of course someone who's earning hundreds of thousands of dollars a week, but he was so obsessed with just getting it done and winning and stuff, and he just forgot all about the money, and the competition became the prime focus, and that's what poker does.
For sure. I mean, I listen to this podcast with these venture capitalists, the All In podcast, and of course they're poker fans, which is why the podcast is named as such. And you should have seen Chamat, who is, I think he's a billionaire, telling his buddies, his other 3 buddies on the podcast, yeah, I was in the final 20 out of the 100 entries for the $50,000 buy-in. And that doesn't, I mean, he didn't even cash, right? But it's still an accomplishment to beat 80% of the field for him. And you could just tell he took it so seriously.
Yeah, it's a beautiful leveler, this game, because once you're sitting on the table, it doesn't matter where you come from, how much money you got. You got these chips, you got these cards, and you got this moment. And we got a nice little hand here, both of them catching a piece of it.
Easy call with the top pair. Jack 4 diamonds defending in the big blind, flopping top pair, check calling the flop. Queen on the turn. Pretty obvious spot for the hand to go check, check. You could decide to go for what he might perceive as some value here, but decides to check behind, turn the hand into a sort of 2-street bet situation.
Bricky River. Now, how do you get a little bit of value out here?
This is a must bet in my opinion, simply because the board on the flop had a lot of draws, all of which have bricked. And you can represent those draws with your jack.
Yeah, mind you, I was going to say you could just go for the quarter, but you could go a little larger also and just get that extra bit of value out of, oh, exactly a 7. So easy when we can see the cards.
Indeed, indeed. I do agree with you. It is a spot where you can choose to polarize, as you were perhaps mentioning, or just go a little bit larger, simply because those draws have missed, and you want somebody to call you off with a hand like ace high, and they're actually more likely to do that when you go larger, when you polarize, when you say, I either have it or I don't. Bit of a counterintuitive situation in poker, but I do find it actually reflects in reality as well. People just make hero calls against bigger bets sometimes, and these small bets, they just feel like psychologically, not theoretically, but psychologically, oh, he must have it if he's giving me such good odds to call. Wow. Not a bad fold at all. Makes it look easy.
Don't.
Well, there you go, Addy. How's that for super high roller action?
Well, Xingchuan Zhu came into this as the chip leader, I think, on this table. He actually did do well on day 1, by the way, of this series. 12th in the freeze-out high roller. For a couple
Not
of
bad at all.
$1,000 there, not bad at all. Freeze-out, something we don't get to see much of anymore, but I love when you do. And thankfully, the APT, there's some, I think, what, 45 different mixed games over here on offer, which is just amazing.
It is absolute madness. I mean, we've gone from strength to strength here at the APT in terms of offering events, but having more than 90 events this time at this festival is just insane. Now, I do like to point out all the mixed games, especially when I'm not there in person, because I would have loved to play some of them. You know, some of these buy-ins, Addy, I mean, you and I followed the summer festival of the World Series of Poker in Vegas, and you know, a lot of the excitement there is for playing mixed games, and you have to pony up, what, I mean, at least $2,000, $5,000 if you want to play a 9-game mix, $50,000, the Poker Players Championship. And here we have buy-ins. You know, I'm looking at event number, let's just pick, I'm looking at the schedule here. Event number 17, a 9-game mix, Hold'em, Stud, Omaha, Raz, PLO, Deuce to 7, Triple Draw, and so on. $200 entry. It's actually in late reg mode right now. I mean, how incredible is that?
Juicy, juicy, juicy.
And you're just guaranteed to be surrounded by players who probably don't know more than 5 or 6 of the games, and you probably yourself don't know more than 5 or 6 of the games, and just good times to be had by all. It's super fun.
What's your, how many mixed game events have you ever played? My strategy when it comes to them has always been to just play the ones I know, but that tends to be a bad strategy because it's usually like the minority percentage of the games that are being played.
Yeah, and it's also the ones, the other
like
ones.
punting
the other
the
players
drawy
know, you know.
hands.
Yeah. I mean, listen, I learned a lot of mixed games from reading poker books back in the day, but that's probably a disadvantage at this point if I'm listening to Phil Hellmuth's advice on how to play PLO high-low from the 1990s. That being said, I just enjoy learning new poker games, and usually, you know, like I said, you have to pony up way too much money, but at $200 buy-ins, I would happily fire many, many bullets until one of those giant PLO hands worked out in my favor. I was pointing out some of the other events as well. I do want to shout out what has fast become, you know, some people's fan favorite event. The midnight TikToks are back. They are called TikTok booms this time around because I think they're not always at midnight. Did you familiarize yourself with these, Addy, or do I have the wonderful opportunity to expose you to them for the first time?
You may go ahead, sir. Tell me.
Check this out. Levels decrease every hour. They start out at 15-minute levels. Okay, just a hyper turbo live event. Fair enough.
I like it so far.
1 hour from then, the levels go down to 10 minutes. Okay, things are getting a bit weird. An hour from then, levels go down to 5 minutes. And an hour from then, and this is almost parody at this point, but the levels go down to 2 minutes.
Whoa,
The
that's like
levels
less than a
increase
hand.
per hand, basically. Exactly. it's all in good fun. It's 200 USD buy and 5 million Vietnamese dong. It's just a good way to close out the night with some fun. I mean, this is kind of that icing on the cake of the APT, just offering things ranging from these $5,000 super high roller buy-ins all the way down to tick tick boom.
I was just thinking right now, because I've just met all the production team, beautiful team, doing such a great job, and I was just thinking, thank God they don't have to cover that event, because keeping up with the graphics and all that. It's like, can you imagine what a nightmare that is? So,
it's just
as fun as that is
chaos.
to play. I think to stream that one might have been led to some bandaged fingers by the end of the day.
I don't think it would go down well with poker purists, but at the same time, it might just grow the game, man.
Anything to grow the game, sir. That's my objective. I'm like an evangelist for this game. By the way, it's been pointed out that Gregory Smith's just got one big blind now. Really, really going for the old chip in the chair. I'm going to only say that once.
Oh, are you opposed to that?
Huh?
Chip in the chair.
I'm not opposed to it, but I don't like it unless it's specifically one chip, and I often say it when someone's like really short. I'm trying to just strive for accuracy here. All right, we might see a flop here. These guys are both the chip leads on the table. Make a case for a raise as well here. Quite happily, I think that's what he's doing. Once again, I'm still getting used to what the chips and all are, so sometimes I can't quite tell. But there it is, 3-bet to 230k.
Well, okay, Victor, our producer in our ear, just informed us that the player from China, his name would be pronounced Zhu Jingshen. Once again, we'll do our best.
Learning, adapting. Ooh. Pocket deuces, go on, son. Come on, son. Get in three-way. Oh! That is a very, very precious big blind to him.
I don't know. I thought he might take the spin spot. I mean, if you hit a set, at least you'll triple up, and you're about 1 in 8 to do that. Just really wants to get it in good.
Well, I can understand his issues. Again, those were the two big stacks in the room. They're not going to voluntarily get into too many pots with each other, for no good reason. And suddenly deuces, despite how short you are, do seem a little bit behind, and as it so happens, it would have been massively. Malaysia's Simcock Y here has picked up pocket fives under the gun. Another crusher from Malaysia, 26th on the Malaysian all-time money list, I believe.
And that's a very accomplished money list, by the way.
Yes, sir.
Of course, a lot of the APT team, including poker legend Michael Soiza, on that list.
I think the time has come, sir. I don't want to be judgy, but I think the time might have come.
It's a great spot to get it in, not only because you have a decent hand, A7, but you have the all-in, which means that the blinds will likely fold. So you have the dead money from the blinds, and of course you'll match, or rather your stack will be matched by Smith's all-in. Let's do it, let's spin it, try to get to, I think he can more than triple up. Excuse me?
Well.
A shocking fold.
Maybe because he's psychic, because he's clearly psychic. Look at that. Abhinavaya with the better pair.
Very confused what he's waiting for. Abhinav just lets it go as well. Surprising stuff all around.
Perhaps values the jump. Who knows? Actually,
Well,
I need to get a
I
look at where the jumps are.
I think we can safely use some insider information here.
Indeed.
And I suspect Abhinav doesn't value the jump. He is very accomplished, approaching, I haven't looked up his hand and mob recently, but I would suppose approaching $1 million in lifetime earnings, give or take, especially if you can close this one out. But I did notice his chip stack was around the 20 big blind level, so maybe something to his strategy there. Pocket sixes. Did not want to set mine. So no table captain yet. Certainly the big stack's not in the bully mode that they have all right to be in.
You
Wonder
tempted
who will
fate.
take the lead.
You tempted fate.
Martin has been patient. Rocket jacks, late position.
Chat is being very helpful in informing us that it's 23 in the money. Thank you, chat. Ooh. Why does this hand? Sorry. I just stare at ace 5 sometimes, and I think everyone now picks up ace 5 and stares at ace 5 and just goes, ah.
Solver says raise. Indeed it does.
Silver says raise.
There we go. Nice timing by Zhu in terms of bumping up the aggression, but he is facing the pocket jacks. Might think that Martin was getting a bit out of line, just sort of using the fact that he hadn't played a hand or really gotten involved in a big pot on this table, but might get the bad news. Jacks is just too strong to consider folding. So as you correctly mentioned, Addy, or rather chat informed us, my apologies, 23 players in the money. So here we go. The next milestone was actually the bubble. And that's exactly what's being used to put pressure right now. 27 remaining, 23 paid. All of it, says Martin. You caught with his hand in the cookie jar, as they say.
You know, it's fun about another fun thing about poker. Have you noticed how the game's been evolving to become a little more exploitive again? I think,
Yeah.
I think that I love every time there's a meta shift. Well, I don't love it because I don't study enough to keep up, so it ends up being, painfully expensive for me. But just to watch it is great because we start in the Wild West and we go with the Solries, then we come across a little bit, we get the base odds, and then we adapt on that. Then we reach the stage of GTO, and then everyone gets all pure. And now we're balancing out again, and now it's becoming savage. Honestly, I love it. I think in the next, until the next significant jump, which could be around the corner, given how AI is sort of going a bit crazy, that could lead to a lot more learnings of the game. But I think we're going to see a lot of blood in poker in general these days, which is something I relish.
And especially in the live arena, I mean, that's really the beauty of it. You can actually pick up so much on your opponents and exploit them. Whether it's from tells or sometimes it's just about using the table dynamics in your favor as well. So here we go. 4 away from the money. I was mentioning no table captain yet. Nobody really trying to bully and use their big stack, but we did see an attempt right after with the ace-5 off. Very common hand to theoretically 3-bet in the solver era.
I'm going to say Gregory Smith makes the money. It's a long shot.
Certainly trying his best.
Only because when something like that happens, it really drives everyone else crazy, and that leads to blood.
Yeah, that's true.
You ever been on the table
off.
where someone comes back from like half a like an ante or something to be the chip leader? It just destroys the less capable mind. Like no one can fathom that. They start like just wondering in the moment, why me? There's nothing I can do. This person's invincible.
You're
but
so
at
right.
some point, triggers need to be pulled here because you can. I mean, he just can't survive too much longer. He's got. He can't even afford the whole big blind ante at this point. So, I think here we go.
He's certainly going to be eyeing the screen. There we go. Looks at it. See how many players left the next blind level.
There we go.
There it is.
Oh, that's unfortunate for him. He waited that long to run into ace-king.
Of course.
Yeah, of course.
It's not over though. He's certainly going to be all in this hand. Min decides to isolate.
Did you
His
say
hand is just
350
so
or
strong.
660 there? I heard 660 for a second there. I think he said 360, but my... Yeah, 360 it is.
Aces everywhere. There we go. Asa all in, looking for a 6, maybe some diamonds. None of the above so far. Queen, Jack, deuce, 2 spades. 10 would just end it. Some hope still with a 6. A 4 of spades now. 3 outs, or we lose our 27th place finisher. 23 get paid. 3 does not get the job done. GG, sir. So close yet so far. Oh, but on to the next one. Consummate professional. You can just see in his demeanor. An APT regular as well. And a smile to the camera. Gotta love it. There's a shot of the floor, by the way, Addy. I was asking you to paint me a word picture. I suspect with the events of the day.
I was the first one in
kicking off.
today, but not the first one in. The first one in from the commentary team. Let's just put it that way. But I came in when it was absolutely empty in the morning, and it was just a beautiful. I just love coming into a room that's just full of empty poker tables, and then you just start to. You hear the noise sort of. It starts slowly as a few people take their seats and a couple of chips get thing, and then that sound of chip shuffling that starts to bubble over into more of a rumble in the background, and then it's just a vibe.
There's the handle shot, by the way. Dealer change as well. Welcome to the new dealer, and a special shout out to all the dealers. I mean, we were waxing poetic about all the mixed events on offer. Imagine the dealers, man. They have to learn it. They have to not mess up. Provide an amazing experience to the players. And by the way, the dealers at the APT, depending on the stop, for instance, whichever country that the APT is in, tend to dress in the traditional garb of that country. In this case, of course, we are in Vietnam, Hanoi. They've actually changed up the garb a little bit. I believe this outfit, if I remember correctly from the last time, is called an Ao Yai. It kind of reminds me of a kurta pajama, doesn't it, Addy? The
Yeah, but
traditional garb of India.
I was just imagining the poor dealers having to wear saris every day, if they were
India?
to do it in India,
Yeah,
just
yeah, why
wrapping
not?
around about 3 hours getting ready. No, I mean, I love our national dress and all, but I think it'd be a little difficult to do the job of dealing with the the shawl falling over.
Well, more than their outfits, I think their dealing tends to be immaculate.
Top.
A lot of the same dealers go from stop to stop, especially within the Vietnam events.
Oh, hey, we do have some information on the chips in play. The blues are 5K, the greens 25K, and the silver plaques, they're 100K. Now we know.
And there you have it. So the blues are sort of like the loose change,
So,
given the blinds.
whether I give you a million chip, you want 10 of those silver plates, or are you a guy who likes to have a bunch of change for the equivalent amount? What's your vibe?
I'll take it in blues, please. Build
Take it in
some
blues.
stacks, some towers.
I believe in that concept. Balance is key there too, just because when it's too many smalls, I get overconfident, and when it's too many bigs, I get reckless.
Can I be honest and boring here?
Go
I
for
just
it.
want whatever it takes to keep the game moving along quickly. I want to see more hands. I'm not saying I have an
That
edge.
is a fair
I just want to
answer.
see more hands.
That is a fair answer.
So, if the blinds are 50, 100, give me all the
Online
hundreds.
kids,
If the
man.
blinds require some change.
Just want to see more hands. All right.
I'm just out here clicking buttons, Addy. ET defense from the blinds, king queen off. Going up against the king jack of Zhu, who has taken that bit of the table captain role so far. Interesting board as well, 10-9 deuce, both players with gut shots and 2 overs. Min is best, but Zhu has a betting lead and position. Who wants it more? Five with diamonds on the turn. 2 flush draws possible now. Min does have the diamond. Could be a key card depending on the river. The king of diamonds.
Oh, that I was going to say the king of. Actually, no. There's no real spicy one. The king of clubs is the spiciest card in the deck. That's what it is.
A jack or a queen would be mighty interesting. Half-pot bet. I suppose if we got this far with this hand, would be tempted to continue. Has the stack to afford it. But you do have to ask yourself, are you just calling while behind ace high? Just trying to draw out of position? Does make the call. Actually gets the check mark with the king queen high versus the king jack, but
Yeah, and a lot gets
not
there,
feel
which
too
is not.
comfortable.
Well, a lot gets there, and that's not bad for the big blind's range, to be honest. The hijack won't like that as much. You feel with that turn bet as well, like you said, am I just behind ace high? It makes it hard to feel like king high has showdown now, so he might could make a case for having a pop.
Wow.
Goes big.
Great spot. Great timing. Gets it done. Recognizes as the player who defended the big blind and called the turn. You can just have all kinds of draws that came in. Donks and gets it done. Donk, of course, meaning betting out of flow. He check called on the turn and then let out the river. Well played, sir. Bluffing with the best hand. Probably did not think so.
It is the ballet of bluffing. The waltz of wits, mate. The bravest hearts with the weakest hands. Gotta love it. Once again, if you're just joining us, 3 away from the money. And it's only a super high roller.
Justin in chat mentioning one problem, that it's a lot harder to shuffle plaques. That's a good point in terms of which chips I would choose. Gotta have something to shuffle in terms of chips.
But mind you, if you have enough plaques to shuffle, that's a good problem to have.
Shuffling plaques, huh? What do you do?
Yeah.
Two-handed or?
I mean, I figure if you've, literally got enough plaques to shuffle, you're on your way to winning the tournament, so you can pretty much do what you want. Stack them, shuffle them, toss them about. Who cares? You got all the chips.
Small versus big. King 3-3 flop does put the 7 high into the corner here, unless Abhinav wants to make some moves. And this might not be the time to make moves. 3 away from the money. On to the next one. Abhinav still has 18 bigs. Knows he can somewhat coast his way to the money if he so wanted. There's that beautiful big boy trophy, as you called it, Addy. That's the one you want.
I had a fantastic coffee this morning, mate.
Ooh, Vietnamese coffee. Best of the best. Did you add condensed milk?
I didn't ask questions. I said coffee. I was given a coffee. It was amazing.
You gotta add condensed milk, man. When in Rome.
No, I asked for
Do as the Romans do.
It was a black coffee. I always have my coffee black.
You know what they call the black coffee with condensed milk in Vietnam and perhaps other places in the world? A brown coffee. How appropriate for us Indians.
Oh, hey, we
I
might
love
get some
Vietnamese
action
coffee.
here. We might get some
Indeed
action
we might.
here. Does defend. We're going to take a flop.
I'm thinking of a card.
Blood, 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 blood. Oh, you thought of the right card.
Oh, my
Chat.
word.
All right.
King 6-5. Rainbow. Dry board. Top pair top kicker versus top pair second best kicker.
I like the
This could
speed
be
of the
fireworks.
c-bet there as well.
This could get ugly if the run out does not help Zhu lose less. 7. Bit connected with the board. What do you think here, Addy? 3 streets of value or
you know what?
pot
I think
control?
it kind of sucks here to have king queen when the stronger hands that you want to represent that are more likely in your range means turning your king into a bluff, which is a bit brutal, right? So let's see. Let's see. This is pure value from his perspective, though, as far as his bet sizing tells.
Yeah, he's donked here. He wants to essentially deny equity from hands that might check behind or charge them to the extent they have draws such as 2 clubs, perhaps an 8 or a 4, things like ace 4, ace 8 and others.
The 9-10s and all them pretty ones.
Yeah, you were mentioning this idea of having the wrong set of blockers with the king-queen off. Also the situation of reverse implied odds. Your hand can't
that's
really
a
improve.
horrible card now for Zhu. Sorry I cut you off there.
No worries at all. You're absolutely right. This pretty much secures the ability for Zheng to get an extra bet. Zhu is going to do the betting for him. Not much to do here but call.
It goes really
He's gone
small
blocker
as well.
sizing.
Yeah.
I like the sizing. Good block bet here. exactly the situation a block bet is designed for. He's bet small, about a fourth or a fifth the size of the pot. Gets the bad news. Overall manages to lose perhaps not the minimum per se, but certainly the damage could have been a lot worse. Look at that, Zheng actually disappointed.
Yeah, it's rare you get into those ones where you really expect, once you've seen the cards, to have gotten more. But just a testament to each player's skill there, not letting it happen despite chance.
So I believe no eliminations since literally hand one, right? Certainly players have settled in. We're about 20 minutes from the break, I believe.
I am confused about what you said there, sir. I'm pretty sure we've seen 3 eliminations.
Oh, is it? Oh, my apologies. You are right, of course. We did see the short stack of Asa get grinded down.
You know, Vidor, don't
early
make
in
me
the morning
second guess
here.
myself, because I take your lead as the reg out here. So if you start saying stuff like that, I'm going to start believing you at some point.
Well, India's a couple of hours behind, so it's a bit earlier for me. And you know how it is with poker players.
Fair
and
enough.
early hours. My apologies.
And of course,
what
we
I
are
was focusing on
working
actually,
with the delay for the integrity as well. All this time traveling is difficult.
Indeed. Of course, we are on a 30-minute delay. And what's really cool is you can go to the live updates if you want to follow the rest of the field, apt.poker. Just go to the live reporting section. And the live reporting teams make sure, or tries their best anyway, to not spoil anything happening on the feature table. And they actually delay the live reporting by 30 minutes. Keep it spoiler free. Abhinav with the one big blind continuation bet on the button.
I like it from Iyer there. You're taken usually quite seriously at that point. And it's one of those ones where you hated the flop and you could have made a case for checking, but tells a better story.
Yeah, making it look easy. One big. Picks up about 6 in the middle. Adds to his stack.
And a Tiger Woods fan. That's the Tiger Woods logo, isn't it, on his cap?
Ah, very cool.
Ooh.
Did not know that.
I've never seen him play golf in my life.
The numbers increasing for our viewers and those in chat. A very warm welcome to everyone. We have just kicked off what is essentially the first frame, the first couple of hours of a 1-week streaming schedule here at the Hanoi Billions. It's going to be amazing. Amazing poker, amazing prize pools being distributed. So in case you're new, do hit subscribe. Hit a like on the stream as well. You wouldn't believe how much it helps us in terms of the YouTube algorithm. Helps us promote the game of poker in Asia, around the world. My name is Vidor. I'm joined by Addy in the booth. As we're about 15 minutes away from the first break of the day. Some action going on here. Ace queen off, understandably, opening under the gun. And the 3-bet comes in from the ace-jack suited. This is a tough spot. Ace-queen, of course, notoriously difficult to play. But how about on the bubble, or at least the soft bubble of the super high roller?
You can see the eyeballs moving left, right, and center, trying to put it together, make a plan that makes sense. Martin Garrix from the Netherlands. Is going to fold, takes the cautious route here. Again, bubble play is a factor.
And a great result for Min. I mean, getting ace queen to fold with ace jack, always a good thing. Aggression, aggression, aggression. The well-kept and yet the most obvious secret of multi-table tournament poker. Welcome sight, jacks for Abhinav.
You're a fan of jacks, I take it? I have to ask everyone.
Yeah, I don't get the hit.
Yeah, I don't get.
Oh, well, never mind. I do get the hit.
Again, you spoke too soon. Or tempted fate.
Maybe Doyle
rather.
Brunson was right.
That's what it was. But you know, it's all relative because there's a certain player called Kunal Putney. When he picks up kings, he's just as miserable as he is. The rest of us are with jacks. He does not enjoy that hand.
Well, not when you're almost on the bubble and you're facing jacks with kings, surely. And Abhinav might just see this as bullying. You mentioned Zoo has been pretty active. He has a shorter stack now, of course.
I was going to say that definitely factors in. He'll have to take that seriously, but it's really, really tough at these depths to maneuver much as the streets go on. So what's he going to do here?
Wow, the camera focusing on his breathing. I like that shot, by the way.
Oh, he's gone for
Oh, my
it.
word.
He's about
Here
to
we
get
go.
some bad news. A moment of disbelief as destiny plays its hands, turning a short victory into potentially a stunning upset. This is the reality of high-level poker, folks. Cooler City. Ooh. Sets for all.
Still 2 outs. They need each other's out now, or rather, Abhinav needs a king. Not to be. We lose the Indian superstar Abhinav Iyer. 3 away from the money. He will be disappointed, but I doubt he takes coolers to heart. Consummate professional. Waiting for the chip count, I believe.
Yeah, I never see Iyer really taking a flop there and trying anything silly. I think he just wanted to keep it simple, trust himself, back his cards. What you gonna do? You ran into kings.
The stack size is extremely close, but our graphics showing that Abhinav has indeed been eliminated. I believe he had something in the 900s. Oh no, there we go. A few chips have been returned.
A lifeline. Xing Shuanshu right now very happy, close to 40 bigs after that hand. And Iyer will be not as disappointed as being knocked out. So, all in all, could have been worse, could have been better for both of them.
He has more than 1 chip, so I will take your lead and not say chip in a chair, but let's just say it's not over till it's over.
My man.
He has 2 chips, I believe. Enough to do a quick chip trick and probably get it in on the very next hand.
There it
And I
goes.
do see we have another elimination out there in the field. Look at that. 25 players remaining, and Iyer essentially auto all in this hand.
Ooh, and we don't
might
have the
be
graphics,
about to hit
which
the
I like
stone
this
bubble.
sweat. I really like it. I really like that we don't have the graphics because this is. I love sweating the tiny stack. This makes the drama even more exciting because. Oh, we're going to see it one way or the other with the big blind. Ooh. Little savage here from Martin trying to ensure the elimination by jumping in. This
Fair
is
enough.
the,
It's his
yeah,
prerogative.
it's the. It's just a thing to do sometimes. Nothing personal, you know.
Certainly in Martin's favor to get to the money. This 20 big blind stack. He would love to eliminate Abhinav. No pair, by the way, for anyone so
Yeah.
far. Abhinav with the mystery hand.
Iyer is ahead. There we go.
There we go. No mystery.
No mystery.
Has the best of it.
Jinx, yummy.
Jack 6 or 2s. Ooh. Rivered. And we will lose Abhinav.
Tough break there. Always just one card away. Always just one card away.
There we go. So with Abhinav eliminated, we are down to 24 players. This is, of course, an 8-max tournament. That means we will be shuffling the tables on the stream itself, getting to 3 tables now of 8 each. And the tension could not be higher. A table shuffle on the absolute stone bubble. 23 players paid, 24 players remaining. GG to Abhinav, by the way. On to the next one. We'll be filling in our table, getting it to the full 8. We have some new players coming in, I see. Julian from Australia. Player from Japan finally joining us, Chumitsu. And I believe Eric Sai, if I'm not mistaken, from Taiwan. I'll have to check. His name is Ting Yi. Very familiar face on the APT circuit.
Oh, I realize you have the information that I should have been looking at. All this time I was like, wow, this guy's psychic. How does he know? Sitting there in India just guessing who's turning up. But you had the good reasoning to open your WhatsApp. Smart man.
Yep. Our production crew keeping us updated. Eric Sai, I should point out, coming off an incredible score, almost 950,000 USD in the WSOP Europe. That's the second place finish, by the way. He's number 5 on the Taiwan all-time money list. Will be joining us on the table shortly. Looking to add to his 2.2 million.
Tables. Are we going to see a big crowd eruption here? No?
There it is. The APT bubble coverage, by the way. We just got to whichever table is all in. Seems to be this one. Look at those stacks. Some big stacks on this outer table.
Yeah, that was exactly what we were saying earlier. One's got all the plaques, the other guy's got all the change. It's you and me.
Indeed. There's the floor, by the way. Finally, I feel like I'm there. What a great poker room. Nice view, too. I didn't realize that.
Yeah, once that mist lifts as well, you get a really nice expanse on the convention center as well as the city.
Oh, hello, by the way, to Victor Chong and Ray Chu, the APT leadership team. Looking snazzy, I might add. Crunching some numbers, it seems like. I'm sure everybody is positively overwhelmed by the incredible response to the series so far. Smashing those records, as we mentioned. But the best is definitely yet to come. Any Vietnamese players watching this, or anybody in South Asia who can easily hop onto a flight to Vietnam? Now is the time to consider it. So, main event, by the way, $1,500 buy-in, give or take. Almost guaranteed to smash the guarantee. With this kind of a turnout, the $1 million guarantee for the main event, I suspect we will be exceeding that.
I think that's a very fair statement to make, mate, as far as numbers have gone so far. There we go, always action, always something to figure out, always something to calculate. For the team working so hard in and around the events there's some empty tables in the background. Those are going to fill up as the day goes on. We've got a bunch of events, mate. So many. I went outside to take a look at the trophy table. It's quite a sight, by the way. If we get a shot
it is gorgeous.
Later, I'm sure you'll get to see it. But it's just rows and rows. It looks like, so you know the scene in The Matrix where he asks for the guns and they fly in from either side? So you have the 3 big trophies, and then you have the mini trophies just lined up on other sides. The trophies, we need more trophies.
Trophies, I need trophies. Nice. Well, we will have a shot of the trophies soon. For now, the outer tables during this bubble play. As the Chiron at the bottom says, you can always log on to apt.poker in case you're supporting someone out in the field. 24 players left in the super high roller. But there's live reporting for other events as well. We're down to 3 tables for the super high roller.
We got a fan of Punat Puntri in the chat. He's in this field out there somewhere. Who else you guys looking out for in the chat? Any friends, any family, any favorites?
So we're about 5 minutes from the break. We do pause the clock, but the break will happen in the scheduled time. So what that means is it's kind of a race to see if we hit the break first or burst the bubble.
Soak it up.
Over 300 in chat, by the way, Addy. I am super happy to see the support that we're seeing as we kick off this festival. To all of you who just joined us, warm welcome once again. We're coming to you live from the Hanoi Billions, the super high roller, the stone bubble of the super high roller, by the way. This is a high stakes 10 situation. We have 3 tables remaining. Do not forget to hit subscribe and like. We have 7 days of incredible poker ahead. And we want to make sure that the YouTube gods inform you every time we go live. For now, you're looking at the outer tables. And of course, the poker floor here at the convention center in Hanoi. You can see that the clock has been paused. 33 big blinds on average. A good time, perhaps, to talk about the payouts. We did mention we're on the stone bubble, 23 players paid. The buy-in for this tournament, about 5,000 USD. Minimum price, 196 million Vietnamese dong. That's good for about 8,000 USD. Going all the way up, of course, to that first place prize of 4 billion. That's right, with a B. We are, of course, the Hanoi Billions for a reason. 4 billion Vietnamese dong. That's over 160,000 USD. Again, lots of familiar faces as the tables are being reshuffled. There we see Shimizu, a fan favorite. Very distinct blonde hair, of course. Joining us on the feature table. Japanese sensation in the making.
Yeah, Ray gave me the update on the old Hadouken. Can't remember the hand. I'm gonna go ask him in the break. And I'll tell you what it was a good story, and I don't want to butcher it by telling it incorrectly. So I'll bring that to you after the break as well.
What do you think people are doing on their phones? Informing their fans to watch them on the stream, perhaps?
Let's hope so.
That's certainly what I would do. Hey, Mom, Dad, check me out.
Get the camera, Mom.
Do you enjoy playing on feature tables to the extent you're given the opportunity, Addy? Oh, hello, dealer. We'd love to find her name. We can shout her out, but as I mentioned, incredible job done by the dealers. And hello, Cindy, by the way.
Pardon?
Part of the production team.
Yes.
Getting whatever the dealer, or sometimes whatever we might need in the booth. In this case, it happens to be the all-in buttons, or the racks. There we go. It's not easy to make a production like this work. It takes hundreds of people.
So would I be comfortable on a feature table? Yeah, I think I would be. Given that I'm a bit of a live guy, I feel that that would be way more comfortable than anywhere else.
And a reminder from the mod, by the way, to all 350 of you watching. Giveaways, courtesy of Natural 8. You can see the pinned comment in the chat for the Guess the Winner form. I have to say, it is tempting to do that right now, but you can do that all the way up to the final table. So perhaps if you're seeking an edge, I would understand waiting, but you might have other things to do. Take a stab. Maybe just go for whoever you're supporting. That's a free roll, free money, $288 tournament you'll be entered into. And of course, our mod also just commenting to sign up to Natural 8 to win the giveaways. You need a Natural 8 ID for the giveaways. It is the largest poker site in Asia. Simply the best software, the best guarantees, and an APT partner. A lot of satellites to events such as the Hanoi Billions, so make sure you sign up. I just clicked on the link, by the way, Addy, and because, of course, I'm sitting in India, directed me to Natural 8 India. A lot of our friends now bringing Natural 8 to India.
Welcome
Nikita,
to
right
Asia's
up front.
largest online
Absolutely.
poker room.
Well,
Our
we'll
next
take a
generation
quick
poker
break.
software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today. Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome back. It's the APT Super High Roller 8 Max. We're on the final day. We've just had a short break to reshuffle the tables, our feature table that we're bringing you here live from Hanoi, Vietnam. What a beautiful day it is. What a beautiful game it is. And it's on. Here we go. 156 entries for this amazing event. 33 started this day. We are down to just 24 now on pretty much the bubble. We're looking at a top prize of almost $162,000. It's just under 4 billion Vietnamese dong. And it's been good so far. Couple of coolers, couple of short stacks. No blood just yet, or just the appropriate amount. I'd like to see some more. Vidar is still with me, coming remote from India. We're bringing you the action, and we're looking forward to it. Vidar, did you get a coffee in the break?
I did indeed. It is a bit earlier here in India, but
was it
what
terrible
I'm excited
compared
about,
to the coffee that I'm having?
Oh man, I'm so jealous of the Vietnamese coffee that you're having. As we look at the prize pool and the payouts, by the way, the 23rd place, the minimum prize is going to be about 8,000 USD. That's what everybody has on their mind right now. You do not want to be the bubble boy, not at an event as prestigious as the Super High Roller, least of all because of the beautiful APT trophy on offer on your screen right now. There's the APT New Era Lion. It is one of the ones you won, the big boys, one of the 3 big trophies on offer, the other one being the main event and the final day of the stream and the festival High Roller. Here we go, 3 tables, 8 players each, stone bubble, the way we cover bubbles in case you're joining us for the first time. Is we just cut to whichever table is all in. Could be the feature table or one of the outer tables.
Tournament dealers of the Super High deal one hand.
We have 3 colors of chips in play that you can see in your screen right now. 5Ks are blue chips, 25Ks are green chips, and 100Ks are those silver plates or plaques, whatever you call them. And it looks like we've got a solid bunch of those plaques here on this reshuffled feature table.
We have the person who came in with the tournament chip lead, Ivan. 5 million chips now.
That's 1 million more than he came into day 2 with, so he's on the up and up, as you'd expect.
Exactly.
Blinds, we've reached 50K. The big blind antes, of course, in effect.
We did have the table reshuffle. I count 6 different flags. That's 6 different nationalities amongst the 8 players. Hong Kong players joining us, of course, is the tournament chip leader at the moment, Shimizu from Japan, a fan favorite. Very recognizable by his hairstyle, his hair color. Do have these towers being built with those beautiful 100K plaques. Eric Tsai was mentioning from Taiwan. He's in seat 7. 1.8 million chips, a decent stack. An absolute beast, over 2 million USD in total live earnings. And off we go. Hand number 25. We're on the stone bubble.
There is our chip leader. First to act. In your frame right now. Take a look at him. That's the man everyone's targeting right now. They want that stack. They want those plaques. They even want that little guy on the top. Poker players want it all. And this could be actually this is going to be a lot more it's going to be a lot more fun. Well, not to do any disservice to the last group we had there, but we had a lot of short stacks in that last one, which does limit the play to an extent. Here we can see plenty of plus 40 big blind stacks, and all with fun players ready to give us some good action, or as like I like to say, blood. And speaking of which, top pair and a flush draw. Could see a little bit of that right now.
My oh my, blind versus blind action. This flop absolutely engineered to create some violence. Shimizu, a very aggressive player, by the way, living up to the Japanese stereotype of aggression, will absolutely be betting with his flop flush draw. Kicks it off with a hefty bet.
And chat, welcome back to you guys as well, joining us all. 450 of you lovely people out there. Do ask your questions. Shout out your favorites. We'll do our best to take a look at all your comments as well. And don't forget, there's always a giveaway. Keep an eye out for that. Oh, and here we go.
Check raise comes in, by the way, and Shimizu just puts it all in. Maximum pressure on the stone bubble. I did warn you about the aggression of the Japanese contingent, Addy. There we go. 10 high flush draw. All you can eat. And what a spot for Min. Top pair blind versus blind. I mean, the kicker is so weak, but he has to know that with the action going complete and then check behind free flop, top pair could be good here.
But on the bubble with almost no kicker, it's so hard to do it. It's so much easier said than done. And I love that from Shimizu. Knowing where he's at, knowing where the tournament, what stage it's at, and just taking full advantage of it.
Well, Min has certainly done this to himself by check raising at this stage. When you're on the stone bubble, you have top pair. You're always opening yourself up to be absolutely exploited with this kind of a play from the likes of Shimizu.
Or most big blinds, mind you, that know what they're doing at this stage. They have all the randomness. They have all the fun.
Shimizu, by the way, over 1.3 million USD in total live earnings. He is no spring chicken.
We got Junko Fox in chat who says he's now top of Japan's Player of the Year for 2023. Ooh, shows the 3 of diamonds.
Ouch.
It's a good card to show.
I was commentating over Shimizu's amazing run in the Super High Roller, the very same event in APT Incheon, the very last stop of the APT. Finished second there, by the way, for $78,000. Has the experience behind him. And having some fun. Much easier to laugh it up when you win the hand with 10 high, but sure, he'd be jovial, irrespective.
I don't know what I'm going to do with you.
Good to see there's a little bit of chat going on as well. I'm not a fan of a silent table.
Yeah, a lot of more pushback around the world on that extremely robotic style of play. I think some of the players have started calling each other out, but less common in Asia for sure. Sometimes the language barrier is an issue. In this case, a lot of Taiwanese and Chinese players on the table. Not that the language can be Mandarin on the table, of course. Discouraged, but we do see some 666 in chat, by the way. I think that's usually means, I think it's like slang for amazing or something like that in Mandarin.
Roger.
Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. Victor in our ear, our producer, telling us it could also mean, it also sounds like luck in Chinese, so it's a sign of wishing good luck perhaps, and there we go. Wen Zhao in chat, Jackie Huang in chat, more sixes. Let's go. Junko Fox informing us about Shimizu. He is now top of Japan Player of the Year 2023. Well, go Shimizu. Can certainly lock it up at this festival here. Looking to gain some points in that Player of the Year race, I'm sure, by cashing, which he's almost guaranteed to do here on the stone bubble. 74 bigs.
Junko, I think he'll know then the hand that Ray was telling me about that I've now forgotten. Junko, if you want to let us know in chat what that was, we can share with the class. And well. 2 big stacks sitting next to each other in the blinds. And the bigger one has just made it 400.
King 5 suited is pretty enough to continue. King would be disastrous. And there is the king, the second time. I'm calling it. This could get dangerous. These are 2 big stacks here on the stone bubble. There might be some leveling war in play where Shimizu knows that the chip leader Lee has position over him, has the bigger stack, can put the most pressure. Is likely to get sticky with his top pair.
Yeah,
and Lee
absolutely.
just eyeing 3 streets of value.
Neither of these gentlemen accumulated those stacks by being passive. So, whew, sends a little shiver down your spine. And slightly wet out there as well.
Yeah, some hearts or maybe some Broadway cards can reduce the damage that Shimizu might face. A 10 is interesting as well. Certainly falls within Shimizu's range and might give Lee some pause. That being said, Ace King is Ace King. Nothing to do for Shimizu with check call. There we go, the 10 actually does get the check behind for pot control from Lee. Shimizu seems to have avoided losing too many chips. Could go for value here. Certainly wants to get called by those ace highs. Decides to go for the check call. This is the bubble and the chip leader dynamic in action. Against most players, he might have bet for value. Said he's likely to be paying off a bet now.
Ooh. Checks back though. I do like the check there from Shimizu as well, because there are some counterfeits as well that he could force into taking a stab. But they both just decide to just chill out and let it be a 350k pot instead of anything too dramatic. No blood just yet.
Yeah, that's a great point. I didn't think about that. The counterfeits would be forced to take a stab. I was in fact thinking that he would go for value against the ace highs, considering the double paired board. But instead of opening himself up to being raised,
yeah, hard to get too much value.
Yeah.
And Shimizu's got the reputation and the ability, you know, so takes the cautious route, the both of them. First giveaway, Asian Poker Tour in chat, letting you know. Here's our short stack, Julian Warhurst.
See the color up happening to the left of Julian. Some plaques coming into play. Look at the chip leader stack, by the way. A nice card protector as well. What is that? A bumblebee?
I was looking at it earlier, I'm not actually sure. Whatever it is,
maybe
it's
chat
working.
knows.
Chat? Thoughts? Clues? Clear answers? Okay, things got spicy all of a sudden.
That should end the hand. Easy all in, good pickup. Easy 3-bet jam.
All right. Super high orders. Julian and turn dealers, hand number 4.
There you have it.
Turn the bubble.
Over 5 million, over 100 bigs for the chip leader.
All right, the question in chat, by the way, for the contest is what does a natural 8 player get if he or she conquers the main event? Please follow with your nickname as a complete answer. Shimizu getting a little tricky here, coming in with a bet, not allowing the chip leader on his left to do the same. Ooh. He picked up a hand that he would have liked to do it with as well, so here we go.
Shimizu opening there is just such a sign. It's like, I don't care that I don't have the biggest stack. I don't care that I just lost a pot. I want to attack the blinds.
And for as far as attack, it's a slam dunk 3-bet from me if I'm in the shoes of the Queen 10 there. Because you just don't want to allow this to keep happening, because all the shorties on the other side yet to act, well, compared to these stacks, let's say, aren't going to really mess around. And I like it. Takes down an easy 225k. That's almost a starting stack for this event.
Sending the signal. I am the captain.
You know what I'm noticing, mate, is there's not too many headphones out there anymore. I'm noticing that seems to be on the decline in general, people listening to music. It used to be you drown out and you get focused in. I just actually think it's gone away because of very logical reasons, I suppose. You just need to be focused.
Yeah, it's a trade-off. You know, some people, to each their own, might think that music or whatever they might be listening to, or sometimes it's just white noise, helps them focus. But you are playing a live tournament. There's usually a lot of information up for grabs if you listen to the table. You know, I'm thinking back to some live tournaments I played. Sometimes players will just say their intentions out loud. Somebody will say, I just want to make it to day 2. Somebody will just say, I just want to make it the money. I just want to get this score on my Hendon mob. And that's information you can use. That's what poker is all about. Hey, Addy, you might want to take a look at chat. Musafir in chat saying, Addy Wan Kenobi. Your screen moniker, of course.
Yeah, someone who knows the OG name. I retired that name, by the way.
Oh, you did? I was just about to say, I might go to Darth Vader. What do you think?
Ooh.
Thought it would be a good combo.
Ooh, I might bring it back for that. I like that. Darth Vader.
You've got to get some marketing going. Obi-Wan Kenobi and Darth Vader. Uh-oh. Sevens, flatting the button, and a perfect squeeze spot with 34 bigs and pocket queens from the big blind. A squeeze, of course, meaning somebody opened, somebody flatted, and now you raise.
How much? It's just a matter of how much. Uses a time bank there. Those are those little chips you can see all the way on the left, the little black cards. Those are his time bank chips. We have a shot clock in play.
This is going to get spicy. To the 630 of you in chat now. Welcome to the action.
Oh, he couldn't think of a number, so he decided all of it will do.
That's right. And I think that might make the decision of the sevens a bit more straightforward. Sort of a bubble move there.
Yeah.
Does not want to 3-bet squeeze. See an ace or king on the flop. Not know where he's at. Wants to get the weaker pairs all in pre-flop.
Boy,
Fair
that can
play.
go wrong
Adds a little
sometimes,
bit.
though. it can go spectacularly wrong sometimes, and it feels the worst on the bubble when that does happen. But I do feel for him, like just not being able to find the right size there. All will do. Sevens again.
this is not as easy as it looks. We're on the stone bubble. Pocket 7's another gun. Yeah, he lets it go. Fair play. Can simply make money by folding and getting into the money with his 12 big blind stack. It does hurt though. He will have to pay the big blind plus big blind ante on the very next hand. Get down to 10 bigs.
Super easy open here for the chip leader.
How about having 110 bigs on the stone bubble of a super high roller? I mean, what a dream spot. You just keep picking up the dead money. He would not want the bubble to burst ever.
So I think I've spent about, I'd say 20 years playing poker, and there have been times when it's gone badly with big stacks on the bubble. So while it feels good, don't get too complacent, because everyone out there is after those chips, no matter what phase it is. Justin in the chat saying, I don't know how many times I've heard of players missing an open when hearing headphones. Yeah, that's a good point. Distraction's a real thing. What about just active noise cancellation? I think that's the right middle ground. I think I just heard all in and call outside in the field somewhere, if I'm not mistaken. On the back of the mic, my ears sort of perked up for a second.
Alright, we have an all-in call in the
There we have it.
Super Table number
Yeah,
four.
my
All in on
ears
one
are
of the outer
working.
tables.
Let's go.
From China against Tables Hand, Steve Hands. Chen tables 2 kings against Tables pocket jacks. Kings is covered, needs to avoid the jack.
Kings versus Jacks, the all-in player, the one with the Kings. About 80% to survive the bubble here.
Jack, 7 deuce on the flop. Set of jacks now
Oh
for
my word.
Tago.
A jack on the flop.
Stay alive for Mr. Chen.
This
We're
could
on
be
to the
it.
Turn. Turn cards is the 3 of diamonds. 2 outer for Mr. Chen still. And the river
We have
card.
Menki Chen with the pocket kings looking for the 2 outer to survive. Not to be a really rough way to exit the super high roller.
Well, that's what it
Player
takes
from China.
sometimes. That's what it takes sometimes when you have quality people in the field. No one gives it away cheap. Sometimes destiny just decides for you. Hard luck, very well played to him.
Hard luck indeed. Seems to have taken it well. Wishing others on the feature table well. Love the sportsmanship. Has some support from his friend. Good game, sir. Walks away with 0 for his efforts, unfortunately. Such is the nature of the beast. But that does mean everybody else now guaranteed the minimum prize of 196 million Vietnamese dong. That's good for $8,000. Not a bad couple of days at the office, but of course, all eyes on the top prize of 160,000 USD plus. And then there were 23.
And then the short stacks became really uncomfortable. Because it's time.
Yeah,
The
you
old
take a moment, you
ICM
soak
is
it
in
in.
play.
Indeed, indeed. You know, that relief of bubbling lasts only so long when you realize it's time to get it in. But well, time to spin it up.
I am looking forward to this potential clash of these two gentlemen seated next to each other. They've both got solid stacks.
Of course,
And I'm
referring
looking
to
for blood.
Shimizu, the player from Japan, and Lee on the screen right now. By the way, once again, over 600 of you in chat. Would love it if you would hit us a like. I'm looking at 30 likes. That's a poor ratio.
We
Would
can do
love
better,
to get
folks.
it to 100. Can certainly do better. You'd be amazed at how much it helps us. But also, we'd love to hear from you. What countries are you from? And who are you supporting? Or maybe you're just supporting the game of poker, like Addy and I are today. Beautiful APT Lion trophy. Even more impressive in person, might I add. To repeat myself from the start of the stream, I insist anybody who wins 162,000 USD and that beautiful trophy should be buying a separate plane ticket for that big boy. I'm on the APT website at the moment, by the way. Of course, you can go to apt.poker, find out all the information you want about the Hanoi Billions, including amazing live reporting from our live reporting team, covering not just this event, but most of the key events. What I'm most interested in is taking a look at the other events happening today. The APT has gone from strength to strength, not just in terms of prize pools and player experience, but really the sheer number of events being offered. Until we had an incredible response in terms of the number of entries, especially to the first event, the Vietnam Cup. We had over 95 events on the schedule. I've had to cancel some of them, purely due to demand for some of the more popular Hold'em events. There's only a limited number of tables after all. But just taking a look at today alone, we have, of course, a super high roller that you're watching. We have a 9-game mix that kicked off the same time as the coverage. 43 entries to that. Late Reg is still open. A $200 buy-in for a 9-game event. I mean, that is a real value for money to play mixed games. The usual single-day high rollers. A 5-card PLO 8-max tournament. Very up-and-coming game. And the Sunday Super Stack, sort of the tournament of the day. 270 entries already. That's a 2 billion Vietnamese dong guarantee. That's just under 100,000 US. And let's not forget, there's still SATs, satellites to the APT main event, still open. That happens every night. So super fun schedule today, and so it will continue for the next 7 days.
Right, back to the poker then. Shimizu taking the betting lead here on the flop. Top pair's not bad. 2 pairs better. But little does he know, there's a little surprise waiting for him around the corner.
Tempting.
Ooh,
Wheel for the wheel draw.
I was going to say, maybe having an invasive thought here. I thought I would have been fine before, but now that he's seen some action, does come along.
There's also some merit to raising. I mean, you have ace-2, so you could have ace-tray after all.
Oh, there we
Binks
go.
it.
There we go. Min with the 5, catching the wheel.
And the 9s go from hero to basically 0. The ace-4 does have some full house outs as well, but mainly drawing to a chop.
And Shimizu, I like that. Checks back there, deciding not to go for another barrel, given that he's got 2 players along with him.
Yeah, he has to be surprised getting 2 callers on the 4-tray board.
Yeah, for the big blind, it does look kind of like he was stronger earlier. You know what I'm saying, when he comes along there. But little did they know he got stronger on the turn. A king on the river doesn't really change anything for anyone's hand. And how does Min get paid here, actually?
Wang from China with the pocket 9s could be the contender. Just given the strength of his hand, whenever you under-rep your hands, you tend to talk yourself into maybe paying off a street of value. Assuming that Min realizes he has to go for value here. Has to do his own betting. Yep, reaching for chips. The green chips, 25k. Those white blacks, 100k. About a half-pot bet coming in, it seems like. Almost exactly. Shimizu, quick to release. His hand got worse and worse.
You think it's a little greedy on the sizing there?
Yeah, it looks super strong.
What calls?
Certainly looks super strong. There's not too many draws that missed after 4-3-3, but like I said, when you underrep your hand, just talk yourself into some loser calls. Wang perhaps hoping that Min had a 5 that he was value betting. Gets the bad news, loses a chunk of his stack. Still has 28 bigs, Wang that is. Min now comfortably third in chips, 2.5 million in his stack. As we lose another player in the outer tables. No surprise, as you mentioned, Addy, the shorter stacks are going to get frisky now that they've made the money. As Justin pointed out in chat, by the way, they're actually incentivized to just get it in and perhaps sign up for some of the other events I just mentioned. The Sunday Super Stack, for instance.
No, the FOMO is starting. Every time you mention good value, the FOMO starts to become very real for me. That is one of the unfortunate drawbacks to doing the commentary gig. On the plus side, you get to watch some fantastic poker and hopefully learn something from it. On the downside, you don't get to put it into practice.
I'll tell you what I've learned. It's just aggression, aggression, aggression. It's not something we didn't know already as well-studied poker players, at least back in the day. I can't say I keep up with the modern AI madness that is soon to invade poker.
I think
but
this is
seeing it in
be
action.
Sorry to cut you off there. I think this is going to be all in here for Julian. The bubbles burst. We've got 4 bigs. It's down to us. Not much to think about here. Just go for it, son. You can do it.
Yeah, he'd love to get a fold, in fact. He'd pick up about half his stack in dead money. Still has some fold equity with the 4 big blind stack.
I like it. Leaves
That's that
himself
thing
a
where he
tiny bit
saves.
behind. Yeah, the old
Yeah.
1 behind.
Mind explaining to the chat why people do that, Addy?
Right, so that is just in case there's some other collision that could happen, and when there are jumps as large as they are in a super high roller, or in general, however you whatever your relative sense of value is, sometimes a collision will happen that allows you to just get out of the way and stay alive without risking it all. Oop, a little confusion here. Perhaps action out of turn from Shimizu. Apologizes, laughs. kind of giving a clue away. All smiles about it. Love to see it.
And just to finish your point, Addy, there is a slight pay jump. An extra 20,000 VND, 20 million rather, VND or so, from 21st to 20th place. Julian correctly keeping behind that chip in case somebody busts behind him.
It's actually kind of brutal
Or on
for
the
Min
other
right
tables.
now with the action out of turn from Shimizu because, I mean, ace done 4 big blinds. It's a slam dunk, happy to get involved a little bit. But having seen potential intention, accidental as it were, what do you do now?
Call and collude. I kid, of course. It's sort of a soft collusion to eliminate someone, but you know you might get ISO'd.
Yeah, talk us through that. I like to call it honorable collusion. It happens a lot around these sort of spots.
Yeah, with 21 players remaining, I think everybody benefits when somebody gets eliminated. So it's not exactly collusion; it's honorable, which is to say,
Little fist pump there
you
from
want to
Shimizu.
maybe
Oh,
yeah,
cheeky monkey.
he's a jovial chap.
8-5 off. Interesting.
Shimizu will keep us entertained, it sounds like, as time goes on. So there we go. Julian has been isolated. He will call off that remaining stack. He might actually use his time bank to let somebody get busted on the outer tables, but once he realizes that's not going to happen, he's going
And
to
he's
call it
only
off.
got one of them. Oh. There we go. Well, both cards alive. Can't complain. Now just got to do the easy part, which is hit. Good start from Min. Spades are dead.
Opportunities.
Opportunities.
7 or a deuce would give both players a straight. Sure, Julian will take it. Not to be. So Julian Warhurst from Australia eliminated in 21st place. Good for that minimum payout, about 8,000 USD. And we have a slight pay jump now. An extra 20 million VND. It's just under $1,000 added to the next place finisher's kitty. 20 players left. The next milestone, needless to say, the final table, will be a 9-player final table despite the 8-max tournament. So 11 players to go. The tensions will rise. That ICM pressure will soon come into play. We saw that, of course, when we were on the bubble. Some big plays, some 3-bet jams, some jams by Shimizu with the 10-high flush draw. But I suspect the action will get bumped up now as these pay ladders get into the mix. 213 million. Guaranteed from 20th to 18th place. $1,000 pay jumps all the way till about 10th place, which is, of course, the final table. And then, of course, things get pretty wild as we go from the 9th place finisher getting about 400 million VND. That's about 16,000 US dollars. All the way to 4 billion VND. $162,000 to the first place finisher. Pocket aces are in the mix against the ace-jack off of Zhu. Things are about to get heated. $666 in the chat for Eric Tsai. Extremely accomplished poker player from Taiwan. Quick folds behind him, but pretty suited connectors who cannot play now that there's a 3-bet, but Zhu also quick to release. Ace-jack off. Not the easiest hand to play out of position. Facing a 3-bet. Lets it go. Avoids disaster. So the shortest stack. It's a new player on the table. Jen, I believe. Still 10 bigs. Taking a look at chat once again, 680 of you. Lots of support for the Taiwanese contingent. Eric Tsai and the shorter stack, Chi Jen, I just mentioned. Some disappointments, only one Thai player left, I believe. And it is not Punat, but don't worry, the festival is long. Thai poker scene going from strength to strength. I'm sure we'll see a lot of final table finishes. And of course, there's a lot of natural 8 events, including one for the Thai contingent. Make sure you check out apt.poker and the streaming schedule. Tomorrow, of course, Addy and I will be joining you, bringing the Natural 8 India event. Natural 8, having recently entered India. Should be a fun one.
Excuse me, Rhythm. My mic was muted this whole time.
Oh, I thought you took a quick coffee break.
No, I know. I've got my coffee. I did take a minute to... I had a very important spot that I found myself in. You know, these guys got the spots out there. I was deciding what I needed to get for lunch. It's a tough spot always, to be honest, and to be fair.
Tough
but then I
spot.
forgot to turn the mic back on. I was yapping away, contributing to the conversation, thinking... That's a bit strange. He's not saying anything. That's my bad, chat.
Early position all in, by the way. One thing you'll notice, Addy, is with the big blind ante, which is of course the standard for most good live tournaments around the world, keeps the action moving quickly. Players are just extremely loose under the gun and under the gun +1. They just fear that 2 big blind commitment that's coming their way. Pocket 5s.
Here we go.
Could have gone either way. Decides to get it in. Gets the call from Eric's size. Ace-8 of hearts. So it's a flip. Off to the races. Eric looking for an ace and 8 or some hearts to get the job done. 1 heart, but not much else to write home about.
All the back doors
Barely any
just
back doors.
slightly open. Oh, just opened a little wider. Just a wee bit wider, mate. Just a wee bit wider. All right, a lot of sweat for the river. 17 outs. Here it comes. Bang! Ace of spades.
The Barry Greenstein gets the job done. Taiwan on Taiwan violence. We lose Zhen. GG walks away. 20th place finisher. About 9,000 USD. And then there were 19. 10 away from reaching the final table. We are playing down to the first place finisher today. It's going to be a fun, fun day of poker. Some clear contenders so far, Addy. Obviously, the chip leader. Just a commanding lead right now. That's what we call a final table stack. Certainly can choose to grind his way to the final table if he so desired. Of course, the poker gods sometimes have coolers in mind. Shimizu, on the other hand,
He's just
not the
cool
kind
as
to
it
just
is.
sit quietly.
Forget coolers. This man's
That's
just
right.
cool.
He'll be in the mix. He'll want to get into the final table with the lead. And let's not forget, came second at the very last iteration of this event at APT Incheon. He is certainly going to be eyeing first place. Lots of support for Eric Sai, including some GGs for his fellow countryman, Zhen, who just left. Addy, I have put in the feature request to YouTube chat to translate some of these languages for us. But until then, we'll have to lean on our chat itself to explain who they're supporting in English. Maybe if there's somebody who speaks both Mandarin and English. You can tell us some Eric Sai stories.
Ooh, yeah, I would love to hear him. Doing a little bit better on that ratio of the likes there, folks, but we could still do a little bit better. Come on now. So the YouTube algorithm has shifted. Have you noticed recently? It was quite a large shift. I'd say about a month ago. It now does prioritize what you continuously watch. If you watch something, it'll keep feeding you more specifically down that line. Basically, longer rabbit holes, deeper rabbit holes.
I see. That sounds dangerous.
Well,
And if I could make a cheesy transition. How about this for
please.
dangerous?
Please.
Wang does have the king high, but there's 3 hearts on the board. And he might get tempted to think he's being bullied. Nah, let's this one go. I just thought I saw this look in his eye. Every time this man Shimizu is betting, always a little bit sus. Look at that, the chip leader. Double the next biggest stack.
Literally in height
112
as well.
bigs.
You don't even need to count it. You can actually see it's physically taller in plaques than anyone else's.
Indeed. Can somebody in chat tell us, or at least give us your best guess as to what you think is that card protector on top of the chip leader stack on the right hand side of your screen? Is it a black cat, maybe?
A cat would be my first guess. Definitely looks like. But you know
Wong
what's...
Tai-yung.
Maybe it's like a crazy play that anytime he finds a player that like he's a little bit scared of, he takes the cat and just sort of throws it across the thing, and then they're just unlucky for the rest of it. It's a move. it's a thing. I'd love to see that. You know.
Deep level poker. Wong Tai-yung in chat pointing out how what a lot of people were saying in chat in Chinese meant hold. That's great to know. I'll look out for that. I suspect they were rooting for Qi Zhen at the time, but that did not work out in the favor of Eric Sai. The ace on the river, of course. Quentin in chat says it's a black chihuahua. That is not a black chihuahua, Quentin. Come on, mate. Can't dupe me like that. King, Queen, Jack, 2 spades. A spicy board, but not for the 6-5 off of men.
I can't imagine Wang's going to want to give another free card here.
I certainly can't imagine Min continuing this hand. 6-5 hits the muck. 19 players left still. It's come to that point of the tournament where perhaps our feature table will start looking out at the outer tables before making some decisions. Nobody too short on the feature table, of course, but I mentioned those pay jumps. The next one at the 17th rank, so 2 eliminations away. You don't want to make big moves without taking a look at the outer tables. If you see a lot of tiny stacks, you have to keep the paid ladder into account while making any big moves. Addy, do you worry about pay jumps at this stage, or are you just eyeing the final table, or maybe just the first place prize?
I'll tell you what I hate eyeing is when I'm the short stack. I'm looking around to see if anyone else is a short stack, and like 2 people are looking right back at me from the other tables. And then there's that awkward moment where like, no, you go. No, you go. No, you go.
It's like the Spider-Man meme.
Yeah. Shimizu, pocket 10s in the big blind. Here's some fun. Just asking for a count of his stack there. Gets a eyeballs it pretty well. He said 1.1 million. It was just 100k off.
Very impressive.
Shimizu putting his man to the test. Says if you want to play, it's going to be for the lot. And I think we're going to get a little posture and muck. One good. No good.
We have had a dealer change, by the way.
Solid update.
Another,
43 players left in the mystery bounty, FYI.
Oh, yeah. The mystery bounty, one of the most fun events by far. Once again, Addy, I will prompt you to explain how the mystery bounty works. It is certainly taken the live tournament world by
It's
fire.
a mystery, mate.
Just
Do I
adding the
need to
gamble.
say more than that?
Oh, no.
The mystery is
You
it's
got
a
me.
mystery. All right, no, I will give you a little bit of an elaborate. I will elaborate a little bit. So normally you'd have a progressive bounty or a bounty event or some sort of bounty structure whereby when you eliminate a player, you would get paid an amount. The mystery bounty it's not so simple. You get a mysterious envelope, and inside is a mysterious number, and that number could be very big or it could be very small. It's, unsurprisingly, a mystery. And there you have it. A mystery bounty with a very mysterious explanation.
I like the intonation there. It's like a tarot card reader. King Jack v King Jack. Who wants it more? Sue does have the initiative, opening under the gun. Taking advantage, perhaps, of the slightly short-handed table. I guess the other King Jack to fold.
Yeah, middle of the table, big stacks yet to act. No need to do anything silly. You're going to get a lot of defends, usually from the big blind as well. Pretty much sure he's going to be doing that right here as well.
Well, wait a minute. He opened King Jack off on the gun with the chip leader on the big blind. And
That's
the blinds
what I'm
have just gone up, by the way. 30k, 60k.
You'd
I
have
don't
to
know
take
about
that
that
fairly.
decision.
I mean, in terms of what his perceived range looks like, that would be fairly. You'd take it seriously. But here we go. We're going to see a flop nonetheless. Any blood?
There's so many little intricacies.
Little bit. All right, this is actually this is actually quite an interesting one. There are a lot of relevant cards in both their hands there.
Absolutely. 10 outs you see on the screen, but that doesn't tell the whole story.
Yeah,
King
each
Jack
of those
off has
outs.
position. I was going to say earlier, Addy, there's so many intricacies to the game sometimes. And I feel like when the blinds just go up, just raising 2x the blinds could throw off some opponents because they're still used to perceiving that as a bigger open.
I like
That's
that.
a little element of the game I like to take advantage of sometimes.
I like that. I'm going to use
Not going to work on the chip leader. Spicy turn. 3 of spades. Brings in the 1-card flush draw for both players. Could be enough incentive for them to stick around in this hand. Does Zhu want to semi-bluff at this? Broadway draw, a high enough spade to think that his flush draw might be good. Does have the overcards to most of the board. Brick River. Check mark for the chip leader.
Would have been difficult to bet that turn, to be honest, because you'd have to take a sizing that would, put your chip leader in a bit of a spot, and it's so scary to do that when it's the chip leader. What are you going to do?
The rich get richer. Blinds have gone up, but Lee once again starts hovering back around that 100 big blind mark. Commanding lead at this stage of the tournament. 19 left. Lions 30k, 60k. Quentin in chat asks what we are doing, Addy, when we remain quiet. I wish I had something interesting to say apart from the occasional sip of coffee and just staring at the poker. We do have our laptops, so we can look up all the good stuff for you guys. Once in a while, I'll go to the APT website, apt.poker. Check out what's happening on the outer tables. But usually, I get paid to watch poker. Not a bad life.
I'm so glad you answered that. I was going to say Flappy Bird.
Oh, no. Don't say that part out loud.
Inside voice, mate. Inside voice.
Inside voice, Addy. Flappy Bird's still a thing, by the way?
No, I don't know.
That's a reference I haven't heard in a while.
I just said a random game.
Justin in chat asking, any idea when the next stop will be announced? Nate, this is the question I've asked the powers that be. Without a response, we would love to announce the next stop as soon as possible. Just know that it'll be soon enough, within the next couple of months. Rather, I should say within the next 3 months, within the first couple of months of the new year. 2023, of course, an incredible year for the APT. 2024, we'll be seeing new heights. I would love for the APT to come even closer to India, perhaps in India. That'd be a dream come true, of course, for both you and I, Adi, I'm sure. But in the meanwhile, we'll settle for lots of stops in Vietnam, Taiwan. Would love to see Philippines get back into the mix. Manila was on the cards in 2022. I think my favorite stop, by the way, was Phu Quoc. Not necessarily
beautiful.
for the event itself, but
Just,
what a great place.
Gorgeous, gorgeous place.
Bruce in chat asking, hosts, don't you think the dealer is cute? Of course we do, Bruce. Of course we do. But more importantly, super talented as a dealer. Very common face at every APT's, not only at every APT stop, but also the feature and final tables, which takes a whole different level of training, by the way. You'll notice the headset, the timing of when to deal, of course, dealing with RFID issues, etc., etc. Shout out to the mad dealer skills on display.
Have you ever tried, mate, that job? Have you ever tried yourself?
No, and well, I've not tried in the sense I tried like 1% of it and just saw how bad I was at it, and that's why I respect it even more. What about you?
No, I was asking because I was going to say the same thing. Sure, at the home game once in a while, but there it's usually a case of someone else do it.
A shout out, by the way, to Greg. Greg goes all in. Common character in the booth and out there on the floor at many APT stops. He loves dealing. He knows all the terms, the name of the cuts, the shuffles. It goes box cut, shuffle, riffle, wash, box cut, and then deal. I don't know. I've obviously butchered it. And
you were actually
he has that
close.
memorized down pat.
You're actually pretty close with them. A lot of them come from. A lot of them are magicians' terms as well in some of those cuts in terms of the mechanics of them, and that's something that you've got to be careful about boasting in the home game, because people don't like to hear that you're into the old magic when that stuff goes down.
You don't want to be worm from rounders. Don't bottom deal.
Ace from space. It's pronounced sleeve. Oh, okay.
This hand looks like it's going to go 3-way to the flop. Ace-7 of clubs. Easy defense in the big blind.
It's a little bit of a... that is an open from Shimizu. That's a wee bit naughty. I like it.
Spicy board here. King 6 deuce, 2 clubs, top pair with the king of clubs for Eric Sai. Wang has managed to flop the nut flush draw.
And the poker gods have perhaps heard my prayers for blood. I like where this is going.
And what do you know, Shimizu? 9-3. Comes out firing into 2 players. Does have just the backdoor hard draw. Barely worth mentioning at this stage. These 2 players have monster hands.
I don't mind just going kaboom here, to be honest.
You have to be worried about Shimizu betting into 2 players. If he has a strong king, he has the stack to be able to afford calling off against a kaboom.
Kaboom! Blood. Keep it simple.
Don't forget, Addy, this is a super high roller.
But super kaboom.
High roller decisions.
Super kaboom.
Ooh, there it is.
Okay.
Action turn. Wang gets the check mark, of course, with the nut flush, but The reason this could get spicy is that Eric Sai has that king of clubs. So now he has top pair with the second best flush draw, drawing dead.
Another 9 for blood. Another 9 for blood. All right. How does this play out? Oh, it just goes check, check, check here. Or
Certainly very likely. Shimizu got called in 2 spots on the flop. Hits the pair as well. Incentivizes him to check behind. So one street has gone check, check, but surely chips have to fly into the middle.
again, a lot of these top pairs we've been seeing are being put into really, really tough places to get value. They're always out of position. Their kicker's always a little bit weak. So difficult to make a bet that gets just called where you're good and that doesn't get checked, that doesn't get raised rather, where you're really don't know where you're at. Tough, tough, tough. 230K is the bet. And now, oh, such a hard life. I've only got the nuts. I have to think so very hard. You know, here's where I like to... I would love to just chuck a little extra time back in before you put all those white plaques in there, just for the Shimizu. You know, just for the sake of selling it. If you've got an abundance of time bank chips, I'm always in favor of using 1 or 2 for something else that instead of time, you know? Just really, like, think it through, just, you know.
I know what you mean, and what I would have loved to see, along with that sort of meta game strategy, is for him to bump up the raise size. What you need to do in a spot like this, when it's going to look insanely strong for you to be raising on the river, is to polarize. And really, the hand you're going to polarize with the most often is the ace of clubs. I mean, giving 370k a 5-to-1 pot odds to make the call, it actually looks way stronger. Which is to say, it looks less likely that you're bluffing.
And given the exact hand that Sai has here as well, 10 is not irrelevant itself.
True, he blocks the straight that just came in on the river with the queen. Multi-way raising on the river is just going to look so strong. You really need to think through what you're representing. But let's look at Wang's stack as well. He just has 10 bigs behind. And it's tougher for him to sell an all-in bluff. Eric Sai, of course, an extremely accomplished poker player. That might be the reason he's even taking time to think about this or consider calling. When you're capable of making moves like this, you tend to think others might be making moves. And there we go. He does make the call. Very interesting. And what do you know? Wang actually makes the perfectly sized raise on the river. Incredible.
When you know your customer, well played.
Well played indeed. The chat will be disappointed with that one. Eric's going to be disappointed at the hit his stack just took with that hand. By the way, the king of clubs there could have been a key card in his decision making. Blocks one of the key clubs that his opponent could have had, representing the flush.
Yeah, as Justin says, the hand was blocking all the nutted hands. Which is why Vidar actually, you're right. If he went kaboom, it could have been. It would have been very, very tough. It would have been very, very tough.
Eric
Ivan
needs
Lee
to keep his
still
composure.
Sorry there, mate. Has not yet given up the chip lead once since this day has started, has Ivan Lee. Top stuff.
Yeah, really waiting for his spots and not really interested in being the table captain if it comes at the cost of a high variance strategy. Instead, really picking his spots.
Ooh.
Saw him make some lose 3 bets.
I smell
Very
blood.
impressive.
I smell blood.
That is a spicy one. Flush draw for Min, the 9 high, heart draw. And of course, the open ender for the king 10 of the chip leader. Easy spot to continuation bet, and Min simply cannot go anywhere. Call or raise are the 2 options, and I doubt a raise is coming against the chip leader. Just want to realize your equity in a spot like this. Exactly what he does.
With the mid to smaller flush draws, usually the better option. When you got the big ones, sometimes it's okay to kaboom.
How about the nuts?
Oh!
And the chip lead.
Did not see that.
Sometimes poker is just easy mode.
Sometimes? Oh, I thought you were going to say the other thing. I thought you were going to say hard. I preemptively reacted to your statement there. I was like, I've seen a very different poker to the word easy than you. I don't know.
I'm unpredictable like that, Addy. Just like I am on the poker table.
Oh, I like it. I like it.
Well, pretty easy to bet with the nuts in position. Exactly what Lee does. Sizes up a little bit. Tough spot for Min, the 350k. It's not exactly the right odds to draw to a flush draw, a naked flush draw as they call it.
Yeah, great
with
sizing
just one
there
card to come.
by Ivan, because that forces any calls to play their hands almost face up.
What's interesting is that it looks like Ivan is trying to buy the pot by representing the ace. So for instance, if Min had a hand like a queen, perhaps a pair and a straight draw with those Broadway cards, could have been an interesting spot for him to try and continue. In a spot like this, he really should find the fold. 350k into 890. It's just not enough odds to chase a flush. And let's not forget you're out of position, so you don't have implied odds. Can't get paid when the flush hits because you're first to act. Finds the fold. Good discipline.
Well done. Takes a page out of Vidur's playbook of strategy. And it turns out that's the right move. Well done. Both of you. You're a sit-and-go man, I believe. Aren't you, Vidur?
I do like the sit-and-goes.
You
the
do
heads
like
up
the
sit-and-goes.
sit-and-goes.
I just like making more decisions per minute. You know what I mean? Just be involved in every hand. Never too wrong to continue pre-flop. When you don't have discipline, you find games that don't require as much discipline.
Well, as long as you have a logic, which you seem to do, then you're fine.
But can I just say, I highly recommend MTT players to play heads-up sit-and-goes. I'm saying this without bias. Well, for one thing, to win an MTT, usually you have to win a heads-up sit-and-go. So it's good practice when the stakes will be at the highest for what you're trying to achieve. And secondly, it just forces you to play a lot of hands, get into tricky spots, and it forces you to play a lot more out of position, which is something that, you know, sometimes playing good poker strategy means playing as much in position as possible. And so it does get you used to that sort of discomfort of being out of position with tricky hands as well. So I cannot recommend it enough. You don't need to do it exclusively, like I sometimes do when I'm playing online, but certainly recommend trying it out.
And as Vidur subtly tries to lure people in from chat into his sit-and-go games, we will go back to the action there. I know what you're doing, Vidur. I know what you're doing. Don't think I didn't catch on to that. You're just looking for more
hustling
customers. Always busy. I like it. I respect it.
By the way, Tommy in chat says every hand is a spicy one. I think it's referring to our vernacular, but could be because we're Indian. I'm just saying. Ivan Lee, by the way, again, above the 100 big blind mark. I mean, this guy's chip lead is just consistently twice of the next biggest stack.
It
That's
can
a
be
whole
so
different level of
daunting
comfort.
as well, mate. It can be so daunting when you have a player like that. A, they're not bleeding any chips. They're not, they're not being generous. No philanthropy going on there, and they're just growing, just building, not making mistakes. Just you just do feel sometimes powerless against it. Some people even react to it. I doubt that'll happen in a super high roller. These guys are all, they all put up $5,000, so they do it knowingly.
Yeah, we have to take a moment to shout out the laurels and the credentials of Ivan Lee, On Chong Lee. Over 1.5 million in total live earnings. About 12th to 13th on the Hong Kong all-time money list, and that's a good money list to be a part of as well. The Hong Kong poker scene, extremely accomplished. One of the old school Asian poker scenes. Running decently hot this year. No first place finishes, but many second place finishes. Has done very well at the APT, including in Incheon. Had some final tables, but certainly this is his moment to grab that $162,000 in the first place prize. That would far exceed any of his accomplishments in poker this year.
Okay, we got a raise here from Shimizu. Looks like he didn't want to give the chip leader an opportunity to perhaps squeeze there, which he might have done with that hand. You saw what was folded there? This is some psychic stuff there from Shimizu. Shimizu just set mines there, which he's, more than in his rights to do with 40 bigs there. Would be quite happy to do it. But it just leaves the door open for a hand. Ooh, well, he can see the future, my friends. He knows something. He's zoned in.
Yeah, that's pretty wild. And Shimizu just fearless, putting people to the test.
Ooh.
And Min,
there we go.
Speaking of fearless,
there we go.
Fighting back. This is incredible. A 4-bet all-in from the button.
And he has asked for a count.
This is just posturing. Shimizu simply cannot call with the deuces. His aggression has been met with even more aggression. Open from the button. 3-bet from the small blind with the tiniest of pocket pairs. And Min takes a look at Shimizu. Says, how about all of it? Here you go, sir. 2.4 million. 4-bet all in. Shimizu Hollywooding. Really don't see a call happening. Can do so for a little bit. Will be asked for a time bank.
This is where I just want him to just call just so I can go, haha, Vidar. Ha 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 ha. And then blood.
Yeah, well, I've learned not to make predictions too often here at the Asian Poker Tour, especially in Vietnam events, man. There are some unorthodox plays, some wild maniacs out there. But Shimizu, extremely accomplished poker player. I think he knows deuces are just too wide to call here. He really needs to think that he has no edge on this table to take a spot as thin as this. And I have a feeling, Addy, Shimizu thinks he has an edge.
Yeah, sometimes when you feel that you got a pair, you got a pair. And that looks like the motion. Oh, he really wants to. He really wants to put.
You've tossed in one time bank. I get it for the posturing. You want to preserve your image, but no point wasting another one. There we go. Let's get it done. And good on Min. Taking a hand that was essentially a flip in equity. 4-bet jamming it. Picking up some valuable chips. And also sending a message. He will not bow down to ICM pressure when he's raising from the button. He will fight back to 3 bets. Tommy in chat says, imagine deuces bump into bigger pairs. Yeah, that's precisely the reason. You cannot call off deuces there. You're flipping at best and dominated so often. Rags for Eric under the gun. So, Addy, what do you think is the worst looking hand in poker?
In poker,
Pre-flop.
what's the... Oh, boy.
It's not deuce 7 because
No, that hand's
know,
great.
there's, yeah, exactly. There's so much value to having 7
There's
deuce
side
in
games
various
with
spots.
7 deuce, so side, and that gives it a lot of love. I would say, is it too degenerate to say that I don't have an answer for that? I just want to play everything.
Oh my word! ATC, any 2-card poker.
Hey,
Love
it's
it.
what you make of it, man. Can't always wait for hands that you like to see.
You're like the manifestation of that classic poker T-shirt, which has 7 deuce on it, and then it says, "I don't even fold laundry."
I have that T-shirt.
Of course you do.
I named my son Ace, mate. Come on. I've done
Oh,
all the
that's right.
I've done
Congratulations,
all
by
the
the way.
cheesy things that you can do.
Let's get your poker bona fides out there into the world to the 722 people watching. Adi
Yes,
Wadwani,
my desperate compensation for lack of skill is I name my son Ace so that you guys cannot doubt me ever. Ever.
your newborn, mind you.
Newborn, 6 weeks old.
Congratulations are in
Thank you
order.
very much.
There we go, Chad. If you ever doubt Addy's commitment to the game, the heart and commitment, as Tony G used to say, just ask him what he named his son. Top pair for Zoo. Wow. Lee has bottom pair. Is going to continue, but a good opportunity for Zoo to just go for a lot of value. Fortunately, the 9 of clubs is just so connected
That sort of kills.
to the board. Would slow down the action. Lee just finds a way to not lose too many chips, it seems.
Someone's very rightfully pointed out that 7 deuce off hit 2 pair on this flop.
There you go.
Referencing our earlier discussion.
Another check from Ivan, the chip leader, but surely with top pair in position, blind versus blind, Zoo has to go for value. There we go, he cuts out a bet. The greens once again, worth 25k apiece, and Lee just calmly lets it go. I think we have a contender here, Addy, for the final table at least. I mean, Lee is just rock solid.
Rock solid is really, really well put.
The next 2 stacks are below the 50 big blind mark on this feature table at least. Perhaps some bigger stacks out there in the outer tables, but the 100 big blinds is going to be the chip leading stack for the tournament, which is 18 players left. All eyes on getting down to the final 9, the final table, which would guarantee, I believe the number is 400 million VND, good for about 16,000 USD. First place, what it's all about, 162,000 USD. The old $155,000 profit. Not a bad day at the office.
Shimizu picks up a dominating hand. Alright, just 2 of them to this. So far, if anything's to go by, we're going to see a jack on the flop. It's every time we've seen a dominated hand, the pair has come.
That is true.
It's true. 2 out of 2 so far. Oh my god, 3 out of 3. Let's
and
go.
a completely rainbow dry board as well. Jack 8
We
deuce.
make our own drama.
Wang seems to know where he's at. Doesn't seem happy. I suspect he's actually trying to give off a reverse stell here. Pretend he's unhappy with the board, and wow. Shimizu checks behind for deception. Just figured that the board being so dry and him having the jack meant that he was unlikely to get action. Some pot control being implied as well, and a beautiful 6 of clubs, just keeping the board texture completely preserved. Shimizu is not beyond raising here. One backdoor draw just came in. Some backdoor straight draws as well. Goes for the call for now.
Yeah, I think
700,000 in the middle.
I think the visible disgust on his opponent's face, you can almost take that for exactly what you said it was. A little bit of reverse telling there, and that is perhaps worried him a bit. But this 8 is actually not so much of a worry now for an under-the-gun range that shouldn't have very many of them. So I would like to see him go like fairly big here. He doesn't. He goes for the milky size and gets
Yeah, Wang
paid.
just checked with the intention of check calling and did not get punished by the sizing of Shimizu. He probably lost less than if he would have block bet himself. Shimizu happy to just win. Not worry too much about lost value when he's stacking up those chips. So no blood, no fire, as Ilu Lee just said in chat.
But they are all having fun. At least Shimizu's having fun, and if you're not having fun, you're doing it wrong.
I'm having...
He just left us on the edge of our seats there, chat. I don't know if that was the same for you as it was for me, but I just heard, I'm having, and then suspense. Pure suspense. Video single, everyone. Gotta love it. Knows how to keep us on the edge of our seats at all times. Now the question is, what is he having? Shimizu looking to place back-to-back hands here. If you believe in some of the old school tells, you'll know that someone who puts in a bet when they're still stacking up their last stack, it's usually a good thing. It's usually a scary thing. They've usually got a good hand. Ivan Lee now the chip leader. A7 of hearts.
My apologies, Addy. I seem to have gotten disconnected for no reason.
All good, all good. You left us on an entertaining note because it cut in after you said a word, not in the middle of the word, so it sounded like you stopped, not got cut, and then I said some stuff to make fun of you. You don't have to go back and watch it, but it's all good. You're fine, you're fine. We have got action since you were away, though.
Certainly seems like it.
He's got a squeezy stack size there, Eric Tsai.
Seems to have heard you. Finds the squeeze play. From the small blind with the suited ace. Not easy to do. Eric, being accomplished as he is, goes effectively all in, saves that one big blind behind. Great timing. The chip leader opening late position is going to be a little bit weak. And Shimizu has clearly shown himself to be... Or rather, I should say Shimizu opened. And the chip leader called late position, of course. Their ranges are going to be a lot weaker.
And wouldn't you know it, the best hand actually won. Although I'm a little disappointed that did have potential for blood. It's okay. We'll get our fix, folks. We'll get our fix. I promise you that.
Yeah, you want Game of Thrones happening over here, huh, Addy? Just
You know
calls
it.
for blood all the time.
Well, the season 5 and 6 were meh, so I mean, I need my pints.
Chat loving the squeeze. 666, they say. Really nice hand. Indeed, it was. This is the kind of play you see at super high roller feature tables. Making it look easy. Takes a lot of gumption to put your
like this
tournament life on
from-
the line.
I like this from Quinton. Quinton, you know my answer though, but we'll ask Vither. Hosts, you're either sharks or vampires. Pick one. I know mine.
Well, I struggle to call myself a shark, but I'm certainly more shark than vampire. I get it. Which one likes blood more?
Yes.
Addy?
You're welcome to my game anytime.
There we go. Count Dracula's in the house. What do sharks sound like? I was trying to do a shark impression to match your vampire impression.
You usually don't get to hang around long enough to find out, mate, to be honest.
That's right.
Of course we read the chat. It's our favorite thing to do. Think I want to talk to Vither for this whole time? No offense, but...
Yeah, there's
just one guy.
745
exactly.
replacements for me in the chat.
Never a replacement, mate. Never a replacement. There's only one you.
I'd love to hear, by the way, where everybody in chat is from. We do see a lot of Taiwanese support.
There's someone from
And
Canada
we
I
do see
recognize.
Canadian support.
Yeah. Shout out to Greg.
What up, Greg? How you doing? Keep us posted with your life. Of course, you can follow Greg on his YouTube channel. Greg Goes All In.
Did I
This
tell
man
you?
gets funnier by the day.
Did I tell you the show that he's doing? What it is? What the name of the show is?
Elf, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's just I would just love to see that.
Oh, Greg is a great elf. Once again, I will guide all 700 or so of you to Greg's YouTube channel. Just click on his name in the chat.
Man,
Fantastic content.
Chat, you're genuinely making me laugh right now. It sounds like shark. Oh, that's a classic. That's a classic Ben's Garage. Let's go.
Gutshot versus Gutshot here, by the way. Blind versus blind. Min has the dummy end, as they say. Drawing to the bottom end of the straight with the 8. Shimizu would hit the top end with the same 8. Does have the best hand as well with the ace-10 off. Suspect will not go anywhere for that one big blind bet. Raising chips are being grabbed. The blues 5k, the greens 25k. That should be over 220,000. Putting the pressure, using position, and of course, wielding his stack. These guys have gone at it, thinking back to that ace-10 versus deuces spot where Min found the 4-bet jam. This time around, he's been caught.
Well played, Shimizu.
Greg, by the way, in chat, coming off hot. I just found his video series where he won on GG Poker. He's now more player than presenter, officially. He's been performing well at the APTs and those TikTok events I was telling you about, Addy.
Yes, sir. But Greg, don't let it go to your head. Never stop playing 7 deuce, bro. Once you do, your soul starts to just slowly. With every time you fold 7 deuce, a poker player dies. No, sorry, one of your subscribers. That's that's what it is.
Frisky. Jew. King 7 suited under the gun. Addy, I've told you to look out for this. That big blind ante
Indeed.
makes people act a bit wild in early positions.
I love the genuine reaction from Shimizu there with the suited connector. Just like, no, gets out the way. No matter how many times, no matter how long we play, no matter how good we pretend we are or we actually are, those little things that happen in poker, whether we show it or not, we feel them 100%, 10 out of 10 times inside. It's always shocking. It's always shocking when you get something weird happens. It's always amazing when you pick up aces. Whether you show it or not is the question, but inside we're all the same.
Indeed.
And you know what? You know why? Because inside, what are we all made of, Vidar? What are we all made of?
Water?
Oh, that's actually the right answer, but close. The less annoying answer, that would be, angling towards what I'm usually looking for. You can do it.
Stardust?
I'm gonna cry. Blood, mate, blood. my next option was to start refereeing Shakespeare, and I think that would be getting a little too deep, so no.
Okay, Addy. You read. I get it. Don't
Read.
make us feel dumb.
No, I read or bleed?
Oh, bleed. That too. We did have a question in chat, which is interesting, by the way. What is the average stacks for now? The average stacks hovering around the 20 to 25 big blind mark, depending on the blinds. But I do want to point out something interesting, is that at the APT signature events, such as the Super High Roller, we do tend to reset blinds when we reach the final table. If we get too short, let's see where we end up. I'll find out more information on the break. For instance, in the main event, we tend to have a reset to 30 big blinds at the final table. It's a cool way to ensure that when the stakes are the highest, it doesn't become too much luck-based. Variance doesn't become too high. I think it's in the interest of all the players to make it to the final table.
Yeah, I like that, because can you imagine, like, let's say back in the day when for the World Series main event, when we still used to do November 9. Imagine making the November 9 with like 5 bigs, and then just waiting 3 months to play that. That might
play one hand.
To play with like one hand, that would be crazy. But yeah, a lot of nice little like changes. That like big blind ante is another great change to the game. Shot clocks, great addition to the game. Definitely like how it's all coming along. Even though I'm a self-declared, fan of the old OG days.
Middle pair versus middle pair, by the way. Shimizu in the mix, in position. And check on the flop. People a little bit snug unless they have topper range on most boards. They want to decrease 1 street in terms of value. How about decreasing 2 streets thanks to the jack coming in? And the 4 actually gives the check mark to Shimizu, the 9 kicker in play. There is certainly value to be had by Shimizu. And Zoo might feel the same way. Actually, no, he checks. And it goes check.
Interesting. Huh? Fair enough.
Surprising, though. I think when your opponent checks 2 streets and you're in position, third pair can actually go for value, but that might just be the heads-up sit-and-go player in me talking.
And this is that's another example of one of those spots that inside we all feel the same about. When you just get beat by kicker, show nothing on the outside, but inside, so close, so annoying.
About 7 minutes till the next break, I believe, Addy.
Yes, sir.
Good chance for the players to reset. The game is certainly shifting towards that final table bubble pressure. 17 players remaining. Nobody really too out of line on our table or needing that composure that the break might provide you, but certainly a good chance to make the best decisions possible. How about this? A 3-bet by Shimizu. Certainly the most active player on the table with Queen 9 suited. And Zhu with 23 bigs wakes up with pocket jacks. Doesn't go for it all. Looks even stronger, perhaps.
Yeah, I was just going to say. Looks even stronger. Is exactly what it does.
Maybe you want it. That's your night.
They're having fun.
Shimizu wastes a time bank here. Oh my god. Those things are valuable, Shimizu.
He's entertaining.
More time means
he's entertaining me,
better
mate.
decisions.
Don't you criticize the time banking. I like it. What if he calls and I see blood? Then what?
Are you willing to put some action on him calling? Because I'm open to unlimited odds.
Ooh. Can I use a
No,
time
you're
bank?
right. This is entertaining. He's just toying with his, well, I was going to say his food, but he's not calling, so there we go. Shimizu acting like this is not being streamed, and his opponents can't go and look up what he actually had.
I'll be honest though, like, I would reckon Shimizu would, consider the fact that his opponents can be doing that with some pairs that he could be flipping against, and he might be the guy who sometimes wants to take that spot if it's not too pricey on the stack. You never know. You never know. He used a time bank for a reason, right? Like he's used a time bank for a reason.
I think Greg goes all in chat. Gave the reason. Greg says TV time important, la.
Ah.
Indeed it is.
Ah, actually true. Trust the pros. 17
Some questions
left.
about.
Sorry?
Yeah,
go
indeed
ahead.
there aren't. Some questions about the payouts in chat. 17th place, by the way, has locked up 237 million VND. We do have a pay jump. 15th place now will be about an extra 25 million VND. That's about $1,000. And the $1,000 pay jumps continue all the way to about 9th place, which is good for 400 million VND. That's about $16,000. Going all the way up to first place, 4 billion with a B VND. That's $162,000.
So I'm allowing myself also just once during this whole series to do the Dr. Evil thing, because I'm sure people have done it to death over here, and everyone's probably actually gets really... I'm sure people are like, listen, we know, we get it. It's billions. We get it. But I'm going to allow myself one. And so I'm going to pick a good moment.
No. Now that you've excited us, you have to go now.
No, that's not how it works. It's not how it works. We got to build up to it. Found an opportune moment and strike when the vibe is right.
Hey, Addy, how much is the guarantee for the main event here at the Hanoi Billions?
I'm being baited, Chad. I'm being baited. Speaking of bait, is there a chance Trips can get... Ooh, 7 of hearts. That's the blood. That's the blood card. That's I've understood what I want to see.
Full house. Haven't seen one for a while. Unlikely to get paid, but he is trapping. Opponent just has enough of a hand to maybe want to check behind. Ace high. Got shot to the Broadway. Board is a bit wet. Unlikely to get folds from any hands that he isn't beating already.
And a complete
Brick river.
brick. And now, yeah, sucks. I think only small gets paid. Actually, it's just gonna check, 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 right, the whole way through. That's there are ways to get value here, but it really depends on your opponent's tendencies and your awareness of the same.
And with that, by the way, we have hit the break. So you can see players will be clearing out. 17 left, just these two on the table now. A few big blinds tossed into the middle. Zoo being asked the question of whether ace high is good enough. Certainly could see him paying this off, considering how the hand has proceeded. Checked all the way to the river. Zoo could foresee this as a stab.
Well,
Guess this one go makes the right decision. So what an interesting spot we have developing here. We're about 8 away from the final table as we see the feature table that we have, 95 big blinds to the chip leader. He's been rock solid, as we called it, Addy. Shimizu, though, perhaps the most entertaining player on the table with 50 bigs. And with that, we'll take a short break. Do not go anywhere. We will be joining you and playing all the way to very likely the final table being formed in the very next session, the next 2-hour frame, as we called it. But don't forget, we're playing all the way down to a winner today for 4 billion Vietnamese dong. That is $162,000. To all of you in chat, make sure you hit like, make sure you hit subscribe, and of course, see us in about 15 minutes.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Players and players, lines are up. Round number 5, 500, 1,000, 1,000 entries. Level 5, single day Heroes event. 500, 1K, 1K.
Oh, Miss Baru.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome back to the coverage of the Super High Roller. It's the final day here at Hanoi Billions. Record-breaking event already. And in terms of a high roller for this country, also a record-breaking event for this buy-in range. So good news all around. My name's Aditya Vadvani. Vidur Singhal is with me on the other end. We're bringing you all the action right here from Hanoi. And it's been a fun one so far. We started with 30 people left in this Super High Roller today. We are down to 19 or 18, getting down to the serious end, not far away from that final table. They're playing for a whopping prize up top, 3.9 billion Vietnamese dong. It's about $162,000 all to play for. And all those spots just before that, they're worth a pretty penny as well. Beautiful weather out here as well. You can see the streets of Hanoi looking good and fun. And here's what it's going to look like for the next couple of days as well. Got the Natural 8 India event, which I'm looking forward to tomorrow. That's going to bring some people from the subcontinent over to feature their skills. And we've got the Natural 8 Hong Kong, Thailand. We've got the Poker Influencer Challenge. So many fun things coming your way on this wonderful series. How's it going, Vidur?
Going very well. Good to see the shots of not just the poker floor right now, of course. Nice little feature table we have going on there, but also the streets of Hanoi, a city I love. Been there thanks to the APT a few times. Obviously, feeling that FOMO not being there this time around, but I think you'll have a great time. Some great food on the streets of Hanoi, and of course, very picturesque as we saw.
I just treated myself to a chicken porridge, which would be the first for me during the break. So great food. That's a +1 in my column for sure. Welcome back, chat, as well. If you're there in chat, there is some sort of question. It's Q&A time. Check it out. Engage, involve.
Yeah, and don't forget the guest winner contest, by the way. The guest the winner form will be active right up till the final table. Maybe about an hour until the final table gets going.
And we've had a bit of a shuffle up on this feature table as well. Talk us through our new faces here today.
Indeed, we have, as usual, always happy to see lots of nationalities in the mix. Now with just 17 players left, it's almost like we've switched to the other half of the tournament, having shuffled up this final table. Some faces we saw early on in the day, by the way. Martin Garrett's still around with about 1 million chips. No monster stack here, like we had with Ivan Lee on the previous table. 3.4 million. Chung Ha Win is the Vietnamese local, chip leading. Jack 9 off is his hand at the moment. 93 bigs his stack is good for. Oh, excuse me, it actually says 5.6 million, so seems to have been a bit of a jump up between the last update and by the time he got around to the feature table. So there we have it. We do have a bit of a monster stack. Bunak is the only player from Thailand that came into day 2, I believe, or at least the one who's been around for a while. So should see some Thai support there. Do have the 2 players from China. And Vincent Huang actually represents New Zealand. Ace-10 of hearts on the button. Going up against the King-10 of Martin Garrett's. There's the ace, but the gut shot for Martin. He's been a cool customer from when we saw him from the very first feature table. Takes his time, seems to know what to do at various stack depths. Currently nursing a 15 big blind stack with that loose under the gun open, but don't forget we are 6-handed right now on this table, I believe. One more elimination will make us reset the tables. Very easy call here for Vincent. Does he want to bump it up?
This would be a little bit scary to do so, given the position our man's opened from. Club is live.
Spicy, as we've been calling it. Lots of additional outs now. 12 of them. Checks behind. Decides to realize his equity with the king high. Could be good once in a while as well, the king high itself. With the tiny continuation bet. Could have been facing something like a gut shot. Action was in Vincent's court, but he decides to check behind for pot control. 9 is an interesting card. Very unlikely for Martin to still have the best hand. He could decide to take a stab at it. He's out of position, of course, having opened under the gun. What he does not want is for him to check and lose to a hand such as King Jack in particular. Even a weak pair such as a 5 that might have folded could be possible on the button. Maybe lower pocket pairs as well. Decides to essentially give up. Was check, check. Bit of a muted hand, considering the board, but as we get closer to the final table, with these stack depths, understandable for players to be a bit cautious. As you were saying, Addy, that under the gun position is what got Martin a lot of respect there, but don't forget, he had to show down his king 10 off. The other players on the table surely taking note.
A nice place to be if you are our chip leader on this table, because no one else really poses much of a threat there. I'd like to see him exploit that as much as possible, because the jumps, oh, they go up. They go up from here. What's our next payout, sir?
And by the way, with that, I will answer your payout question. I just realized that the table has filled up. We have a player from France that we hadn't seen before. Anthony Cicero just took the seat in seat 2. And a familiar face, Zhu Jingzhuan from China, coming in with a hefty stack, 3.4 million on seat 7. As for payouts, not much progress in the last half hour or so. 17th and 16th place, that is next, are worth the same, 237,000. That's almost even 10,000 USD. 237 million VND rather, my apologies. That's about even 10,000 USD. So we are reaching that 5-figure mark in USD. That is going to stay consistent until we reach the final table. 9th place is going to be good for 16,000 USD. So the pay jump's not so serious money, but relative to the size of the buy-in. Now is the time, perhaps, to start wheeling and dealing, to try and put yourself in the best position to reach the final table with a mountain of chips. Big chip stacks are worth just so much more because of the pressure you can apply to the short and middling stacks, especially on final tables. Very important for these players to realize that.
Yeah, and with the blinds up to now 80k, even more relevant, every level, even more pressure. Boy, keeping up with that clock sometimes. Just can't sit back. You have to play, I think it's called poker at some point.
Can't just play your cards, gotta play poker. Justin in chat asking that the fact that the table filled up would imply that we're down to 16. Justin, I had the same thought. Could be that the graphic on the top left is not updated yet. Very likely we are down to 16 players. 2 tables of 8 each. Could be that we lost someone right after we came back from the break. We'll find out shortly. You can check online as well. apt.poker tends to be updated, but we'd rather you stick around with us now that we're down to just 2 tables. You don't want to be spoiled on anything. We're on a 30-minute delay to protect the integrity of the game, but certainly if you're supporting someone out there on the field or you just love the game, follow along with us. There's a new player, Anthony Cierco, rather. My apologies, I believe I said Cicero earlier. That wouldn't be a very French name. We'll go with Anthony, since I'm sure I'm butchering his last name. Song has the ultimate rags. Six deuce Addy, surely a contender for the least aesthetically pleasing hand.
Oh, that question. It qualifies, but it doesn't change my answer from before.
Chung, A7 of spades, a mountain of chips. Certainly cannot consider folding. Call or raise is the question. Goes with a call for now. A visible sigh from the player from Thailand, Punak. Would have loved to find a decent hand to jam it in as a squeeze.
Well, that's easy.
What a beautiful sight. Open under the gun +2. A marginal holding on an 8-handed table.
Just a casual 99% plus.
Easy mode activated. Goes tricky and it works against the chip leader on the table. Does not continuation bet. Chooses to check. And Chung takes the spot. Has two black cards facing the all hearts monochrome board. Does have a gut shot straight draw. And ace high. I like the bet. In position, would fold out some better hands. Those two overcards with the better aces that would have missed. Would fold out a decent amount of equity. In this case, he's facing rather an absolute lock check mark.
No, 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 no. That might be the worst, one of the worst cards in the deck right there.
100% the worst card in the deck. The offsuit 5. Anthony checks and flow now. Here comes the value bet, not realizing.
And then we get to get a good look at Anthony's greedy face and see what that's like.
How's that for Bloody Addy?
That's what I like to see, Vidor. That's exactly what I came here for.
Of clubs on the turn. The poker gods delivering finally to your request. Chung is going to be facing some damage here.
And
Anthony
there
could
is the
consider
fake
getting it
double
in.
check. I like the fake double check of my cards. Do I have a heart? Oh, such a hard decision. What a nice place to be if you're this man.
Some Vietnamese locals in chat.
This is quite
calling
subtle.
him
His body. Yeah, he's doing my move there. He's done my move. He's used the time bank for deception. I love it.
time back.
I love it. I've been waiting to see someone do that. And you know what?
I like this.
Yeah, he's not like this is not like an obvious Hollywood. He's actually selling it very convincingly here. If you're a fan of body language, he knows exactly what he's communicating. That was a bit much there with the hesitation, but I like it nonetheless. Gets the call in.
Yeah. You know, maybe it's easy for us looking at it through the camera, knowing his cards, of course, but as you said, it was a bit much. But he makes that reluctant call, reluctant in quotes, of course. Would love to see a brick on the river, at least no heart, to try and get paid. There's a 4. Fairly brickish.
Yeah, shouldn't change much.
Frankly, there's just no way he doesn't get the double up. Having a straight is just too strong. Can Chung find an incredible check? Unless his opponent flopped a flush, the 7 is just going to be the best hand. He wants to go for value. He could be facing a hand such as 2 overs with a heart draw.
Yeah, even something as strong as ace-4, which would be loving you to pay. Ace-4 with the ace of hearts, but easy.
Yeah, he goes for it.
Click,
Anthony.
bang, blood.
Full double up. Plus 1.8 million to his stack. An incredible result at this stage. He's going to be buzzing with excitement. Not that it's showing, though, through the mask. Both players, actually, masked up in that hand. Chung takes a hit, but still has 50 bigs.
Chat says some real shorties on this table. Yes, that's good for us, for the viewers. And here we go, under the gun. Martin Garrix from Holland, from the Netherlands. Ace-8 of diamonds is good enough for his remaining 830k, just over 10 bigs. Any takers? Cutoff says no thank you. Button says no thank you. 2 more.
So the counter is official, 16 remaining, 2 tables. It's a very tense time in a multi-table tournament because we of course have this beautiful feature table, but that remaining outer table is right next to the floor, right next to the feature table on the floor, I should say. And it's again one of those situations where if you're one of the shorties, sort of stand up, take a look at the outer table, take a look at all the other stacks, and only then can you make the right decision. You do actually have to feature and factor in other players' chip stacks on the outer tables to make the correct decision. If you want to care about the pay jumps, the pay ladders, ICM, some people are just like, ICM be damned, I'm here to win.
I used to be like that, and then I ended up losing a lot of money with that attitude, to be honest. So it is good. It's a lot harder to do it in real life, to keep an eye on the outer tables.
Chang just took a hit to his stack. Ace-9 suited. Now, by the way, I was being told in the chat that he is a reg, and he goes by the nickname Hasagi, but I might be pronouncing that wrong. So if somebody in chat can help me pronounce that correctly.
You have to show right now because someone else
Certainly is one of the local poker heroes.
Yeah, you have to shoot it. Shoot that. No, the middle one.
As we sort out the action on the table. Taking a look at his hand and mob, over 230,000 USD in live poker earnings. Certainly a good run across the Vietnam poker circuit.
Right then, 4 stacks under 15 big blinds in that red zone.
I never play home games, so I never check. Everyone else seems to be able to.
Let's take a look at chat. About 500 of you joining us. Would love to hear where you're from, apart from the usual suspects and some very obvious Vietnamese supporters, of course. Some Taiwanese supporters as well. Fewer Taiwanese players at the moment at this feature table. But some of the rock stars of the Taiwan poker scene still left in the mix. Can, of course, go to apt.poker if you're supporting someone on the outer tables. It's all going to converge very shortly. Just 8 players away from that final table of 8, but of course we do actually create the final table of 9 players, despite this being an 8 max. So,
and that's a
7 eliminations
gangster.
to go.
That's a gangster raise right there from Zheng. Gets great news. Actually finds action there. Puts in half his stack with the bet. Gets the ace-5 to shove and in good shape to get a nice double up, which is, as someone in the chat says, very significant at this stage. Goes a long way in these high rollers. Just got to outlast.
Well, player at risk. Good position to double up. And there's the wheel draw. Never easy.
Never easy, sir.
5
never easy.
or a 3.
Whoops.
There is the 3. That wraps it up. Anthony eliminating Zheng. Some chop outs were on the table, but none to hit on the river. And we lose our 16th place finisher, Zheng.
Exits with grace and a little bit of confusion, rightfully so. Always a bit sad when it happens. Alright, so 15 left. The final table will be 8 players, as per your question in the chat. And you guys have all been super...
I believe.
Go ahead.
I
Sorry.
believe it'd be 9 players.
It
It's
is
an
a
8 max tournament, so it's always confusing.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and the reason we do that is just to keep things consistent. You know, players get confused when they reach the final table. We're well set up to stream 9-player final tables, so why not? More the merrier, more pressure, more action, more tension.
Speaking of tension, 8s with a short stack. It's as tense as it gets.
I like to see some responses to when I asked where players are joining us from. Dave R.O. says Thailand. Welcome, welcome. And Michael, or Mikhail is it? Mikhail Messina from Hong Kong. Lots of support across Asia. No surprise, perhaps, and things will only get more interesting once we reach that final table when the bigger money is at stake. And perhaps the friends and family are alerted. And maybe the local poker ecosystems are alerted. I know for a fact that when an Indian player makes it to the final table of an APT event, the messages, the Facebook group posts start to come. Let's hope that continues today.
We're yet to see a sort of World Cup of poker, are we, globally? I think as more nations start adopting this great game, that dream gets closer and closer.
There's a real hand. King Jack suited. Xing Swan. Certainly will be opening from the hijack. Goes for the 2x. Keeping it clean. Song surely can let this one go. You get to see 6 free hands once you fold the small blind. So despite the short stack, actually makes sense to just try and find a better spot instead of wasting a half a blind. Or 1.5 blind rather. And the queen 4 hits the muck. It's amazing how valuable dead money can be. 2.5 bigs to pick up every time. I did tell Greg Goes All In a truism in poker where I mentioned how if you steal the blinds once every orbit, you can never bust the tournament. I feel like it's the strategy that propelled him to the great heights that he's now achieved by making some final tables at the APT and winning an online tournament on Natural 8. And I'm pleased to be joined by Key Win, who goes by Suited Superman. First off, apologies if I mispronounce that key, but welcome to the stream. You've, of course, been out on the floor creating content, getting a feel for the whole floor. So let me give you an opportunity to introduce yourself and tell us what it's like out there.
Thank you, Vitor, for the introduction. You pronounced my name perfectly, by the way. Thank you for that. Yes, I'm happy to be here commentating for the first time with you, and this is exciting. The atmosphere is buzzing in the room, and the players are super excited. We have already had 2 days of action, so this is third day, and I can't tell you enough just how exciting everyone is, and this just feels like the summer at the World Series. Just massive line, massive numbers, many record-breaking events, including this one. From what I learned, we have 156 entrants, 17 billion VND in prize pool. Really impressive. I'm looking forward to get in the action with you and learn about the players more.
Absolutely. Well, you mentioned the madness outside. There is a bit of a madness developing here in this hand. The ace queen finding the all-in. Some short stacks. Needing to make some decisions. Bunak got, I wouldn't say out of line. It is tempting. King Jack suited just so pretty to open under the gun. And he decides to call it off. Fair play. He had the odds. So here we go. Could be on the verge of another elimination here. Ace queen getting it in with King Jack suited.
60-40 situation.
Wow, never easy. 2 spades on the flop, 6-6 deuce. Bunak must be feeling that adrenaline rush that you get in the all-in situation. The 4 of hearts not helping matters. 15 outs, filling the screen up top. Can he hit one of them? Not to be. The ace on the river seals the deal, so we do lose the last player from Thailand, Bunak. Never mind. He actually has 5 big blinds left.
Yes. Chip in a chair.
Chip in a chair. Well, people have really been grinding their short stacks, so 5 big blinds might be a fair amount on this to try and spin it up. But Martin Garrett's though now, 22 bigs. A great result for him. And we see the top left counter 5 away from the final table of 9. So back to what you were saying, Key. Of course, you go by Suited Superman. an amazing poker name if ever there was one. I believe you live in the US, but are originally from Vietnam, right? So that must be a cool experience seeing the APT in person in Hanoi.
Yes, indeed. So actually, this is the city that I was raised, and I
wow.
left Hanoi when I was 17 years old to study abroad in the U.S. And I found poker in the U.S. and started my poker channel. And finally, now I had a chance to be part of the poker community, the poker experience in Hanoi. So it all come to a full circle, which is really exciting. So this is definitely great to be able to see so many Vietnamese players and players from all over Asia and other part of the world joining, creating such an experience hosted by the Asian Poker Tour.
Yeah, that is fantastic to hear. I'm very curious to learn more down the road about your experience growing up in Hanoi. I've just been visiting thanks to the Asian Poker Tour, and it's a city I absolutely love. But of course, I may only have seen the poker parts of it and the touristy parts of it. Back to the action here, by the way. Are we on the verge of another elimination? Ace Queen is ahead.
Oh, very safe
almost
flop.
locks it up.
This is huge because Chichara's is in the big blind, which means he will have a full orbits forward, while the other short stacks are having to just 5 big blind as well. That will be picking up the big blinds next. So it's a big, huge double up for Chichara from Thailand.
14 left, 5 away from the final table. Have you ever been in a pressure situation like this in a tournament, or are you mainly focusing on cash these days?
I actually was a cash game player for the most part until this year when I started to double in some tournaments. And luckily I was able to actually won the WPT main event locally in Los Angeles this year. So I started putting a lot of study and playing more tournaments actually this year, and I love it. Just nothing beats the exciting feeling of going deep into the tournament. Just the adrenaline.
Absolutely.
And just you know, the pay jump and everything about it is thrilling.
So are you ready to declare a favorite child yet, Key? Cash or tournaments?
Yeah, it's very tough. It's very tough. I have a big heart for PLO cash game, and I've been enjoying the game a lot. But No Limit MTTs are just a different vibe, and there's so many record-breaking events all around the world. So there's just a lot of options, and it's amazing to also to be able to travel the world and play with so many different type of players. That's just something that tournament gets to offer. That's cash games. Players are usually a little bit have a hard time to get out and travel the world and play. So that's a big difference. Here we got
Justin in chat says it's crazy that Hanoi has more poker action than even most states in the U.S. That is actually true.
Wow. Chichara has a lot of heart here to put in a squeeze all in from the small blind. Not having too much fold equity, facing an open from sway and hijack, but he has sway cover. So
Yeah, he has isolated essentially the all-in, just giving no respect to the fact that a player is yet to act behind him. But he has King 10. He's correctly deduced that he has enough equity. He would be wrong in this case, considering Song is all in with King Jack. Song, by the way, has left himself that trip behind. I was going to say, if there was an all-in behind him, I wonder if he would have found the fold for the page jump. But of course, that's unlikely. Song waiting it out for the pay jump, I can only assume. Quickly taking a look, we do have a slight pay jump going from 13 to 11, but not exactly going from 13 to 12. Yeah, there's about a $1,000 pay jump to worry about here. He just decides to flick it in, probably looking at the action on the outer tables, and is going to be pleased with the hand he finds himself up against.
Song has one life suit.
Well, I just noticed that the dealer put the all-in triangle next to Jitrada's hand. So maybe a slight error in the graphics, and it is in fact Jitrada all-in, and the
what a turn
brings in the Broadway.
Sick. What a wild run out.
There we go. Both players still seated at the table, which means the graphic was indeed correct. Slight error by the dealer there. Song was the one all in. And despite the unfavorable flop, just binks the nuts straight on the turn. All smiles as he gets the double up. And Jitrada now back down to that 5 big blind mark he managed to double up from. So, Key, we've been talking a lot about mixed games in the booth. I'm a huge fan of the ability to play mixed games for very low buy-ins. Have you ever experimented with anything outside of No Limit and PLO?
I think my limited experience has been during COVID time frame, where casinos were shut down in the US, and you know, I was with a group of friends who play some home games, and we just sort of experienced some of the mixed games, which are very interesting. And you know, like I love to always like just figure out, you know, new games that everyone is learning, and just see who adjusts the strategy, everything faster. So mixed games definitely interesting. It's hard to find cash games to practice, but there's some of the tournaments series out there, including the APT, start having mixed games in the mix. So that's really cool to see, and hopefully that's gonna be able to pick up more players that are interested in learning the game, different types of games to make it interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. I keep thinking back to when those discussions of the greatest poker player of all time comes up, and people always bring up mixed games. Let me pause on that, by the way, because thanks to the graphics, we did spot Pocket Nines waiting behind, with Jitrada having a suited queen on the button. Believe it or not, theoretically, this could be an all-in, which is exactly what Jitrada seems to have done.
It's a good isolation here from Zoo to get heads up.
Is the pot only 40k? I see. Basically an automatic all-in for the last player remaining from Thailand. He's at risk. We'll need a queen or some hearts. A deuce helps as well now. Can catch a deuce also. 5 outs. 5 outs once now. Deuce or queen, or we do lose our 13th place finisher. Jitrada from Thailand walks away. 13th place, good for 288 million BND. Over a 2x return on the buy-in.
Good game, sir. The stacks up really close from the 4 players at the top. So Vidar, can you catch me up a little bit on how the actions are at the table from the players? Were they pretty aggressive or?
Yeah, absolutely. I will point out that we had a new feature table starting about 30 minutes ago, right before you joined. And of course, those are the players we're looking at right now. I think on the aggression side, the last feature table could be the more interesting one to talk about. We had the chip leader of the tournament, Ivan Lee, as well as the Japanese sensation, Shimizu, giving him a real battle despite having the weaker position. He was sitting on his right. In this case, I think players are snug, but of course the dynamic of the tournament has changed as well. 12 players remaining, 9 make it to the final table, and the pay jumps are relatively consistent till 9th place. Of course, 9th place getting about 16,000 USD. But really the honor of making it to the super high roller final table is one that the players are looking out for. That being said, if a player on the table absolutely does not care about anything but just going for first place prize, that's an advantage in itself. What I'm yet to see is a clear table captain on our feature table right now. You know, that bully who just completely has his way, picks up all the dead money thanks to a big stack. Nobody assuming that role yet.
Right. I'm quite excited actually to see Shimizu on the hopefully the final table. He has been sensational this year at the World Series of Poker, and he made 2 final tables from what I recalled, and he was just a breath of fresh air with a lot of energy, a lot of wild plays, and definitely looking forward to see more of him.
Some antics as well on the table. We got a bit of a taste of it over the course of the day. Looking forward to more if he indeed does make the final table. He's apparently in the running to be the player of the year for Japan, and that's no small feat. The Japanese poker contingent is going from strength to strength. They tend to be very, very aggressive. Always difficult to play against. Martin using position, the button, opening King Deuce offsuit. Can Anthony sniff it out? Seems like he does. And just jams it. Wow. How's that for aggression?
Yes, I think it is a very good selection of hand to make this move with the ace blocker, and it's the hand that is not flopping very well, so I like it that he take the aggressive action and put the pressure onto the shorter stacks. Wow. Oh, I thought Song made a call there on the graphic. That would have been
a bit out of line.
Yes, to say the least.
The only question now, how long does Martin Hollywood? And the answer is not too much. Not at all, in fact. Nice. You know, it's funny, a lot of people want to preserve their image as though they always have a decision when somebody goes all in. They were always raising with a hand. Whereas good players, you know, they want you to know they're opening a wide range of hands. That way, when they actually do have a hand, they can actually get some action as well.
Yes, I think there's a bit of a balance in between, and I think some players just want to make sure that they, you know, not giving off anything, and also be able to conceal a lot of tells to the opponents who are paying attention. So it's great to see different mix of styles. That's the best thing about tournament, you know. There's no one way to play and to just play your game. And I also see a really great representation from many different countries here. It's very cool to see.
Yeah, it's amazing. And not just Asia as well. I mean, French nationals, Anthony, about to act right now, from France. Dutch players as well, New Zealand, Australia. The APT really bringing the poker world together, at least the non-America side of the world. You do see some Americans, such as yourself, come down to the APT, but of course the distance does get in the way sometimes, fair enough. This is an interesting one. Under 10 bigs with King Jack suited in the small blind. He knows he has to get it in there. Does the right thing. Anthony's going to be opening very, very wide with the hefty stack and the button. Song maximizing his fold equity. Well done. Now, Keith, did you manage to catch these insane lines that you were talking about in person yesterday? Because, of course, a lot of events have had to be cancelled, and that's not a bad thing. It's simply because the no-limit events have just such demand that some of the mixed games, some of the lower attended events are understandably put to the wayside. But not being there in person, I mean, I was just looking at some videos, some of the content you created about the absolute madhouse. Tell me more.
Yes, that's correct. There's just a lot of players were lining up for the opening events, the just record breaking at the Vietnam National Cup, and then also at the Mystery Bounty, where there's a lot of money on the line. So that took over the majority of the space in the room. But I also heard that they are adding more space to accommodate more players as well. So hopefully we'll be able to have more events on the calendar for players to play and be part of the experience and without standing too long in line. So that's very exciting to hear that there'll be more space being made and more events being played.
And by the way, is the venue anywhere near where you grew up? I mean, of course, Hanoi is a big city, but are you familiar with the area at all, or it's too long ago for you, perhaps?
Actually, my parents live just 20 minutes away from the venue here, so
no way.
Yeah, a bit of traffic in the morning, but other than that, it's a short visit, and very nice to be able to see my folks as well when I'm here.
Did they play poker by any chance?
Actually, my little brother plays a bit of poker in Hanoi here, and so we'll be looking forward to seeing him as part of the players pool soon. I think he's coming in tomorrow for the main event, which, by the way, expect record-breaking numbers. If you are near or in Hanoi, I would make plan to be part of it.
Oh, look at this. Vincent took the spot. Queen 7 suited, understandably found its way into the middle. Seems like a huge all-in, though.
Wow.
Wonder if the stack size is correct, but faces the dominating king-queen, and a queen doesn't change much. He'll need a 7. No clubs to be seen as well. Very, very few chop outs as well. That's one of them, actually. Now a jack or a deuce would be a chop. A 3 is none of the above, and we do lose our 12th place finisher, Vincent Huang.
That gets us down to 12 players. 2 tables of 6 to play down to the final 9.
Well, he's not getting up, which would seem to imply, as I was thinking, the graphics might be a bit off. We'll just get a grasp on that. Seems like he's still around. Did lose a huge chunk of chips for sure, considering all the plaques and the green chips. The white plaques, tiles, worth 100,000 in chips. The greens, 25,000. So certainly a huge pot, but we just have to update the graphic.
Wow. This gives
We're a few away from the final table.
This gives the Vietnamese a big chip lead, almost 2 times the second chip lead. Vidur, have you had a chance to check out the story on the winner of the Vietnam National Cup yesterday?
Oh, not yet. Tell me more.
So I was basically witnessing the his run from day 1A, day 1B, which he was a chip leader, and oh, we got an all in here. Let's pause for a second to see if Huang get any action going all in from the button for 1.7 million.
Yeah, the graphic seems correct now. Huang does seem to have 1.7 million, and Jack 10 suited. It is tempting, but the small blind is a tough spot.
Right, that sort of hand is something you would like to raise with if Huang were just to open, but facing an all-in, that's a bit more difficult.
Yeah, you're just never ahead is the problem. It's just a pure gamble. Yeah, preserving a big stack is worth just so much at this stage of the tournament that it's almost like burning ICM equity to just take gamble spots like this. Instead,
Right.
you'd rather use your big stack to put pressure, pick up chips uncontested. You don't know what the big blind has yet, but it seems to be a decision.
A
There we go.
dominated
Queen
hand.
jack off. Maybe not too much of a decision. Seems a bit weak. Yeah, lets it go.
Yeah.
Sorry, back to Yuki. You were telling me about
decision.
the winner from yesterday.
Yes, so Chu Van Tien was a local player who just started playing poker this year at local club in Hanoi, and he had made quite a run, had a chip lead on day 1B, and came into the final tables as the second lowest in chips. And he managed himself to survive and got to heads up and eventually made a deal to be the champion, which was very exciting to see, and just to have that kind of story from someone really new to poker, and be able to achieve such an amazing finish. 48.5 thousand USD was awarded. So a very, very exciting day for a local player. So if you see that, and if you play poker, this is just an opportunity to be able to get the champion and a lot of money. Just have the chance to be able to have a big victory on your own.
Yeah, and especially in Vietnam, don't you think? I mean, these scores, I mean, we talk about them in USD since, of course, we have viewers from all around the world, but, these are life-changing scores, and you were talking about the Vietnam Cup, I believe, a record-breaking field, right? So for somebody new to poker to battle 1,500 players, get that insane confidence boost, of battling it out against so many entries and actually fighting back from a short stack to the win. And of course, getting that $48,000 score. Seems like the start of an amazing poker career to me.
Yes, absolutely. And very nice guy. And I was helping him doing a little bit of translation for the chop. He's really wanted that trophy, and I'm glad that they were able to make the deal. And both players were happy, and so that was a very good story. Hopefully, we'll see more of him in future events.
Well, if you win the Vietnam Cup, surely you're firing the main event. Maybe a couple of high rollers, like I said. Your confidence all-time high.
That's right. Zhu here open from the small blind with short stack Jurits from France in the big, making the defend. Queen high flop, really good for Zhu. Let's see how he proceeds this spot.
The driest of dry boards, by the way. Queen 7 deuce rainbow. Not a bad life. You decide to become a little bit aggressive from the small blind with a middling hand. Basically flop the nuts. I mean, what can the big blind even have? Just a better queen somehow, which of course you block. Martin now had a nice hand. King 10 off, blind versus blind, pretty strong. Has to let this one go. I'm always excited when it comes to blind versus blind. I was discussing with Adi Vadvani earlier in the booth how I actually love playing heads up, sit and goes key. So this becomes a heads up, sit and go situation, right? After all, the small blind versus big blind. And I wonder how prepared people are, you know. Is this a spot you've studied now that you said you've been studying tournaments a bit? And isn't it an extremely challenging situation to try and study, much less navigate?
Right. Actually, when I get heads up for the WPT main event this year, we were pretty deep stack, and I was able to play a lot of heads up hands with the opponents. And that was a very exciting time to be able to just apply what I learned and be able to execute. It's definitely the widest of ranges where we have to fight for the pots, and especially with the big blind ante, you don't want to fold many hands. So very interesting to be able to learn just how ranges work, and picking up a lot of just spots I'm unfamiliar with, and navigate that heads up. It's something that definitely players should have in the belt, because that's when we compete for the most money, and so that's definitely crucial here with Song picking up the premium and decided to go for the trap under the gun, limping in. Let's see.
Looks like it's about to work, actually. Oof.
Oh,
thought about it.
Close one.
What do you think of the limp under the gun with the monster? It's almost like a old school move in poker.
Yes,
I mean, it looks so strong, by the way, when you come over the top if raised, but it is tempting to try and get value. Personally, I would be in favor of at least opening, if not jamming. Tend to get action from equally weak hands.
It's a very tricky spot with awkward spot with his 11 big blind stack. It's a little bit too strong of a hand to go for the jam. At the same time, min raising also looks very strong, so this might be able to get him the most value. Unfortunately, none of his opponent connects the flops, so he will take it down.
There's a king out there.
Yes.
You don't want them to connect to that one. There you go, Chung. Goes by Hasagi, I believe. I don't think I heard from chat how to actually pronounce it. Maybe you can help, Ki. They said his nickname is Hasagi. How do you think you pronounce that?
G-I.
Is there a Vietnamese way to pronounce it? Okay. I suppose you and I are guessing equally here. So anyway,
Yeah.
he has been the chip leader on this table, at least, ever since he came into the table. Has had some wild swings, including that huge hand with Vincent, the Queen 7 versus King Queen. Getting him the double up and the chip lead once again, but has been seriously putting the pressure where needed. It's going to be much easier this time around with the Ace-King suited.
Circle definitely will play this hand, I think. But having the small blind position might be trickier. Went with the call. That's going to give Song a really good price to come along with the offsuit 9-8.
Twelve bigs is the problem.
He's gonna let it go.
Very disciplined.
Really good flop from Nguyễn Hà Trung. No diamond on the flop might be difficult for Circle to continue versus a covering stack. Let's see how he proceed. Getting a very good price though. 180k into 600k. Makes the call. And let's see the turn card. Eight of hearts on the turns. Brings a backdoor flush draw that Nguyễn Hà Trung has. In fact, this is good situation for the chip leader.
Would it be too much to ask for a check? I know it's being commentator oriented, which is to say I can see the cards, but there's just so much of the board that Chung has locked up. What he's counting on getting paid from is the fact that he's the chip leader, he has an image of aggression and wanting to steal the pot, but you block aces, you block kings, you block hearts. Very, very likely your opponent has, let's say, a king, a queen. Not really any open enders possible. It's tough to get called. He goes for the half pot bet. Would be setting up for a perfect 1 SPR on the river.
Yes,
be able
I
to
think
jam.
Circle made the fold there. I think he was hoping to be able to get all the chips in the middle with the strongest of the range from Circle. For example, King Queen. Maybe the occasional Ace Queen that's slow play type of hands. And he figured if he bet smaller, he might not get action from a one pair type of hand either. So I don't mind the decision. I think giving a free card also a little bit dangerous, as a one-liner could show up, and you don't know if your opponents might hit that card.
Makes sense. Absolutely. I hear you. If your opponent does have a strong hand, you want to give them the rope to get it all in. Basically drawing dead.
Circle here with the King 4 of spades. It's going to open. Vincent Huang with pocket fives and 11 big blinds. We might see an all-in here, and all-in it is. Quick call from Circle. Nice time pickup for Vincent. As we're looking at the leaderboard here, chip counts, Nguyen Ha Chung up top with 72 big blind, very healthy stack. 9 big blind as a short stack. Still plenty of poker to being played at the APT Super High Roller, a record-breaking event. Super High Roller smashing 156 entrants that entered there yesterday, and we are 12 left, playing down to final table of 9s. Jared's pick up the premium in hijack with 9 big blind. Let's see how he plays the ladies. Just with the min raise. Wow, pocket aces for Song. What a time to wake up with the Rockets. Covering the suit as well of Jared's. Massive. Well timed.
I simply do not see how we don't get down to 11. I mean, it's going to come down to that 2-outer here.
All in.
Yeah, he celebrates, so it's
1 million. Leave himself with 200K.
And surely this will pique the interest of the outer table as well. One more player at risk means just 2 away from the final table.
Quick all in and call, and we have ourselves 80-20%. 2 out for Jared's. Interesting flop. Pick up additional outs for the straight. 8 on the turn. River 6 of heart, and we lose Jared's from the Netherlands in 12th place. Good job, sir. Good run. Song increases stack to 24 big blind now. Massive. Well timed for Song.
And by the way, I should point out that was a hefty pay jump, as they will now all be going from 288 million VND for 12th place to 330 million VND. 11th and 10th place worth about the same until we reach that 393 million, that's 16,000 USD give or take, for 9th place, for reaching the final table. Of course, quick reminder, going all the way up to 4 billion, just a hair shy of 4 billion VND. That's about $162,000 for first place. So now 2 away from the final table. Things are getting tense.
A lot of money's at stake still, and we have 11 players competing for the record-breaking Super High Roller here in Hanoi. Interesting decision here for Song. With Queen Jack in the cutoff. Just picking up those chips. Decided to make a disciplined laydown. Huang here with 15 big blind and Queen 10 offsuit. Has a good spot to try to take the blinds down. Got through the small blind. And likely the big blind as well. Yes.
I like it. It's the one hand in every orbit. He doesn't have the chip leader in position against him. Made sure to make the most of it. Found an okay hand. It's not easy, though, to pull the trigger with just 15 big blinds, 2 away from the final table, but he knew what he had to do.
Right. With short-handed at both tables, the blinds are going to go around more quicker. So I think we'll see players are fighting harder for every blind to stay alive and have a stack that is able to ladder up and go deep. Song pick up another good hand here under the gun this time. Certainly is going to come in for an open.
We're 5-handed on our feature table. So let's do the quick maths. That means under the gun is the same as the hijack.
Ooh.
So yeah, you're early
king.
position, but you're also late position. And there it is indeed. This could spell trouble.
Three bet incoming. To the tune of 550K. Setting up a good tempting price for Song to go over the top. Let's see how he plays the pocket nines. It's quite tricky as he opens under the gun, and this is probably toward the bottom of his range. But he went with it to 4-bet and committed himself and his tournament life. Ooh. Actually, he raised to $2 million, leaving himself at 425K in chips. And
well, you did say he committed himself, but he seems to have
yeah, second thoughts.
disagreed with you.
Chip leader snap all ins, and here's a call. We are flipping with Song at risk and slightly ahead. Queen 6-2, 2 heart is safe for Song so far. Calling for the heart. 4 of spade on the turn. 1 card to come. 6 of clubs means Song with the safe and huge double up to 5.1 million. Another massive double up for Song. And with that, I believe he took over the chip lead.
Yeah, on the table at least. He has surpassed Chung's stack. What a time to win a flip. 2 away from the final table. What is that flip worth in equity? Tens of thousands of dollars, perhaps.
That is a lot of heart from Song to go with the 9-9 here. 11 players left. He thought the hand was good enough, and he was right. And held for a massive, massive double.
One of the better feelings in poker, stacking up chips after a double up, making sure the count is perfect. Soak it in, sir, soak it in. The 4-bet paying off in spades. 51 bigs now. Chung has been there before. Came into the table after the break with the chip lead, got crippled, got it back. There's the thumbs up. Love that handheld camera, by the way, after a big pot.
Very happy man. Chung is still very healthy in chips, so I think he's also have position on Song still. He took a chance there.
I remember a good rule of thumb for all the people in chat looking to learn some poker from me, of all people. When you're playing short-handed, you might wonder what is that overarching winning strategy. And I think somebody boiled it down to me for just 3-bet light. That's it. 3-bet light will print you money. And Chung, when he 3-bet there with the chip lead, certainly would not need to be top of range as he was. So I really like the 4-bet from Song there. Over 400 of you in chat. We would love it if you would hit like, hit subscribe. Really helps us with the algorithm. It's been a pleasure to have you. As we get down to the business end of the day, this day 2. Starting the day with 30 players. Down to just 11 now. Playing all the way to the winner. You might know this. I've been wondering for a while, actually. What do you think is the ratio for people in Vietnam being English speakers, and especially when it comes to the fact that we have both Vietnamese and, of course, our English live stream happening right now? Do you think any Vietnamese locals are watching the English stream or prefer it? We do have a few, of course. I'm not sure if they're actually from Vietnam or could be in the diaspora like you, but always fun to have them here.
Yes, I think I believe the poker communities are there are quite a few English speakers, and English are really getting taught in school in Vietnam and being used a lot in business. And I believe a lot more players now know English and would be watching the English stream as well. Chung here with the big slick again. Open the action from under the gun. Vincent with a defendable hand. Suited 8-6. Not connecting to the flop, however. Quick bet and a quick fold.
Easy game. A small update I've noticed to our production values, by the way, here at the APT Hanoi Billions, is the screen behind the players. Pretty badass. Wonder what else we can project there. I do remember in Da Nang, by the way, at the APT Da Nang, we had a giant screen where you could actually follow the action on the feature table while at the poker floor. I always thought that was pretty cool because it sort of inspired you to want to be on the feature table. Just give you that extra motivation. It's not just about the money, the glory, the trophies. Also, the rest of the poker floor gets to covet your position.
That's great. So they actually show the stream on in the background, or?
Yeah, I was actually high up the screen. Wonder if we can ask the production to put some fun things on the screen behind the poker players. A nice beach, perhaps. The sky. An interesting nuance here, by the way. I've just been informed by the production team there is no reset for the super high roller once we reach the final table. So, Key, what I'm referring to is actually in the main event and the high roller of the APT. Once we reach the final table, we actually reset the average big blind to 30 bigs, which is pretty amazing because it ensures that, you know, you don't have one of those bingo fest, high variance, all in, jam, final tables. But in this case, we are not doing the reset. That's only a feature that we add into the terms and conditions of the main event and the high roller, as I mentioned. That is the final day of the series. It does change strategy after all, right? You might want to somehow make it to the final table, even if you're a super short stack, knowing that you'll actually get some increase in terms of the number of blinds if the final table is reached with a lower average big blind. In this case, it is what it is. You're playing pure poker, so if you want to make sure you want to get to the final table with a huge stack, now is the time. And I don't really see anybody truly going for it, you know? Like, no big stack or short stack. It's just trying to muscle their way through this. Just sort of playing solid.
Yes, that indeed is very interesting and should factor into player strategy to accumulate chips. However, I think there are still pay jumps in consideration that players are playing a little bit cautious, but Vincent here taking the spot with aggressive action, 10-8 of diamonds, going all in, and Chung here with an ace-9.
This is tough. I think he knows that he's supposed to call it off. Vincent will be jamming very light, as we can see he indeed is. But Chung just took a lot of blows, losing that big flip down to just 1.8 million. Does he think this is the spot to get it in with? And look at the equities. I mean, it's just a hair over a flip anyway, 56%. It's tough for ace-9 to completely dominate a hand unless it's literally a weaker ace, which is, of course, a hand you block having an ace in your hand. So, not very easy. Need to be willing to dance with variance to call this off. We'll get a good sense of what he's thinking by what decision he makes here. Does he want to gamble it up to make sure he gets to the final table with a big stack? Does he think he can find better spots? goes for it.
Wow.
And what do you know? The big blind has the same hand.
That's going to hurt Chung's equity. With ace and 9 are not in play anymore. But Vincent is the player at risk. And Chung has the better hand currently. So we could be down to final 10. If Vincent can't find a double up here.
Never easy.
Interesting flop.
Jack 6-3 and the 10 skews things
Massive.
in the direction of Vincent. The double up for Vincent, and in fact it is Chung, the erstwhile chip leader on the table at least, and one of the chip leaders of the tournament. Quickly finds himself in the rough end of a couple of flips essentially. Down to just 3 bigs. What a result for Vincent. Jamming super light on the button. Getting rewarded after a well thought out call from Chung. We now have an extreme short stack in the mix. This applies to players on both tables, by the way. All eyes will be on Chung to get eliminated.
Three big blinds and on the button. Chung is gonna need a miracle here.
How does Chung play this? 3 bigs only. On the button. Gets about 4 free hands, I believe. Certainly will want to get it in. Believe it or not, 3 bigs can have some fold equity depending on who's on the big blind. So you certainly want to be jamming them. Not trying to peel a hand. Is Song gonna open up with a 3 big blind stack? He has 9-7 suited. Not a hand you want to be all in with. Yeah, I actually think he was going to open up, and then he just saw Chung stack.
He is still gonna open and take the adventure option here. Gets the fold from the short stack. That must look pretty strong to the blinds.
Yeah, it's certainly added reason to find the fold with a sort of speculative holding like Queen 7 off that you're basically dead if you don't connect with. And even when you do, you're not sure where you're at. Gets it through. Good timing by Song. Worked out. Very likely he could have found himself all in, but 9-7 suited. That's just about enough equity against most holdings. He is a chip lead on the table, mind you. And this is a tough ICM situation that's being developed with just one tiny stack. Everybody has to be mindful of their decisions. 11th and 10th place, worth the same amount of money. But that huge pay jump for 9th place. Over 60 million VND. Almost 3,000 USD. And of course, you want to make it to the final table. And with that, I believe we do have Adi Wadwani coming back. Down a couple more Vietnamese coffees, I'm sure.
How did you know?
Oh, there you go. Easy guess. Welcome back, my friend. Sure, you got a glimpse of the poker floor and the action and the day being in full swing, but
busy,
the action
busy
has been fast and loose here.
I've returned to a jam.
Not the first 10-8 jam, believe it or not. Chung actually on the receiving end of the 10-8 v ace-9 almost flip situation. Now down to just 3 bigs. Is going to get called here by king 10 off, yeah. Easy decision, and now Song needs to toss in 2 big blinds. He has 49 of them to spare. Here's the chip leader on the table. Does he want to soft collude, as we call it, Addy?
The price is right,
Trying to
sir. The
eliminate.
price is right. I'm in favor. I mean, if you could see that he's missing an 8, I wouldn't be so much in favor, but why not? It's not the worst hand. And there it is.
Chung in rough shape. 10 is dominated. 8 is in Song's hand as well. Essentially drawing to 2 8s and some unique combinations of cards to stay alive. We could be down to 10 here, Addy. Could be down to that final table bubble.
King speeds things along.
That'll about do it.
Check, bet, call. On your backs, gentlemen.
And it's over. The 4 of diamonds sealing the deal. A needle on the river with the 8. Chung takes it in stride. Lost a couple of flips. That's the nature of the beast, of course. Very well played, sir. Was in pole position on the table for a long time, but got into some big hands. Poker Gods did not oblige. Walks away with a very respectable 11th place finish. Good for 330 million VND. Too shy of the final table. What a great performance. 13,500 USD or so. Nice return on your money. But of course, first place, that 33 times return is what you're looking for on this $5,000 buy-in.
And there it is. The room is absolutely chock-a-blocked right now. Not an empty seat in the room. And there's another one filling up super fast around the corner. Oh, it popped into the other room as well. That is another whole different vibe in that room. And
Oh,
it's
yeah?
where the Sunday stack is on. There's a lot more laughter. I just walked in and there was just a lot of laughter.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, a lower buy-in. We have some serious super high rollers here. Plenty of laughter considering the stakes, though, on our tables as well.
So I haven't seen any of these guys play yet on the stream. Who are the wild ones? Who are the bloodthirsty ones, Vidar?
I'll be honest, the bloodthirsty and the wild ones happen to be on the other, what is now the outer table. We've just gotten used to the madness of the likes of Shimizu. Even Ivan Lee, the chip leader, across the tournament for a long time, had been making some moves. People had been a bit still here until they got short. And then they started jamming pretty light. Theoretically correct, by the way. The likes of 10-8 suited on the button, etc. We ended up with some big pots. The chip leader on the table right now is Song, the player on, I believe that would be C3, the leftmost player at the table at the moment, out of focus. He ended up getting it in 9s versus Ace-King. And the flip held, but I was trying to do the math. Very rough math on what a flip like that is worth. With just 11 players left. I mean, how many tens of thousands of dollars are we talking about?
The answer is
and
pain.
how players are able to. Yeah, exactly. It is pretty wild that players are able to just remain stone-faced, calm, composed, and sane, no matter which side of the flip they end up on.
And I see a new color plaque in play as well.
That would be the 250,000, or let's just call it the 250,000 plaque.
The starting stack plaque.
Exactly. One soul
One's so
black.
beautiful. Now you're talking my language. I don't know at what point in my career, poker career, I became this sadistic, but it happened, and now we're just dealing with it.
I think it was losing one flip too many.
I did go through an interesting mental journey, let's say, with that side of the game, right? Trying to remain emotionless to, you know, the whims of variance. But I found that itself also requires balance, which was an interesting discovery. So that at one point I was like, fine, I'll become dead inside, you know, like no emotions, not care, whatever happens, happens, and we go with the flow. And then I just found myself disconnecting, actually. So you need to care, but just a little bit, you know, just enough to keep you, you know, thirsty.
Yeah, but it's so difficult and annoying and hard. Why can't poker be easy?
Oh, then we wouldn't play it, would we?
The mental game, so difficult. But of course, that's where the biggest edges are. I mean, you could argue all of poker is a mental game, but of course, the mental side of poker, you mentioned dealing with variance, dealing with upswings, downswings, can be part of variance, dealing with things that happen in a particular hand. Sometimes it's dealing with other people's variance. I mean, short stacks who spin it up and force you to play differently. It's just all a part of the game. And every time you sort of conquer that one part, you move on to the next one. Keep increasing your edge over the field.
Well said. I say one of the nastiest positions to be in is when you're just sort of stuck there with a middling sort of stack and you're at the sort of whims of the short and the big stack during the ICM phase. It can be really tough, you know. You want to play, but you just can't.
And it is absolutely the right decision, theoretically, money-wise, to not play. You're playing correctly by folding, which is so often the case in poker. Do have a new player, by the way, as the tables got balanced. Tago Tam, an awesome name, if ever.
I was just going to say.
From Estonia, I believe.
How many flags is that then, Vidar?
Well, we have 5 on the table, and 5 players, that is, and I believe that could be 5 flags. There we go. Oh, 2 Vietnamese locals, so 4 flags it is. See Estonia, New Zealand, I believe Australia would be the last one.
And the locals leading the way here on this featured table.
No surprise there. You can always expect between 30 to maybe 60% of the fields and, of course, the final tables. Being Vietnamese locals, they are very, very good at poker, and why not? I mean, so many series happening in Vietnam, giving people the right training grounds and right incentives to get better at the game. So the final table bubble, now one could argue it's not a real bubble. There's a pay jump to think about, but it's no ordinary pay jump psychologically. Any thoughts there, Addy? You think people should even factor that in?
Really depends on what your personal motivations are. I think, unless if you're just trying to win it all, then I think your plan is very clear. I feel like you were looking for more depth than that.
Oh, no. The answer is the answer. Justin in chat always coming to my rescue, pointing out that the flags were in fact Chinese, not Vietnamese. And
apologies.
He might be right. Of course, Zhu Song, I believe, from China, which would imply that the other flag was Chinese as well. So, taking a look at our table, seems to imply we have Estonia, as we just mentioned, Tago Tam, the new entry. We've had Anthony on your screen right now from France, 2 players from China, and Vincent from New Zealand. He's in the middle there, seat 4 or 5 that would be. There's another look at the APT Lion Trophy. That's the one to want on your mantelpiece. Only 10 contenders left to whisk it away. If I'm not mistaken, nobody's too short on the table, which would influence the pace of play.
Yeah, it'd be
too
interesting to
insidious, but yeah, I was just about to say, Adi. I mean, they're going to look to the outer table, right?
That's what I was about to say, indeed.
They can just fold their way to the final table, perhaps. And thanks, as always, for the help, Justin, in chat. Much appreciated.
Mr. Leather.
People asking why we don't see the other table. Well, you only have one feature table, unfortunately. If a huge hand happens that perhaps takes us to the final table bubble, we'll try and cut to it. Production staff and live reporting staff is just doing an amazing job keeping abreast of everything. If you're supporting anyone on the other table, you can go to apt.poker. See if you have any updates for your friends, family, or favorite players, perhaps. But do you know that we're approaching another break? I believe we're about 10 minutes away from the break. After which we might swap feature tables once more, just to keep things even. Also, let's not forget one more elimination, and we hit the final table. So everybody you're supporting hopefully makes it there.
Is it 8-handed final table or 9-handed? Not hand for hand.
Taco's raise actually getting through despite extremely pretty hand. 9-7 suited in position. Again, you see nobody's too short. Anthony the shortest stack with 18 big, still plenty to work with. There's a little bit snug perhaps as we inch our way to the final 9 here for the coveted super high roller.
Tago time.
Reasonable
2
holding.
in a row.
There we go. Do you remember the Doyle Branson classic, Addy? Play the rush. And you win one hand, play the second one.
I live
Are
by
you a
it.
believer?
Big believer.
And what do you think the logic behind that is?
Steam. Momentum. Confidence. And more chips.
And you get to play. It encourages less discipline.
I mean, I wouldn't say do it blindly, but
Yes, the good one. Thank you.
Keeping it light. Offering to show one card, flips over the ace.
what a
It's
gentleman.
coming with a huge chip stack, 8 million chips. Tago, the man from Estonia, has just joined this table, but certainly has made his presence felt. Been fairly active. We are 5-handed. You have to be active. Pretty accomplished with over 100,000 in live earnings, but that's the total, of course. right now has put himself in a great spot to perhaps more than double that in just one fell swoop today. Anthony trying to do some Harry Potter spells to change his hand. Bit of a tank, I get it. The outer tables can have some shorter stacks he would love to see eliminated. And we've had these discussions in the booth, Addy. I'm not too against tanking as long as it's not egregious, because we keep it fair by just having time banks.
Mm-hmm.
So it's at least an even playing field, you know?
Yeah, I'm in two minds about it. I think a distinction can be made between certain events and, let's say, really small buy-ins with a lot of people, the turbos and whatnot. You know, there are people out there just trying it for the first time, or just, you know, having a wee punt and all. And sometimes they just need to think. But when it comes up to the guys who know what they're doing, that's when I sort of draw the line, because, you know, they know what they need to do. It's just a matter of doing it.
Yeah, I hear you. At least it costs them something, you know, if they throw in time banks.
Yeah.
I'm a big believer in the fact that you can make better decisions with more time, so you are giving up something in return for trying to get that extra equity or extra edge. And sometimes it can make all the difference. I mean, look at the bay jump we're talking about here. Going from 10th place to 9th place, good for about 2,500 USD.
Target Time seems very comfortable. Talking, chatting, he's got a big stack, enjoying, raising King 8, suited. Applying pressure to all, as he should. Anthony looks down at another disappointing holding. Sai in 3, 2, 1. There it is.
Funnily enough, until Tago sat on the table, Song seemed to be in the mood to be the table captain.
Side duck. I spot a side duck. Vidar? Aware or not?
I'm not on top of Pokemon references, but at least I know that
one. At least
one.
you know it was a Pokemon. There is actually a quite large
Took me a moment though, by the way. When you said that, I wasn't sure if you were talking about a Pokemon or some EDM DJ.
Psyduck, no, that's a name for an EDM DJ. Okay, nice defend here from Vincent.
There's a bloody card.
Yes, indeed. Oops.
Oh my word.
Oops.
That's equally bloody.
Oops. Okay.
Top pair versus the flopped second nut flush. This could get ugly.
200k, pretty standard bet there.
Nothing to do but flat call here. I know it's tempting. You don't want another spade to roll off, kill your action. Certainly don't want your opponent to have the ace of spades and have some equity that you let him draw for free, but those are both much more infrequent versus bricks that help you get paid more. The 10 of clubs, not exactly a brick, but certainly a card that your opponent could want to represent or continue with. Check calls the flop, checks the turn. Tago, good time for pot control.
Ooh.
Oh! The running full boat.
And he's played it absolutely passively. He's checked all three streets. Oh, he's checked turn and river.
We didn't even point out the possibility on the flop.
Did he check the flop? He bet the flop. Yeah, he bet 200 on the flop, that's right.
Yeah, he checked behind on the turn for pot control. Probably regretting the pot control now, but his opponent's going to come out firing and get the bad news. Let's see how much he donates to the cause. 350 going the way of Tago. When you're running good, you're running good. Tago looking at approaching the 10 million mark, depending on if his raise gets called. Going big. His hand is face up. Looks exactly like what it is, a king. Bet the flop, check the turn. Raising the river. Does Vincent think he's being bullied? Perhaps more importantly, can he let go of a hand as strong as a second nut flush, despite the double paired board?
The eyebrows pop a little bit. A quick fold. Well done to get to that decision that quickly. I might have been tossing and turning a bit more if that was me, but that's the difference.
Very, very nice.
A wry smile there.
That's why you and I are not playing super high rollers, my friend. These guys just make it look easy. So we've just been informed this would be the last hand before a 30-minute break. To all of you joining us on the stream, thank you so much once again. Know that you have 30 minutes. Keep the stream on. We'll be back. Or you can put the timer, the alarm clock, to join us back in 30 minutes. If indeed we don't hit the final table on this very hand, we will be doing so, of course, soon after we come back from the break. And then it's off to the races. 162,000 USD up top. A record-breaking super high roller here at the APT Hanoi. We heard...
I think that was it. That little cheer in the background that you heard about 30 seconds ago. I think that was it.
You are correct. We see the graphic update. What timing? We seem to have reached the final table. There we go. We will soon find out who the unfortunate victim of being the final table bubble boy was. Clearly on the outer table. So ladies and gentlemen, when we come back from the break, it will be the final table of the APT Super High Roller.
Oh, and Anthony decides to go for the lot. Says, let's take a break or someone give me action. Side ducks off for a break. Anthony takes the blinds, and we will be back after this with the final table, guys. Vidar, quick predictions before we come back. Quick predictions.
Yeah,
I don't want the final table to sit. You got like 20 seconds to give me an answer.
Well, there we go. Tago Tam seems to have things in control, but I'm a fan of Shimizu on the other table as well. Let's not forget we're down to 9 very skilled players, so it's anyone's game. They're going to take some photos and set up for the final table, and we will see you all shortly in a 30-minute break. Make sure you don't go anywhere. My name is Vidar Singhal, joined by Adi Wadwani, and we will see you soon.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
我 A5的。没有你。可以，他那里很容易就。可以啊，你录啊，录了这个热死。好的。I 60。顶住，顶住，顶住。这样小，这样。先生一个啊，先生一个没有。我有300。包赢的啊，都靠你俩了。好。哎，中国的，赶紧过来呀，来了。OK。2。OK。能买保险吗？OK。宝马，跑了这把3把。有冲动啊，就会干嘛？他推的会比较深。对，啊，对。If you don't find.我都有病了，你帮我找。不A9 C 整个不光我不输 ，A10我说了嘛，我A10靠 A10。2次都有人帮我挡枪。
It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, it's fine.
For the ace use. Ooh, wow. Oh my god.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome back. The sun has set and the final table is upon us for the Super High Roller here at the APT Hanoi Billions 2023. It's been a great run of it so far. We've had a lot of action. We've had some bloody pots. We've had some great plays. All in all, it's been a hell of a ride. What we're looking forward now is to see who takes home that 3.9 billion Vietnamese dong. Equates to about $163,000, but we are down to the final table of 9. Minimum payout here will be 393 million, and it's going to be an exciting one because we've got players in there who've held the chip lead for most of the way, some solid players, some unknown quantities, and a lot of nations representing. We can't wait to see how this one plays out. I'm Aditya Vadvani. Vidar Singwell is with me in the booth.
Hi everyone, we're here for yet another record-breaking day at the APT Hanoi Billions, the APT Super High Roller. Drawing 156 entrants, which create a prize pool of 17 billion VND. For first place finisher, we'll get 3.9 billion VND. I'm Suited Superman, here to introduce you the final 9 players of the Super High Roller. Introduce the players. In seat 9, we have player Zhu Xingzuan from China with $4 million in chips. In seat 8, Nozomu Shizumi from Japan with 6.6 million in chips. In seat 7, Sui Song from China with 4.4 million in chips. In seat 6, we have Anthony Sirko from France with 3.1 million in chips. In seat 5, we have Lee Hon Chong from Hong Kong with 4 million in chips. Seat 4 is Tango Tom from Estonia with 10.5 million in chips. And in seat 3, we have Ko Sung-hoon from South Korea with 3.5 million in chips. Seat 2 is Vietnamese Nguyen Anh Minh from Vietnam with 2.7 million in chips. And finally, in seat 1, Vincent Huang from Australia with 2 million in chips. And welcome our dealer Megan, who is dressed in the beautiful traditional Vietnamese dress, Áo Dài. Good luck, players.
That's a good start. Seems we are on the same wavelength coming into the final table. I'm hyped. How about you, matey?
Absolutely pumped to see this one till the end. I've been really pleasantly surprised by some of the new players we had on our feature tables. One of them, by the way, in the frame right now, the man from Estonia with a heap of chips. And look at that. I mean, we've been talking about towers, but when you build them with those beautiful rectangular plaques, I think it's more like a skyscraper. Maybe an urban settlement of sorts.
Indeed.
The
Side
yellow
is gonna
plaques,
have
by
a
the way.
nice. I'm sorry,
Yeah,
Maisie.
$250,000. I love saying that. $250,000 chips. One soul, as we called it, because that's how many chips you get for a buy-in to this event.
I was going to say Psydunk has lost his seat atop the towers, but nope, there he goes, he's back. Right then, I think this is going to be quite a spicy one. What do you think, chat? Early predictions, get them in now.
Well, this would be the time to get the predictions in, because we are going to have the guess the winner form pinned to the top of chat. It'll be open for about an hour, maybe 90 minutes. Free money. Make sure you type that in there. We did lose a few viewers with the long break. Understandable. 300 of you still joining us. I suspect this will slowly inch up into even more considerable numbers. Thank you so much for sticking around or joining us for this absolutely incredible final table we have before us. The super high roller breaking records from previous APTs, representing all kinds of nationalities. Japan, player in the white shirt on your screen, Shimizu, bit of a superstar at the moment. Japanese sensation in the making, or perhaps already made. He's in the running for Japan's Player of the Year, by the way.
Well done him.
A couple of
Widely
Chinese
popular.
nationals as well.
We got one local left as well in Wenan Min. He'll be representing home turf. Let's see if home field advantage plays a factor. He's got some work to do
winning.
as the shortest stack in the room, though. Second shortest stack in the room, excuse me.
He's been a solid presence throughout the day, I have to say. We saw him early on battling it out with the erstwhile chip leader, Ivan Lee, still coming into this final table with 4 million chips, middle of the pack. But Min just hanging around, as Teddy KGB would say, and look at that, finds himself at the final table, representing the host nation here. Shout out to seat number 1. Vincent from New Zealand also had some wild swings on the feature table. The players on your screen, we mentioned Ivan Lee. He's the one on the left. The man in the mask is Anthony Cierco, I believe we'd say, probably butchering his French pronunciation. Man from France. On his right, Song from China. 4.4 million chips, there we see it. He's third from the top. Mentioned Shimizu from Japan. Second from the top. Of course, Tago from Estonia. With over 10 million in chips. First person in this tournament to reach that milestone. And I believe with that, we shuffle up and deal. Off we go. Megan the dealer obliging with this first hand of the final table.
I'd like to point out both the large stacks are the only two players who have brought a companion to the table. Could that be a factor? And we still haven't decided. Was it a cat? Was it a chihuahua? Was it something yet unknown?
Well, I assume whoever said it was a chihuahua was trying to troll me in the chat, but I'll believe it if you insist.
It's not like Mark. This is Mark. I was going to report to you. The other one was like...
Took in chat making a solid argument about who will win. He's playing his own guess the winner in chat. He says he believes the guy with Psyduck will win. Well, because it's effing Psyduck. Okay.
Sound
as long
logic.
as you're using some logic, my friend.
I mean, and psychic powers, that's kind of a given.
Of course.
Right then, Anthony Cierco is going to get us underway here with the first pocket pair of this final table.
I think he's committed himself. Effectively gone all in. Raising about 70% of his stack. Pocket 8's good enough, and what timing? Pocket 7's in the big blind. The bigger stack as well. Xu Jingxuan gets all the way to the final table. Does he want to play a huge pot on the very first hand?
Announces all in.
Sounds like he does, and he's going to get the bad news. What a great spot for Anthony here in the very first hand.
And I think we're looking at a one-outer if one of those folded cards is to be believed as it stands. Okay, here we go. Our first all-in of this super high roller. France versus China. 8s versus 7s. 5 cards the difference between $100 million dong pay jump between the spots. Here we go. A safe start for the 8s. 8s at risk, FYI. One single 7 left in the deck. That could ruin Anthony's day. Otherwise, he's going to be in great shape. And it's over. Shu there, crippled all the way down to 6 big blinds.
Oh my word, a legend watching on. Chiwi fan, the man with the backpack, looking at the feature table. Addy, this man at the main event final table in APT Taipei. Second in chips against the prized first chip stack of Punat Punsri. Decided to make a 6-bet all-in bluff with ace-5 off and ran into
aces. How did I know that was going to end that way? That's brutal. Well, hats off to him.
Legendary hand.
Hats off to him. I think I may have seen the clip, and as soon as he tables the hand, he just turns out to the camera and gives the old signal that I'm done for.
Yep, that's the one. And would you know it, Henry, Kilbane, and I were in the booth, and because of a graphics glitch, we could not see what he had.
Ooh, drama.
The moment could not have been more dramatized. There we were guessing his range. Pocket queens, ace king, we said. Aces versus aces, kings versus aces. And when he flips over the hand, the first card I see, a 5. Go check out that clip on the APT YouTube channel. Just type 6-bet ace-5 on YouTube. I think you'll get there. But really entertaining to watch. Clearly, a man who can do that is an entertaining player to watch. Chiwi fan. From Taiwan, I believe. Hope we see him on the stream soon. He certainly earned APT cred for life with that bluff. So you mentioned the pay jump, by the way. Of course, we did not lose the player. It is always tough to be the first one out on any final table, especially with 100 million VND. That's about 4,000 USD. But after all, for a 5,000 USD buy-in, maybe not the top of mind in terms of pay jumps. So we have 393 million. That's 16,000 USD locked up for everyone. Next up, 20,000 USD for 8th place. That goes up relatively steadily, all the way up to about 60,000 USD for 4th place. That's good for 1.46 billion Vietnamese dong. The first billionaire actually being crowned at the 5th place mark. 1.17 billion for 5th place. That's about 50,000 USD. And then 73 for 3rd. 109,000 USD, 6-figure USD score for 2nd. And of course, as we've said repeatedly, 162,000 USD, 3.94 billion Vietnamese dong for 1st.
Zhu Xinchuan there. Currently, no real pressure on him now that he's got the short stack, so he's got some easy decisions to make, so he can sort of doesn't have to sweat it too hard with the thinking. Pretty binary options. He's just waiting for that moment. And the big blind here with the suited hand. He's going to go ahead and see the flop. Absolutely reasonable. You'd imagine Tago's not going to slow down on the flop here. He does,
All the
mind
center
you.
players, last chance, guys. This is your last chance to get in for the single day high roller event. Registration is about to close in 10 minutes. Once again, 10 minutes closing time for the registration for single day high roller event.
Vincent does not want to stab at it with his open-ender. Just has 14 bigs. It's pretty handcuffed. Could be a case for why you don't want to be defending from the big in a spot like this. If you're going to allow yourself to be muscled out with a lot of equity, then why even bother?
Vincent goes by the moniker Moist online, I believe. There's a fun word.
Huh. Not sure I love that.
We got another update from our very faithful Justin Fairbanks in the chat. 9 left in the mystery bounty, by the way.
Johnny Wang in chat says, did you know Taiwanese player now playing ace 5 off better than ace king off? Interesting. Is that because of Chiwi Fan? Are people fans of Fan? I must know. I certainly am. Here we go.
Shimizu with
8-4
the
off.
8-4 off.
$250,000 in the middle.
That for sure is a pre-flop race from a man who's comfortable playing post-flop. Picks up a fairly decent bit of it, middle pair. Tiny little flush draw. Good for a bet? We think so.
I mean, certainly will not consider folding. Second nut flush draw going to be good enough. Could consider raising as well, but of course the ICM pressure would be too much.
Yeah, especially with that tiny stack still in there. Why give up 100 million? That's a fun card.
Dream card for Shimizu. I mean, this is exactly what he wants to represent. Late open, has absolute rags. Does have that middle pair, decides to take the showdown value.
So far has navigated himself to a check mark, can only lose if he folds at this point. But the ball's in Min's court. And the option is his. He does wave the flag. King high could well be good here. Shimizu decides to check back, take down a nice 580k pot. On we go. I think fine by both. It's fine to be nice and passive. No need to do anything too crazy. They're going to be more fun spots. And like we said, that 6 big blind stack there right at the bottom, a relevant factor.
Yeah, perhaps the interesting part about that hand is for any players who hadn't had the pleasure of playing with Shimizu so far, they saw the 8-4 off showdown.
Yes, great point.
When you're on the final table, you can safely start taking notes on everyone. knowing that it will likely be relevant. That is one to put into the player notes category. Opening any 2 cards from the cutoff.
Pocket pair from Ivan Lee, who's been quiet for a bit. I wonder what happened to him on the outer table that lost him a chunk of change.
Yeah, I watched, or rather looked up some of the live reporting. Got into it with some big hands. Shimizu, beneficiary for a few of them. Certainly seems to be rock solid, as we've been calling him, even with his relatively middling stack at the moment. 30 big blinds, plenty, by the way, at any final table. The other players have been doing their research, especially over that 30-minute break that we put. They know he's the one to look out for in my position. He has a nice positioning on the table as well, Addy. On the left of the out-and-out chip leader. Makes it so much easier to maneuver. And really is a part of the luck aspect of the game. Your table draw and then, of course, your seat draw. Pocket eights, v Queen Jack off. Man from Korea.
Manny Ko is what he goes by, I believe. Once again, Justin
like
coming in with the clutch information.
Thanks, Justin. Has a nice ring to it, Manny Ko. Easy call. Question is, does Ivan sort of give up and feel himself done with the hand, or does he want to convert his eights into a bluff? He's in position, of course, against the big blind. Go checks and flow once again. That's trips now.
The way we've seen Ivan navigate most of his hands, I don't think that's something that he's going to want to do here. Again, that short stack is a factor. These guys are both about even stacked as well, so it's going to be hard to get the SPR where you want it. Manny Ko now. That's not a bad card for him to set another trap. This all hits. All of these cards hit his opponent's range, mind you.
He goes the other way, decides to represent some sort of a bluff, or in general, just get a crying call, considering most aces would be chopping with the aces and queens and a king kicker on the board.
Yeah, almost a half pot size bet there. The jack in his hand, a little difficult to get called. I mean, you're going to get called only by better, obviously, but that's a bit hard once you've got a jack in your own hand.
All right, once again.
No hero call from Lee. The correct decision.
2 minutes warning. Less than 2 minutes, guys.
So off to a fair start this final table. Big pot to kick us off, the 8s versus 7s. Since then the short stack managing to hang around so far, just 6 bigs. That 6 big stack should be the dream of the bigger stacks at the poker table, especially at a final table. Tago Tam, of course, is the out-and-out chip leader. I don't know if he's in the mood to truly take advantage of the ICM pressure he can put. He sort of needs to be in that any 2-card raise mode if he wants to maximize his advantage right now. Let's see what strategy he's come in with.
Single die roller.
I think his seat position is playing a factor there
This is your final call.
in terms of limiting his aggression.
1 minute warning.
That's right. The relatively bigger stacks of Ivan Lee and Shimizu on his immediate left and a few spots down. And what do you think of this? Vincent getting busy with this short stack. Bit of ICM suicide going on here. Queen 10 off is just a bit too raggy with the 6 big blind stack in the mix.
Alright, single day high roller.
Wanna get frisky.
Round number 11. Blinds 2-4-4,000. Tournament dealers, please shuffle up and deal. Registration is now officially closed for single day high roller event.
Yeah, and Cole's radar
Manico,
seemed to have been
exactly as you said, mate. Taking advantage of the
very
old
impressive
ICM.
nonetheless.
I would say so, yeah.
I mean, I know. I can see he has Queen 10 off. But how did they know? How did they do it? What size is the gold plaque? Asks Michael Thorne. I assume you mean what denomination, Michael? I'm going to guess that's what you're asking. It's 250,000 in chips. Coincidentally, that's how many chips you get when you buy into this tournament, this very tournament, for 5,000 USD almost. So 1 soul, we're calling it. I love the gold plaques for that reason. And Addy, I also love when the blind level reaches the buy-in amount. Now you're putting in 1 soul, one person's dream every time you toss in the big blind. So I have YouTube chat for our stream open on my phone. And my phone got worried for me and gave me a pop-up saying, do you want to take a break? You've been watching YouTube for too long. No, sir. There's more poker to be watched.
We're about to see it here. Oh, this is pretty tragic for Zhu. He finally picked up something worth playing with that tiny stack, and look at that. Chip leaders picked up Ace King.
Yeah, isn't that how it goes
Not
sometimes?
fair. Not fair.
He's going to be all in here unless somebody goes wild behind the chip leader, which is very unlikely.
And a disciplined laydown. Tago Tam applying further pressure with his boot on the neck of the rest of them. The 3 at the bottom with the most to worry about.
I'm a bit shocked at that laydown, actually, because you don't have ICM pressure. I mean, really thought he's going to get a better spot there, Andy?
You know, I don't think Tago's really given him much reason to believe he's not doing anything solid.
Fair enough, fair enough.
And there you go. He knew he was going to pick up something better. See? Psyduck was just like, don't worry, wait, give me this one. Psyduck says you'll get a hand next hand. And he did. He improved. Literally gave him his old hand.
That's actually incredible. I mean, what a spot. The biggest final table. Wakes up with Ace King when needed with 4 bigs. So this is going to be my last hand in the booth. Key when Suited Superman will be joining you. Very excited to see if this gets called. Does the dream stay alive? Or does Ace King meet some resistance? None so far.
Nope.
Oh, look at this. The fold equity coming through with the 4 big blind stack. Well done, sir. So Addy and Key, I will leave you to it. Good luck watching and commentating on this final table. I will see everyone in chat shortly.
All the best, mate. Vidar Single checking out for a bit. Key, welcome back.
Hi, Addy. Good to be back.
Yes, sir. I am very excited to have a mind like yours to help me navigate all this complexity of these guys.
This is great. There's a lot of money at stakes at the final table here, and a lot more gameplays to be displayed. Looking forward to see all the action and commentating this with you.
And we've still got one of your local homeboys is still in there, Mr. Min. Little biased.
All right, yeah. We had a local player who won the Vietnam National Cup yesterday. So let's see if history repeats today.
And there he is, right into the action with pocket threes, just as we speak of him. Maniko lets the ace-9 go. Hey, that rhymed.
Very nice. Pocket 8s here for Lee Han Chong.
We've been calling Ivan Lee rock solid has been Vidar and my nickname for him so far. He's just been unmovable. He's just maintained such a chill, calm demeanor. Takes very deliberate decisions. Sign of a great player.
Looks like he's been here many times before.
Are we going to see any drama on this flop? Not so much.
Although this is the type of flop that could get Ming Yang in some trouble. Being the pre-flop aggressor, this is the flop that favor his range. And we could see some chips being put in the pot here.
Yeah, definitely. The C-bet comes through. You're hoping to get folds most of the time. Most of the times you probably will. This time, well, at least for one more street, I don't think that's going to happen.
We will see. I think Ivan will also recognize that an early raise for our position from a stack like Ming Yang represent a very strong range. So proceed with caution, he does, just with the call.
I think Ivan would probably be happy for the hand to end just about here, and if he could just take showdown on the turn and take it down. But that's not going to happen. We're going to see the river. And tough, would you fight for this now, or would you just give up? Because, well, it's a decent sized pot, so
I think it's pretty tough spot because Ivan doesn't really have a lot of floats on this type of board, so he probably leans toward two pairs. The bet would have to be pretty strong to get Ivan off of this hand, I think.
That's smallish, actually. Interesting, leaves himself 10 big blinds. It looks a little bit milky, actually, if you're sitting in Ivan's shoes.
That is true. I think Ming Yang would play hands like Ace Queen, Queen Jack this way, and he got the fold. Very good job, very good bet.
Well played, recognized he was most likely not going to win this at showdown, took his opportunity, and added a nice 775k to his stack.
Once again, fellow players.
And we're going to have a dealer swap up there. Thank you, Megan, for your efforts so far, taking off this final table from seat 10. So tell me, Suited Superman. Superman fan, or where did it come from?
Oh, yes, I actually using my Superman Funko Pop as my card protector.
Ah.
He actually sitting here right in my pocket.
Oh, hello, mate.
He looks a little bit
Clark.
like me. So,
He
yeah,
does.
so he's been my travel buddy. going everywhere. And that's where I get my nickname for my blog from. And yeah, it's great to be here and be here at this Super High Roller final table. How's the final table has been? You think just in terms of aggression, is any players taking the
I would
control?
say Tam, the man from Estonia, I feel like he could be a bit more aggressive, but like we said, I think he's a little locked because he's got two solid and large stacks just on his left, so he's not really opening as much as I feel he would be trying to exploit the ICM. Min's picked up another pocket pair in the meantime, so I think that's the only thing that I felt has not been as I would have expected so far, but it's always when you just start a fresh final table, everyone needs to sort of settle in. Some people are used to the lights, some people are used to the camera, some aren't. And then once you play a hand or two, a round or two goes by, you get settled into your ways. Many of these guys have done this a couple of times before, so they'll be quite comfortable. I'm feeling very comfortable now that I can actually see the person that I'm co-commentating with. Otherwise, it's just Vidur's voice in my head, and I have many voices in my head, so it's good to make sure it's a real person now. And yeah, very privileged to be your Jammy Jimmy Olsen for the day.
All right, yeah. Awesome. I'm looking forward to this. And here we have a defend from Shimizu. Oh, 3-bet actually.
He's been the funnest player so far on the final table. He even opened, I think, from the cutoff 8-4 off a couple of hands ago. Managed to get it to showdown and take it down. Table got to see that as well, which I think works great in his favor, as Vidur mentioned.
I actually had a pleasure of playing with Mr. Shimizu before at the World Series of Poker this last summer, and yes, he does have a very unorthodox play, very fun to play at, play with at the table, and definitely someone to look out for. Very unexpected.
There it is, the hunger in his eyes. It's by no means a small 3-bet either.
This putting a lot of pressure on Min, as there are a couple shorter stacks on the verge of elimination, so this raise is actually pretty clever, and it might work.
Or you could do the other thing.
Wow.
That'll work too.
Very impressive. I think it's just a very good read of the situation from Min. Being aware that Shimizu might be putting on the pressure just like he does, and took the stand. I like it.
And we have a new short stack in Vincent Huang. As a reminder, the plaques and chips in play are blues 5Ks, greens 25Ks, silver plaques 100Ks, and then, as Vidur has so beautifully put it, the yellow plaques are worth 250K, which is the starting buy-in, or starting stack for this event. As he put it, one soul.
One soul.
One soul. How are we doing in chat, everyone? How's this final table been for you guys so far? 433 of you watching right now. Who are you rooting for? Who do you think's got the edge? Who do you think's going to give us a surprise? We'd like to know all of it, and we're here to answer.
Who do we have the most fans out there in the chat?
So far, no definitive answer to that question yet. I think everyone's trying to figure it out just like us.
I think I have a couple of texts from my friends saying that they are good friends with Ivan, and he's been in the scene. Seems like have the most experience in the high roller scene. So looking forward to see his skills being displayed. He's sitting in the middle of the pack right now, it seems, and facing a decision.
Anthony Sirko from France. He did some fun stuff. He's clearly played a bunch of live poker before, because he was setting up a situation for himself earlier where I think he had the nuts or something, and he was doing one, not a Hollywood, but like a natural one, like a believable one, like a very genuine one. That's just it's a good sign. It's a good sign that someone who's been sitting on tables before.
It'll be a little bit harder to read him too with the mask on.
Facts. And we got a fan of his in chat as well. Going for the old set mine here, upwards of 40 bigs, perfectly reasonable. Going to be tough as well, out of position for Ivan to get this one done. Snap fold there.
Yeah, very good. I think in spots where Calvin doesn't really have a hard blocker, it's very wise of him to not put any chips in the pot. It seems tempted to put in a small bet in this type of monotone board, but recognizing the flat behind does include a lot of small maiden pairs that connect with this board, so wisely check fold.
So we're waiting for the next hand to be dealt here. Let me update you with what I like. What I like is I'm not necessarily too big on how it should. I just want to see blood. Let me put it this way. I just want to see blood. It's been 20 years of poker, and everyone plays good. So now I just want chaos.
You want chaos.
I want
you
chaos.
Want to see unexpected action. Yeah, I think that's what I would say expect to see from a lot of these final table at the Asian Poker Tour. I've watched a few of these final tables before my trip here, and there were definitely some really unorthodox wild action plays, a lot of blood being spilled on this final table, to say the least. So expect to see a lot of surprises today as well. So Addy, you've said that you play poker for 20 years. How did you find poker, and where did you play?
The history. We go back, I think with, like most people, goes all the way back to college. The roommates are playing one day. They say, come check this out. So we say, oh, this seems like fun. We used to watch a lot on TV as well. Oh, hey.
We got all in.
And a snap call. Ooh, that's unfortunate timing. He just had to get through one person, who was Vincent, the other short stack.
Live cards, however. And live suits. Oh, one live suit. 6 in the window. Zhu took the lead. More out now for Vincent. Does not hit it and is eliminated in 9th place. Unfortunate.
Unfortunate indeed, yes. His opponent was just trying to take advantage of the situation. Vincent woke up with an actual hand. Snap called it. And was on the receiving end of Lady Luck's backhand. Not the one you want. But he takes home 393 million for his efforts. So, not a bad day at all. About 16,000 USD. And we are down to 8 in the 8 max. Now it's like the official, unofficial, official final table.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, so back to the old history. Yeah, we used to watch a lot of poker on TV, and then my mate said, you know, come play a tournament at our local club. So we went. This was in London.
London? Oh, okay.
So sat down, had a good time, got about middle of the pack before getting knocked out. Went back the next week after just reading a book or two, and shipped the whole thing.
Wow.
This was the worst thing that could have happened to me. Because I'm sure, as anyone who's been to that spot of having beginner's luck, soon receives winning tilt. So that was expensive learning lessons along the way. But then we used to play and hustle on and off sort of the cash game circuit around London for the longest time. Made a decent amount of money, and then came back to India thinking, all right, I know this super game. I'm going to show everyone back home what's what. But then this is, again, pre a little bit of the online days, as well as me understanding what bankroll management is, which led to more interesting things where all the guys who I thought I would take for a ride back home cleaned me out, which led to complete loss of confidence and faith. You don't have the tools and resources that people do these days to sort of be like, okay, this is normal, or this is what you should not have done in preparation. You just had, it was in your wallet 1 minute, and now it's gone.
I totally understood that feeling, for sure.
So we bounced around for a bit, and then once the Indian poker scene sort of kicked off, joined a company over there, and then have been more on the industry side of it now, because got a lot of other little passions, so it's really hard to dedicate your full time to poker if you have other things that you're interested in doing. So as a player, I've taken a back seat, and it's just more about content and just being an evangelist for the game, really.
That's awesome. I think our paths do align a bit. I was also in a similar, and I think poker has given me so much, and I enjoyed giving it back. As of late, I'm just doing a lot of building game, growing the community around poker, promoting the games, and this is part of that effort to just being out here and just luckily be able to connect with APT and the organizers, bring me on board and be able to support the brand, and I'm looking forward to all this experience. Having a great time so far.
Yeah, absolutely. It's live events. It's just it solidifies communities like nothing else does, to be honest. Because you come here, it's a real rush. You get to see, people you've looked up to. You might get an opportunity to talk to them, learn from them. You might get to play against them. You might get to play and beat them, or lose from them, and then learn from that. It's just it's nothing but plus EV, despite what other people say about live poker.
Agree 1,000%. As we get back to the action here, there's a raise from Calvin and defend, and a big blind from the local min. Facing a small c-bet. Min is going to call. Not sure what his plan here, going down the street with the king high, but
I suppose the big blind represents a wider range that could connect with this. Maybe he's planning something a bit naughty. When it double pairs like that, though, it's hard to get an ace to fold sometimes.
Indeed, but this card might be a good leading card for Min if he decides to go for it. Might put Calvin in some tough spots.
And go for it, he does. 375 into 1.2.
This is a pretty strong line. I think some of Min's bluff on the flop was gonna check raise instead of check call, so it's pretty credible to rep the 5 here.
No fear, though, from Ace King, knowing that there are some Queen Jacks and whatnot that could reasonably be behind. A 6 is fun. Asking for a count now. Dangerous thoughts. He's been shown resistance for 2 streets. And this is literally where this is poker. When you need it, when you want it, how are you going to get it?
I smell blood, Addy. I smell blood.
Asking a lot here. Almost half of his opponent's stack to find out where he's at. I got a feeling he's just going to call this, to be honest. I feel he's come 2 streets. I think there might be more at play here. No?
Wow.
Lets it go. Shows the bluff also.
Wow, he
Oh, and he
called.
did make the call. He did make the call. Well done. I thought he was showing the bluff there. Well played.
That's pretty
So
impressive. I thought he would make the lay down as some of the gut shots or straight draw got there, but the man just read his soul.
3 streets of pure value for Ivan Lee. Adds healthy amounts to his stack. Now that was nice. Yeah. Can see some of your reactions coming in chat as well. That's what you get when it's a super high roller. No easy rides.
Yeah, that took a big dent into Min's stack, but he's still alive. He's still got a seat in this competition and a chance to fight back.
Do we go back and what's your take on his sizing there? Would you have gone bigger, smaller there if you're trying to get the fold?
I think in that spot where he was repping a full house on the turn, I would prefer to go larger or give up. I think
exceed pot?
Even an all-in,
Yeah.
that would be a huge pressure on his opponent, which probably doesn't have a lot of 4x and 5x in range. So I think that would have been a tougher decision for sure.
Oh,
Wow.
interesting. Let it go as well. Sensible. Ooh, another nice hand.
I really like this 3-bet from Song. I think chip leader is going to open wide, even though from under the gun, having hands like King 10 suited, he will be able to fold out some better 10x and also can play post flop very well with the suited variety. Well played there.
And there you have the payouts in both VND and USD. Only one person has received their payout slip. The rest all still fighting for that 3.9 billion. I love what you said earlier about poker is giving so much to you. I very much feel the same. Like almost in debt. Like I'm in debt to the game. You know.
I agree.
I said that to my parents. They're like, "You're in debt." No, to the game. You're in debt at poker. No. Think bigger.
Yeah, this game is so interesting. You get to have a lot of freedoms to be able to travel on your own time and be able to meet so many players. There's no other games where you get to sit down with 8 or 9 strangers and be able to just have conversation, build friendships, and just learn about each other. And it's just that what makes poker so fun for me.
Yeah, and the knowledge sharing. It's so rare you get a sport where someone can beat you and then explain to you exactly how they did it. And then be like, try it again, it won't be the same. It's beautiful. An easy uncontested pop. Going Ivan's way. Tago Tam, 88 big blinds, has been super solid. Started this final table with 10 million. He's got 11 million now. Graph is going upwards. Psyduck is in control. We were having a debate. We can't figure out what Ivan's... is that a cat? Is it a dog? Is it like... What is that?
Oh.
We're trying to figure it out. We know what Psyduck is for sure. We know what Superman is for sure. But we're trying to figure this one out.
He does look like...
It could be like a baby dragon of some sort, maybe?
Yeah, or just a cat astronaut or something.
Castronaut.
Castronaut. Shimizu. Open it way wide. To almost 3x.
Well, that's a scary thing to do into two solid and large stacks as well. Oopsies. Well, unless there's some traps in play, which would be fun. It might just end over here. But it would be fun to take a flop.
Yes, I think...
Especially against a player like Shimizu, like, and Ivan will be aware of that. And any time, by the way, we've seen a dominated... Oh, no. It's going to end here.
Yeah, I was going to say, this hand is quite tough to just play post-flop out position. So this is an option. What a beautiful trophy.
Yes, sir. Platinum, silver, not sure. Very shiny. Shiny, shiny. I love the every time I walk past the trophy setup, it's great. Oh, it's also a Pokemon. Someone has come to my rescue. It's also a Pokemon. Do we have it? We know Psyduck as a Pokemon. We're talking about the other one. If that's also Pokemon, do tell us its name. I haven't kept up to the last Pokemon I played was Pokemon Yellow, so it's been a while.
Shimizu's favorite cards must be King 8. Another open.
Or maybe it's just any 8.
Yeah. Gets through this time.
Always smiling, always happy. Great attitude. It's always good, even when the pressure's on, if people are smiling, means you're comfortable, means you're giving, it's just an edge. Keeping calm, keeping happy.
Yes, definitely the Asian Poker Tour is making the player experience here very nice. Feels like VIP playing at these events. And the tour definitely focuses a lot on making players feel comfortable and be able to play cards, have fun, and win a lot of money.
And I do love it in a venue like this where the focus is entirely on the tournaments. There's no other distractions. Everyone's here for business. Oh, Anthony's picked up a legit hand. Anthony, by the way, his current GPI ranking is just over 1K. If he ships this one today, I'd imagine he'd come into the triple digits.
Wow, this is the big spot for him. And an interesting situation here in the small blind, facing the 2.5x open.
You saw Anthony just a moment ago glance to his left to take a quick count of the final player to axe stack before making his decision. Eight, 9 queen, 8, 9 king, blood, 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 blood.
There definitely could be some flops that develop action.
Jumping ahead, does Ivan.
Ivan has a very good flop to continue, but his hand in particular is great checking to get some showdown, and also for deception. Nine is an interesting card.
White flag. Although check raise would be absolutely filthy at this point.
I was.
The Jack of Diamonds is
thinking
not a
the
bad
same.
card to do it with either, mind you.
Yes, you would think Calvin would see bet a lot of his king queen. So a bet here, most likely 10 jack or jack jack. And that's a pretty narrow range. So not a bad spot to turn his hand into a bluff here. It may not work in this exact situation, but
Yeah, doing it to the guy who just called 3 streets with ace high against someone else on the table is never easy.
decided to make a fold.
Rock solid, stoic is Ivan Lee, approaching the 50 big blind mark. And no one in the red zone. That's the first time we've had that situation on this final table.
Yes, I really love to see a lot of deep stacks and a lot of poker being played. So we pick up the premium under the gun off of 17 big blind. Let's see what he chooses to do. $325K looks like. Shimizu is certainly can defend this, and he does. Ace Queen 5. This is a good flop for Zhu to continue. But with his exact hand, I don't know if there's value into betting here. As not many better hands would make a fold. But he chooses to make the continuation bet anyway. Shimizu makes the call, holding the king of heart, backdoor flush draw. Could be a factor. Instead, it's a king of diamond, which gives Zeus the backdoor straight draw and may be a card that Zeus would check and take a free one.
I don't know if they pre-made it. No, they pre-made the one like me, right? Yeah. I don't know if they pre-made the bank
there are not many hands that Shimizu is going to fold after calling the flop. Hands that Zoo want to bluff. Maybe some Queen X. Wisely check back. Reverse is 6 of club. Shimizu, let's see if he's going for some value or trapping here. Checking. Maybe Zoo can try to go for a bluff, thinking some Queen X might fall. Nope, he's just gonna not go back and receive the bad news.
The bad news was when he had tens and the flop had an ace. That was the bad news. And then a queen.
Yeah. Small hit to Zoo stack. Bring him down to 13 big blind. And closer to the danger zone. So Addy, have you had a chance to check out the city?
No, not at all, not at all. I got in at 5 a.m. this morning.
Oh, wow.
And I came straight to work.
Have you ever been to Hanoi before?
I have, but it was only for a day. We'd come for New Year's a couple of years ago. We spent most of our time in the capital, which admittedly I think I preferred Hanoi a lot more because the capital was just like a beautiful city, but this place has such a insane vibe, especially at night. There's this, I don't know, I think it's a fairly famous or well-known street, but where all the little shops and pubs and all are just out there on the street. That vibe was amazing, and we all were in a group, and we landed. We're like, oh, we're just going to spend one night here because we're flying out from here the next day, and we saw it, and we're like, oh, we planned wrong our holiday. We need to spend more time in Hanoi. So this time I'm so glad I get to do that.
Yeah, definitely. I love the city. Just so much culture here. A lot of good food. A lot of fun things to do at night. And definitely you should go out and get some street food. There's lots of options.
I do have one tourist tip. If you do Halong Bay and you go kayaking, keep up with your group.
Yeah.
don't lose them, because it happened to me. I joined the group late, so they had already started. We'd just done one of those those cruises in the bay.
Yeah.
8 in the morning, everyone takes off. 8:30 I get there, so no worries, I'll catch up. I went, and then suddenly I was just alone, paddling through. It was beautiful, but yeah, I got a little bit of a moment, and then I saw them all packing up, and it looked like they didn't notice one kayak was missing, and I was catching up, pedaling furiously.
Good tips. Good tips. Next time we need to bring some air tag or something.
Yes.
Yeah, it's very, very laid back cultural, very laid back city. Some people describe it as just the coffee culture, right? We just enjoying the company of each other. In the morning before you go to work, you go to coffee shops. You go to work couple hours, you go lunch together. In the afternoon, we go to beer together, and then at night we hang out. And, get some street food. And so it's just a very relaxing culture. A lot of people are doing work at the coffee shops, and just very cool vibe. Definitely, every time I come home, it just I definitely miss it a lot. In the States, everything was just very fast, and people don't seem to have a moment to relax and enjoy the company. Wow, Shimizu using his big stack effectively.
Seems he actively targets Min's blinds specifically. We didn't see him being as wide when the seats were a little bit different. Of course, that was a different phase of the tournament. Oh. Psyduck still on top.
So silver plaques are 100,000. The gold plaques are 250,000. Blue chips are 5K and green chips are 25K. As you can see, the
Was I right in
players.
seeing a Queen Jack suited fold somewhere in that early on? That pained me a little bit. I want to play poker.
Yes. That's a tough hand to play without having the button or maybe a big blind defense, as there's still a lot of players left to act and could squeeze you out. I think with ICM in the final table, we might not see a lot of flatting, and we see a lot more 3-bet or fold type of situation. But I do see we have some wild cards in the game, so we'll see what's happened, how players adjust.
Alright, calling the attention of Khan Alexei. Are you here, Khan Alexei? Mr. Khan Alexei. Also, Mr.
Didn't take too long to lose our first person, but 8 players left has been on for now almost 3 levels. And 15 minutes till we're at 200K. Told you, any hand with an 8.
Yes, that's a lucky number. Natural 8.
And
Wrapping.
Tago Tam just getting ace king for fun at this point. Making it 1.2 million is the bet. It's always a bit strange when you're in Shimizu's, position there. Every time you bet someone 3 bets, it's like at some point I'm gonna have it, guys. Watch out.
Yes.
I think he's just a little bummed out that that time is not now.
I have player with Shimizu one table where he actually raising blind every hand, and at some point he was going all in blind.
Oh,
This was at a 10K buy-in PLO events, and so he's definitely had some gears in him where he could go for it here, but decided to back down this time. A solid second in chips.
Raffaello says Shimizu win. We got a supporter. And chat, you guys have not yet helped me out with figuring out what that chip marker is. The black cat, the black dragon, Chihuahua. No one's or is it Pokemon? Nobody's given me the answer yet. Still waiting. But if you don't play that game, there is of course the Guess the Winner competition that's pinned. You definitely take a shot at that. And of course, if you are clicking buttons on YouTube, the subscribe button, the like button, the share button, all viable options. We'd very much appreciate a click or two in any of those directions. Blind to blind, this is kind of gross.
Yeah, this is interesting. As Calvin has a very good hand. He's going to take it down.
I can't put my finger on it, but Toggle Time reminds me of someone. I'm just trying to figure out who.
That's player in seat 4.
Huh? Yeah, the chip leader.
Yeah.
This will probably be the last hand of this level. There you go. The honest face of a man who's picked up ducks under the gun on a final table. Enjoy it. Risky, I'd say, given who's on the button at the moment. That is your chip leader right there. Tago Tam doesn't pick up a hand. Deuces might get through here, just one more person. And there you go.
Deuces never loses.
Deuces never loses.
Once again, calling the attention of Mr. Luke Kim Chun Morales.
There's something a little bit special about deuces. I think if I'm there, I'm sitting, I pick up 3s, 4s, they just get auto-mucked, and then I pick up deuces and I'll be like, but this could be fun. Zora Plays in the chat says, is this live? It is live on a 30-minute delay. That's to protect the integrity of the stream. If you want to get faster updates, you can check out the website apt.poker.
apt.poker.
Thank you, that's the one. They also keep some of the larger spoilers on a delay so that they give us a good chance to do our jobs as well. Hats off to them. Fantastic. But you can find out what's happening with the other events right here at the National Convention Center in Hanoi.
I think we got about 8 minutes before the next level here, and the blinds would be 200k, and Min would be looking at a very short stack, so he might be looking for this move right here with the ace 2. And he does. For 8 big blinds?
8 big blinds.
Let's see if
Do we
if
get
he
much
any
full
action.
equity with those stacks, though? Oops,
Ooh.
never mind.
Not with this hand.
Never mind.
Chip leader himself.
Downgraded brutally from Ace King to Ace Queen. What a harsh life he has.
We're the Vietnamese fan.
Oh, that's right. The last Vietnamese left in the field right now. Come on, show some love for your local boy. He's going to need a deuce.
It's probably going to be an ISO spot for the chip leader. Yep.
Oh.
Oh, no.
Queen
One duck
deuce.
gone.
That's unfortunate. And diamonds also going away. That's probably not great either. It says 26%. Might be a tiny bit less than what we see on your screen after we see some fold cards. Let's see what happened. Here comes the flop.
It's duck hunting time for Min. Calling for the deuce. Does not get it on the flop.
It is alive though. Just go chop now.
Last card. GG. Great performance from the local. Ming Ang Win. Congratulations.
193 million richer on this day.
Well done, sir.
And guys, 15 minutes left for the Guess the Winner registration. If you haven't done it, freebies just sitting there waiting to be picked up. Get involved.
Addy, on the other side of the room, they had the mystery bounty day 2 that was happening, and a player picked out the 1 billion Vietnamese dong for the top prize bounty. That was an exciting moment, turning $500 into 40K with less than 40 hours of play. And it was fun to see just the unpredictable of mystery bounty tournament, and was fun to see all the sweats, you know, with the envelope. So that was really fun event.
Yeah, it's one format I've played online a couple of mystery bounties before, but I've never done it live, and just the thrill of opening that envelope and finding out what's inside. That's a rush that I desire.
Yeah, still a lot more events. This is only day 3 of the APT Hanoi Billions. So come on down. The main event starts on Monday, and you can join for multiple flights. A lot of events being played out here at the National Convention Center. Interesting spot here for Song, but the large raise from Shimizu got it through. All eyes now on Zoo of the 11 big blinds. Good opportunity for the chip leaders to put some aggressions.
And mind you, it's only going to be 11 big blinds for a few minutes more, and then we're jumping up all the way to 200K. You can see on the screen behind you 3 minutes left before that happens. Next payout as well, 671 million What was that? What's that in dollars? I'm still getting used to the conversion roundabouts.
So there's
There must sorry to
24,000
cut you off.
VND.
Is there like a quick calculation, like a rule of thumb that you have?
Yeah, so about
You're going to tell me the
25.
exchange rate. Damn
Yeah,
it.
I round up to 25. So basically, every 10 million would be 250.
Rock and roll.
Yeah, so it would be 400. So it's what's the price?
671.
671. So we're looking at roughly 28. Okay.
I'm going to take your word for it because
Yeah.
I don't want to dwell too long on the fact that I don't know maths, because then people will start scratching the surface of that.
Yeah, let me test my math. Wow, I'm right on the dot.
Whoa! Not bad, matey.
Yes. All in here from Shimizu. Wow. No action here.
Relentless aggression. You love to see it. Tago Tam. Graph continues upwards. Now 13 million is the chip leader. I really, really like Ivan's demeanor just looking at him there. He just looks completely in his element. Not phased by whatever is going around him, even though there's a large tower being built directly to his right.
Yes.
He knows that's the right direction.
He's very focused. Giving off nothing.
Easy peasy hand for Song. He's been fairly inactive, got a little bit of a tight image, you'd imagine. I think that's a byproduct of the cards he's not picking up, or where he's seated. And welcome another fresh face to the table in form of our newest dealer.
Circle here, considering his option.
You could tell he kind of wanted to, but
Yeah, with the short stack and a lot of players left to act.
just not the play. What to do?
Song here. Is gonna open. I think so far he hasn't faced much aggression, so I think he will just be able to keep opening and till players figure out.
Okay. Nice life for Tago Tam. Gets bottom pair with the nut flush draw. Song in the middle of the pack. Oh. Okay. Here we go.
Interesting.
I sense something that starts with B and ends with D. There is one very special card that could potentially make that happen.
I think we'll see at least a call here. Getting a pretty good price to draw to the flush. Does not get it. I think ace-2 offsuited, that was actually a pretty good spot, in my opinion, as a chip leader in the big blind there to 3-bet pre-flop as a bluff. I see some of this plays recently, just one of those hands where you don't really flop that well, but then you have decent blocker properties, and also having the covering stacks really helps. So but let's see what Tam decided to do here. The board is paired. His ace high blocker doesn't seem as strong to make the bluff.
But seems a little perplexed with the discount million bet that he's facing. But in all seriousness, what do you beat? Like King 10, I suppose.
Good fold.
Good fold. I think we'll be up. I think the blinds will be up this hand. So 1 blind equals 2 of those silver plaques, if you're paying attention. We're not up just yet, I think. Sorry, this might... I said this is the last hand for this level, I think, like, for 8 minutes straight.
Yeah, almost, I think. Average big blinds, 28. Still lots of poker being played.
And final 2 minutes to guess the winner competition. Last chance. Ju's all in for his remaining chips. Let's see if he gets any action.
He got the 8, the magic 8. Took it down. Love to see this. Shimizu applying the pressure.
I wonder what his what factors in when he chooses what to us seems like stranger hands. There's got to be something on the table itself. That would definitely be my reasoning.
Or maybe he just doesn't want to fold too much. And he count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4. It's time to play a hand.
Yeah, fair enough.
Oh,
Dang.
out flop time here, and likely to make a bet.
One single 250k plaque goes in the middle. The bet is one soul, as Vidor would say.
Tam got 2 over here. Backdoor straight draw. And a good price. He's going to make the call in position.
Notice he didn't use his souls. He didn't want to disturb Psyduck's little throne there. He used the silvers instead.
Breaky turn card. Let's see if Shimizu finds a check here. Or going for the continuation. Yeah, very tough for Tam to continue here with the size. I thought it was gonna show the 5.
There we have it. Now you can see it on your screen. I'm finally right. The blinds are officially up. There we go.
That brings Zoo down to 8 big blind.
Crispin says hello all. Hello to you too, sir. Welcome in the chat. And once again, thank you all who've tuned in for the last couple of hours. We've been on it for what, 7 hours now? You guys have kept this jam-packed on this stream.
This is a very fun final table. We just never know what Shimizu is gonna do. Like right about now under the gun, thinking with 8-3. Decided to fold.
It was close. It was close. That's a nice little tower he's got going over there. I've never been someone to stack in a single high column. It freaks me out.
Yes, I think with the plaque, it feels a little bit more sturdy, but a friend of mine's played cash game. His name is Andy Stacks. He likes to stack his chips super high.
Don't you ever just feel like just leaning over and just boop, giving it a little poke?
Ooh, pocket kings here.
Ooh.
For Ivan.
We haven't seen a premium like this in a while.
On the button too, might not get respect from blinds, but Song with 10-4 offsuit is going to throw it away. Not a single emotion on Ivan's face.
Yep, his disappointment is the same as his excitement as far as we know. Someone in chat says, what happened to some stacks? Went from 5 to 2 million in 1 sec. Whose stack specifically, sir? There have been a little bit of chips flying here and there. Most of them have gone in the direction of that man. You can see on your screen who the action's on right now. Tago Tam, the man from Estonia.
Interesting pot here for Ivan.
Short stack is still in.
I
can't remember what seat they were in.
I believe short stack is in the blinds. Oh, actually, no. He was under the gun. I like the 3-bet. I think you don't want to flat here too much.
Leave it open for someone to get a little squeezy or...
Right, and the hand is offsuit, not flopping very well, and he's blocking a lot of the strong hands. So, with a good image, I think it's a well execute by Ivan.
Crispin in the chat has some facts about Estonia. Says it's a beautiful country, really underrated. Bit cold this time of year though. It's a little bit chilly outside over here as well. It's just that tiny notch under 20 degrees where it starts to just has a tiny bite in the air, but it's still not cold enough that you're freezing, but enough that you can just have a light jacket on and enjoy the breeze. But my threshold and concept of what is cold or not is completely skewed by many years in Scotland, which is just grey and freezing cold.
Wow.
So my cold is not as warm as it is for others. No, and there's another Tago fan in the chat. So we have 21 centimeters of snow on the streets. Okay, it is a bit cold there.
Oh, wow.
In Estonia. Shout out to everyone watching from Estonia. Chirag Soda in the chat as well. Yay, thanks for the love, matey. Oh, hey.
Ace 10 versus A10.
Oh, this is going to be very disappointing for both of them. Chirag says, gotta include Jack 5 off in our range now. Learning every day, huh, Chiggy?
Here's the all-in, and 6 big blinds. Very likely.
Likely not an insta-click, though, mind you. It's one of those ones where you're like, I really don't want to, but I think I'm gonna have to, but... There we go. All smiles all around. The sweat is over.
Diamond Spade versus Club Hearts. Let's see.
Oh yeah, all suits are in play.
Oh! Wow.
Blood.
It's not over. It's not the same hand. Red cards, but not a heart. 1 river.
Can he fade? He can. Chop it up, gents.
Big sweat. Red card, but not a heart. And that's a chop pot.
That tingle down Ju's spine just now when that flop opened. We've all been there. We're like, oh, great. Oh, no. Not like this. Not like this. Gets him back to double digits as far as blinds are concerned. So he'll be happy. Mr. Brother Tongue says, Ivan Lee just played well, deserves a trophy. Yet to find out who our penultimate multimillionaire is today. 2 more people drop and then we're into the big B's.
Shimizu open here with a 6-3. Actually pushing all in, putting pressure on the short stack. In the blinds. And got the job done.
Relentless aggression once again, my man.
As I was interviewing the player that won the Vietnam National Cup, he was saying that he learned most of his poker through watching live stream, final tables from different streams, and pick up a lot of just learning a lot of techniques and plays from players. And so I think this is a great way to study. And here at the final table, we have a lot of good players with good skills being displayed. It's definitely something that's be able to improve my own game a lot through this year. Just watching players navigate through the final table, which is usually very complex and interesting dynamics.
Yeah, I think one nice thing about learning from watching streams is that you also get to find often that person or player whose style or just general vibe or whatever it may be, it actually inspires you, right? That, oh, okay, I like the way that person does it like that. I want to do it like that. And then then you start to look down that road a little bit more, and then you find your path of learning. But because it's very daunting if you're really new to the game, and then someone gives you a course or something. This is how to play, and then you're just like, whoa, 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 whoa.
Yes.
This is a bit much. But when you see someone that you can relate to doing it in a way that feels like you could do it too, then that's your entry point. That's super important. What's your most challenging structure in tourneys for you personally? Like 6-maxes, short-handed, hyper-turbos, nice deep stacks. What do you prefer? Or what do you struggle with the most, let's just say? Everyone likes to boast. No one likes to be honest. Be honest.
Yes, I think heads up is still my biggest struggle, as I don't have as much experience.
Mm-hmm.
There are a lot of hands in you have to play a lot of hands, and there's a lot of interesting scenarios, so there's nowhere to hide in heads up, right? So that's the most difficult, but I think it's also the most fun, where you get to play a lot of hands as well. So this interesting than both. I personally like to play maybe like 6 max style. So it's a mix of both, where you get to play a lot of hand as well, but you know, be able to have the dynamic of having multiple different stack size.
Gutties for both now. All right, finally, we have an answer. So, that mysterious chip protector that Ivan has, we got the information directly from him, was actually a Taiwanese lucky charm that was a gift to him from a friend.
Interesting.
Back to the poker, Tago's not giving up just yet. Raised on the larger side pre-flop as well. Got resistance, and now here we have turn action. And look at that, Ivan's instincts again. Just really rock solid, what can you say?
Yes, that's a very difficult call on the turn. I'm not sure if his plan here is to call it down with the ace high, but
if there was another spade out there, perhaps that could have been a line to think about. Oh, Tago just not giving up here. And wow, if Ivan manages to find a call again, that would be phenomenal. Truly, truly difficult.
there are a lot of draws that missed, including clubs. Wow, he let it go.
Tago there. He'll sneakily breathe a sigh of relief when no one's looking. And still has not dipped. Keeps going up. Has maintained this lead right from the start of this final table coverage. High praise coming in from Henry. Appreciate that, sir. You take inspiration from the likes of you. And blood. And blood.
Especially blood.
Especially blood.
Ah, pocket sixes in the muck. Shimizu still relentless with his aggression.
Oh, just 10 bigs here. You almost feel like Anthony wanted another 2 people in that pot so he could just do some stop and go madness. It's always fun. But here just heads up with a standard defend. We're going to take it, and boom, queen on the flop. All right, advantage France. Just the one big blind. I love it.
I think.
Getting rid of his final green chips. I think we're going to lose the blue chips soon. If I'm not mistaken, there's going to be a color up coming up at the next break. Easy life, but the back door has just opened up ever so slightly for Shimizu, not just in form of the gut shot, but also some... Well, it's a really hard one to do the backdoor flush story,
Yes.
let's be honest, so let's just stick with the 9. But
And the ace.
and the ace. Yeah.
Ooh.
Ooh. You know what? The 1 card straight is also a scary one, mind you. We didn't think that one through.
Let's see if Shimizu is taking the showdown option or maybe turn his hand into a bluff.
Anthony, that is 1:1 on that on that board right now. Actually a bit gross because you do want to get value, but if he clicks back at you, how many bluffs does he really have?
Snap check back. He can still beat some 8x that plays this way. So
Do you reckon that was? You think that was a trap, or was he just happy to just take it to showdown?
I think with the one-liner out there, he's just happy to win that pot, especially.
You often think sometimes an aggressive player is going to take that bait so many times, but then again, why guess? It's only a super high roller. Probably want to make a little more informed decisions. All right, 15 minutes left in this. Oh, till we're at a break, but 20 minutes left in this level. Ah, Shimizu with a mystery hand. I love it. Odds on it being an 8.
I think it's Jack 5 again.
Ooh. All right. I say it's Jack 8.
Jack 8.
Yeah, just covering all the boards.
Gets a call here from the chip leader. I think Tam might get some info here, and that Shimizu might be...
Oh, easy life. Great spot to squeeze.
Indeed. But he does have a very good price as well to disguise his hand and be able to keep the dominated hands like Queen Jack of Tam in the pot.
All in and announced. We still, of course, don't know what Shimizu's holding.
Got through the mystery hand.
Alright, your players in the response. Single day high roller complete hand in 1 15-minute break.
And you can hear in the background the high rollers on a break. The super high roller will be joining them in 15 minutes.
Please do the chip breaks, remove the 500 chips. And dealers on single day high roller, please do the chip breaks, remove the 500 chips.
So while we're waiting for the next hand, tell me a little bit about the history of poker in Vietnam. Well, like, when did it really kick off? When did it start becoming a thing over here?
I think with poker in Vietnam, there's definitely has been just booming this past couple of years. I actually, when I left the country, there was little to none. But 10 years ago, that now it has gotten just about every big city in Vietnam. There's cards club that offer daily tournaments with a lot of young players and a lot of interest in the game. In fact, I found out my brother actually also plays a lot of poker here in town.
Fantastic.
Yes, so yeah, there's a lot of interest, a lot of different players from different cities that enjoy the game. And I think with a lot of poker tournament series like APT that making frequent stops all over the country, the game has grown a lot, and there's a lot of excitement for the future as well. Just looking at all the record-breaking events this year, the future is very optimistic, and I'm looking forward to be able to come back and play more events in the homeland here. Definitely just probably one of the biggest poker growth in Asia.
Yeah, definitely. I see a lot of parallels to India and Vietnam in terms of poker coming up. It's good to see. Ours, we have that potential skill thanks to that population, but the journey remains the same. It's always based in passion, which is great. It's a common factor. Maniko has been extremely quiet so far. Kind of sandwiched between a lot of really good, really aggressive, stacked up players. Here's one of them. Ivan Lee, King Jack, and the hijack.
Yeah, sometimes it's not too much fun being a middle stack, not having too many hands to play and not many spots to jump into action. But I'm sure he will get his opportunity. Song has been pretty loose pre-flop, so let's see if he's taking this spot to the street. Decided to lays it down. The Queen Jack offsuit.
Of course, we've got the short stack there on the big blind.
It's actually a very good spot for him to take the flop facing the min bets. I'm surprised Ivan didn't make a bigger raise with Zhu being so short. But I think he's determined to call off if Zhu shoved pre-flop. Flopping way ahead here.
And how are we doing, everyone in chat? All 459 of you lovely people. We're now 8 hours into this super high roller coverage. What did we start today? We started today at what, 20, 40K blinds? 30 people?
Ivan with the big slick again. This must be a 5th time he's gotten this hand.
Yeah, I mean, not to take away anything from their games, but both these two guys have actually picked up great hands throughout this final table, and they've had the stacks, and they've played them well. It's just
yes,
play good, run good, you know.
Yes, Ivan has called down on the board of 4, 4, 5, 5, 6 with Ace King high for 2 streets.
3 streets.
3 streets.
He went 3 streets.
Oh, I thought the flop was check check.
It might have been. My recall is terrible.
But either way, that
Still,
was some really good read of the situation, and he's playing ace plus plus poker right now. Really the force to be reckoned at this final table. Shimizu in a bit of trouble here with the dominated king jack. Spades no good either for him. Being covered by Shimizu, Ivan also probably going to take more passive routes with short stack in play and check a lot of his range here, including this hand. Shimizu took that opportunity to put in a stab.
Three big blinds to the tune of 600K. Ivan does have the ace of spades as well.
Let's see what the turn card brings.
Will relentless aggression continue from the man from Japan? Almost tongue twisted myself there.
I think it would be a very good bet by Shimizu. I think he has a lot of good hands on this board, and I don't think he thinks his hand is good at this point. Facing a check call, so blocking some good pairs. Can fold out some ace high. Ivan also hold the ace of spade, which he doesn't want to have in this spot. But we've seen him call down the ace high before. Not this time though. Shimizu, well done.
Well played.
He wants to show so bad right now.
Yeah, he does. He really does.
I love his hair keeps changing every time. In Vegas, he was rocking the blonde color.
No,
now
that's
it's a
cool.
silver platinum. He got style.
The only time I've dyed my hair was, I think, when I was 12 or 13, and when it was a phase where people used to have that the quiff at the front, and then you just dye the flick at the front.
Yes.
Super cringe.
Alright, German players, coming your way at
K-pop style.
exactly 8 p.m. Satellite for main event. 10 seats guaranteed. Featuring 6 million buy-in.
Asian Poker Tour in the chat says, "What's up, everyone?" An omnipresent chat. The brand is talking to us.
Shimizu now with the premium finally. Let's see if he pays off all his action he's given so far this final table.
Takes one. He's got a man with a stack. If he picks up anything juicy, he won't.
Leader.
Why?
Oh, now he shows the ace king. Reinforced.
It's like, I promise I'm balanced. I promise. What a legend. Oh, yo, yo. What's up, Natural 8? Welcome back. Your friend Asian Poker Tour wants to know what's up.
Danger zone for Zoo here with 6 big blinds. As he will be making the play soon before being eaten up by the blinds coming up.
Are we doing 3 in a row? We're doing 3 in a row. Let's go.
Ooh.
Ah.
This might be the hand for Zoo.
There you go, sir. Not putting it all in just yet. Leaving the little blues behind.
Shimizu actually
just in case.
limps in.
Ah, that's right.
All right, turn players from single day high roller. Less than 3 minutes, guys.
Pocket 8s.
Ooh. Maniko picks up pocket 8s, gets out the way.
He laid down.
I mean, you got to take the 6 big blinds, the 5 big blind raise, mind you.
Yeah, that was surprising with the laydown there. Pocket 8s. Maybe thinking Shimizu might be trapping with some hands.
He's going for it.
Live cards, live suits.
Fair fight. We are off to a flop. Let's go.
5 high like a boss here.
The number on the right of the cards will give you more confidence than the cards themselves. But the flop might have something different to say. Let's find out. Zhu right here needs to avoid a 5 or a 4. Or ooh, there's a 5.
5 on the flop.
But there's hope. There's always hope. Now just 6 outs. Otherwise we will lose.
Wow.
Oh, king on the river. Catches it. Double up. And we still have 7 people.
Zoo is safe.
Gracious in victory and in loss. The man from Japan. Much respect.
Ko made a tight fold. The pocket 8s have a sign of relief as well, as he would have lost the pot.
Yeah, and rivered as well, mind you, which would have been painful to take.
Yes.
Okay, we have another little something for you guys in the chat to check out. There's a bit of a N8 marketing survey form which you can find pinned in the chat right now. Do check that out. You just need to fill it in. Their feedback will entitle you to a free roll worth 388 tournament dollars. Details, I'm sure you'll find more by clicking that link pinned in the chat. It's free. So free, Natural 8. Love it. Tago Tam. Buck fires on the button. Big stack. Good life. I honestly don't mind putting this right back in his face if I'm Anthony.
Yes, I think after this short stack double up, Anthony is probably the second shortest stack now, and this
There it
is
is.
a pretty good spot. And we might have a race situation here. I don't think Tam is going to fold pocket fours, as the big blind versus button situation. We will see. It's not a snap call though, but wow, he made the lays down, giving a lot of respect to the Frenchman.
Fair enough. Well played, Anthony Serco.
Yes, I don't think he wanted. I guess he didn't want to lose the chip lead, possibly doubling up the big blind and losing that covering power to Shimizu, who are very active and dangerous. So I think having the covering stack and be able to play pots with Shimizu are very important for him. And
yeah, mind you, the blinds going up as well. The short stacks, he gets to gets to hit them even harder.
That's right, Eddie. We are approaching the next blinds level soon.
Indeed, we are also approaching a break. As you can see, all the fit players have folded, jumping out of their seats to go take a little bit of a breather.
This might be a good time for players who also...
Not Tago Tam though. He's like, well, if you guys are all running away, I think I'll just pick up the blinds.
And
he does. Hats off to you. Right then, folks, we're going to take a little bit of a break. We'll be back in a short while. Don't forget there's a little marketing survey form you can fill out in the meanwhile. This is the APT Super High Roller 8 Max final table. It's getting scary. It's getting fun. Stay tuned.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Coriander là ngò, không ngò, đắt không ngò. Bánh mì không ngò. Không ngò ấy. Let's try to figure out what you say. No coriander, right? Yeah, exactly. Không ngò, không thơm. I don't know if they pre-made it. No, they pre-made the bánh mì, right? Yeah. I don't know if they pre-made the bánh mì with the coriander inside or not.
Yeah. Why don't you like it?
I hate coriander.
Me too. Terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, it's like the taste is
bad.
very strong and
I get like nauseous and stuff.
I'm not nervous, but yeah,
I also hate it.
anyway in my mouth. I think it's 10 to
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards, including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
And we are back,
Welcome back.
guys. Welcome back, Vidor. I missed you, man.
Well, I didn't miss you too much, Addy, because degenerate as I am, I was watching most of the stream, and what a stream it's been.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. There's been blood. There has been blood. And there's been some excellent entertainment in this break while we've been away in the chat as well. Natural 8 and Henry keeping everyone entertained. Shout out to you guys. And shout out to everyone watching here this final coverage of the APT Super High Roller. We are down to just 7 people. Two multi-millionaires to be paid, and then we're into the billions, Vidor. The big Bs.
The big Bs living up to the festival name of the Hanoi Billions. I'm looking forward, of course, to the tension mounting as we get up to that incredible first place prize of almost 4 billion VND. But I would love it if you would give me a quick update. Who is the story of the final table so far?
Story of the final table so far. Well, our man Ivan Lee, I would say, has already been, well, as you said, all throughout the day, rock solid. You missed a lovely hand where he called down ace high. And I think he was almost going to do it in another hand later, so you can tell his instincts are on point. He's taking the right spots, making the right decision. The chip leader, Tam, has been equally impressive with his gameplay. The man from Estonia, Tago Tam. He's been just pushing people around where he's needed to. They've both been picking up a lot of cards and making good use of them. And of course, my man from Japan, Shimizu, has continued his balanced, conventional and unconventional self, just using...
Wait a second, Addy. You're telling me Shimizu has conventional play in him? Because all I've seen from him is the wildcard plays.
And that's
that
what
made
he
him
wants you to think, mate. And that's why it's working so successfully. Yes, yes, yes. It's not just what they say in the books. Once you're sitting there looking across your opponents, you get that little bit of extra information, and he's using it to his advantage. Henry Kilbane has a question that's very relevant before we get to the table. Who's the sexiest man from India? And why is the only correct answer Vidor Singhal? Chat, we'd like you to answer that.
The flattering just never stops with this chap. Henry, you don't get to just be in chat and ask trolling questions. If you're not in the commentary booth, I want to see you on the poker floor at the APT, firing away in those PLO5 tournaments, man.
Oh, he's one of them, eh?
He's one of them. I mean, who isn't?
I love it. It's true. It's true. It is true. Yes, and that's the night vibe here in Hanoi. Look at that. Beautiful scenes. This place just comes alive at night, honestly. What a lovely place to be right now. The weather is my perfect type of weather. Just a little bit chilly, but not cold. Keeps you up, keeps you awake, keeps your spirit high with the nice fresh air. No other place I'd rather be in the world right now, playing poker and watching.
It's about 8:15 local time, I believe, Adi. What do you
Yes,
think
sir.
the poker floor is looking like? Has the action only picked up for the day now? We did have some
Still
amazing
super
events
busy.
going
The
on.
Satis have kicked off as well, so that's brought in a whole fresh bunch of people. No one wants to go home just yet. Everyone wants to book their spot for the next day and the upcoming events. There's a lot to play for. Remember, over 90 events here, 80 plus trophies within that. And right now we're playing for one of the big three, the Super High Roller. We'll get a shot of that trophy when we come back, I'm sure. Don't forget what that looks like. Beautiful, huge lion, the only non-gold one. So that's something to take note of. Unique in itself.
I'm very curious, by the way, Adi, if winning this prestigious event would actually put Shimizu as a lock for Japan Player of the Year. I mean, surely we're in December here.
The year
has
he's
to have
had so
a huge
far.
lead.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's another player here who's looking to break the GPI top 1,000 with his, if results from today go his way, he will very much do that as well. That would be Anthony. And there we are. We started with 156 people, and we're down to just 7. It is all to play for from that 16, just close to 17 billion Vietnamese dong prize pool. First place, of course, $162,000. And here we go. That's what they all look like. Those are our 2 final table eliminations so far. Vincent Huang and the last remaining local, Mr. Min and Win. They both took home sizable sums and are, well, they'll be happy with their performances, but a little unhappy that they're not going for the big cheese. But they'll be watching just like all of you in chat, all 300-400 of you joining us right now. And there it is, that gorgeous lion that will go to the winner of this event. They're the souls of the fallen, represented by the yellow stacks. 250k plaques. The blue chips are now out of play. The 5ks, they've been removed. We've colored up. Psyduck is there. And oh, by the way, Vidar, the biggest development that you missed.
What's that?
Is we found out what the other chip protector is, Ivan's. It was actually a Taiwanese good luck charm that was given to him by a friend. We got an answer to that.
Oh, there we go.
But we go.
What is it, though? What is the creature?
You know what? We don't have an answer to that, but you know, I'm happy and I'm content, and you just opened that door again, but luckily we've got poker to keep us distracted. Go on, Anthony.
All I
Play
know
7
is-
deuce. Really making things crazy. No? Okay. Too ambitious.
The only information we have on that one, the Taiwanese good luck charm, is that it's not a Chihuahua. That's the one thing I can say confidently. Every other creature is up for grabs. Here we go. I think in this 2-hour window until the next break, some serious damage, some serious prize pools will be allocated, needless to say.
Yeah, we are up in the levels as well. The blinds are at now 250k. The blinds are souls. We've reached that point.
There it is, that dangerous level. Anybody who participated in this tournament and look at the blind level and realize where their buy-ins went, it's to the blinds. About 39 million chips in play, if I'm doing the math correctly.
Yes, sir.
Nago Tam,
Manny.
the chip leader, has 10 of them, 25%.
Maniko bringing up the rear with 8 bigs. He's been really quiet. It's been pretty tough for him. He hasn't picked up too many hands that he could do much with. He's also sandwiched between a couple of solid stacks. And Psyduck is looking right at him. It can't be easy. But he might find his moment now. Pocket 5's all in under the gun. Hard one to get through. Hard one indeed here. But at 17 bigs, Anthony not left with too many options. Which way does he go?
I think Anthony realizes he has to call here. People are extremely loose from under the gun, as I've been repeating all day, because of that big blind anti-burden. And I think Anthony realizes that too. Ace-Jack is pretty up in his range. If nobody else picks up a better hand behind him, he's going to be flipping for it with a shorter stack. But he could easily be dominating the hand, the likes of King-Jack, weaker aces. Makes the right decision.
When you say the word if with such casual nature, it's so much more than an if when you're thinking it through in his spot. Hats off to him, putting it all in the middle. We're off to the races. Maniko at risk here, needs to fade an ace or jack. Here comes the flop. King, 7, king, 2 clubs. Good start for pocket fives. There's some counterfeit opportunities as well. Many more of them now. Just gotta fade one of those remaining 12 outs you see at the top of his screen. He does. Pocket fives doubling up. Maniko, 20 big blinds. Happy days. And now Anthony is the one in danger. The pressure's off, but the danger is on.
Pretty cool and composed. I was more stressed in the booth than he seemed to be. Props for maintaining that level of composure with such high stakes.
Tago all smiles as always, as you would be when you've been chip leading the final table of a super high roller since the beginning of the feature and the stream.
Yeah, but that gap with Shimizu is pretty narrow. Would worry me. Tago pretty much came in with 10 million chips, still stuck there. Shimizu has gone from about 6.6 to the 8.5 you saw a moment ago. Momentum, of course, makes all the difference in poker sometimes.
Yes, sir, and here's Ivan Lee with a pretty looking hand, ace-5 suited. And good news, nobody has bet before you, so you can just raise. You don't have to re-raise it. You can just play it like a normal hand. Congratulations. Announces all in there from Shimizu. What do we say, chat? Relentless aggression. Relentless aggression. And it's going to work. Two equally short stacks as well. That plays a factor, especially between each other. I love. He's just always. He's just always happy to play. I love his expressions. You can sense that genuine joy. He's just enjoying the game.
Definitely. And ace-8 suited from the cutoff, by the way. This is like pocket aces for Shimizu. He would love some action. Guess it's true.
Every time when you see me watch it, it's okay.
as the stacks are, they are going to change around a bit as we play hands of poker, of course. But it's going to get a bit hairy on the next level. So this is going to be a fun one for the next 40 minutes, or however many minutes less than 40 we've already played.
And we saw the chip counts a moment ago. The stacks of Shimizu and Tam were looking close, and wouldn't you know it, Shimizu has in fact taken the chip lead by just 100,000 chips. 41 bigs for Shimizu.
Is this going to be 7 big blinds?
Tago.
Yep, looks like it. Quick call there from Shimizu. He's going to see something that he likes, and that's Domination Nation.
All right, it's 5 minutes before starting time in the highways event. Sorry, the super select. High gravity quarter button on table.
I can feel his pain from here.
It's
It's kind of the one where you just kind of want the fold. You don't really want action. But, oh, he's got outs.
Could be down to 6.
Another spade increases Shimizu's stronghold on this pot. One card to come. Jack on the river! Saved! Anthony Circo with the double up. Hitting Broadway on the river. There you go, punch the air. Well done, you.
Love it. Love that little FIFA style celebration move after.
Yes, sir. And
to
blood.
the camera. Still alive. So what does this feel like? Catching that 6 outer on the river and then stacking up those 250,000 plaques here at the final table of the APT Super High Roller. Has to be pretty up there.
I know what it feels like. I know what it feels like to him. To him, it feels like justice, but you're not allowed to say that when the guy who had you dominated is still on the table.
We're all the hero of our own story, Addy. It's only human.
All these NPCs, mate, around, just doing their thing. These NPCs are playing fantastic poker from my perspective. Player one is enjoying the game. Maniko with 6s. Could go either way. Does choose to get involved, but he's going to get some bad news in a minute. Tago Tam, chip leader, picks up pocket queens. Max pressure applied. Anthony's out the way. Action back on the original razor, Maniko. does correctly fold. Well done.
Maybe we need to give the rock solid label to a few more players. Manny Ko has been pretty impressive as well. Never had the biggest stack, but certainly rock solid.
I would 100% agree with that.
So quick math, Addy. 39 million chips in play.
No, don't make me do quick maths. But go ahead, yes.
I'll do it for you.
Thank you.
You can just say yes or no, in case I'm not too off. 39 million chips in play, blinds 250K. That means 160 big blinds in play. We're about 145 hands into the day 2 of this super high roller. Any guesses? How many hands until we have the winner? Want to get some action going? We can get the chat involved.
As in over under 200 or exact numbers?
Yeah, let's do over under. Is 200 the line?
I go with whatever.
Giving you so much information.
I'll go with whatever chat says. Yeah, now they're going to make the decision for me too. Chat, I'm busy here. I'm commentating and stuff, mate. Come on, chat. You got to make the decision for me. You heard Vidur's question. Over under 200 hands till we reach. What'd you say? The champion or heads up?
To the champion, let's say.
To the champion. Let us know in the chat. Over under 200 hands. Will we have a champion? Yes or no? What are your thoughts, Vidar?
I think this is a snug crew, man. Making every blind count. Not in a bad way, too. Happy to get their chips in the middle when it matters, but nobody's loosey-goosey eating a sandwich, you know what I mean?
Absolutely. Respect. Good poker. Good poker.
And also, it's a testament to the beautiful structure here at the APT, especially for an event as prestigious as the Super High Roller. For instance, the next blind level is 150K, 300K. Small increments. Lots of poker to be played. It's not going to get very shovey-dovey anytime soon, unless players want to make it so. Certainly, there's going to be enough blinds in play, particularly for 5-handed, 6-handed, perhaps 4-handed poker.
When you said shovey-dovey, my spidey sense kind of popped off here, and then Ivan's picked up pocket nines, and he's got 16 bigs. Shovey-dovey is not outside the realm of possibility, and there you have it.
It's trickier than it looks, by the way.
For sure.
If you look at the chip stacks, there's one short stack and a few stacks right around the 14 to 18 big blind mark, which is exactly where Ivan Lee is. From an ICM perspective, it's a very precarious situation. But on the pros of shoving, look at the kinds of hands. You just get the chip leader to fold. Hands that have 50% equity against you. Always a good result. After all, there's only 6 holdings, 10s and above, that you're really too afraid of and are going to call you instantly. Great result there. And he separated himself from the pack. 20 big blinds now.
Yeah, that rock solid image giving extra weightage to his jamming. Doing him well.
So I heard some people in chat telling us more about Estonia, so clearly Tam has some supporters in the chat. I'd love to hear more about the guy himself as opposed to Estonia. About 100K or so in total live earnings.
Yeah, I did
Looking
run him
to
through my little
massively add to his
thingy.
tally.
I think I have his profile here somewhere. That GPT that I built bugged out actually, mate. Chat, to give you context, I built a little GPT to help me out with player profiles. And, well, it's hallucinating, which is, it's a technical term actually for AI, by the way, not just saying random things.
Zoo called it off? Indeed he did. About 8 bigs or so. 2 of them had to be committed for the big blind and the ante. Calls off the queen 4 suited. A club right in the window. 2 of them
big
now.
sweats.
Top 2 versus the queen high flush draw. Big sweat indeed, but just 8 outs. Thanks to some of them being in the hands of Shimizu. Needs a club or some running cards. Now just a club will do. Down to 8 outs once. 2 of them have been burned.
Blood.
That is. And a club. Once again on the river, I believe. That's twice he has survived. Thanks to the river gods. Shimizu finally looking like he's had enough of this.
Yeah, nope. Still smiling. Always smiling. My man.
That's wonderful. And that's wonderful for Zoo as well. Man, those other shorter stacks that were around the 15 and 16 big blind mark, they were anti-railing Zoo so hard there, and now they're tied with him.
Yeah, look at the distribution now. It's just not even Tago's considerable lead is that far away. Everyone's about a flip away from the chip lead themselves. It's going to be fun.
Our commentary overlord, Henry Kilbane, says in chat, if Tago doesn't win this, I retire from commentary. People are already screenshotting it. That's dangerous, Henry. The internet always remembers, my friend. It's also telling us how Tago is the #1 ranked player at the Chesterfield Club in Tallinn. Pretty cool.
Okay, we've done a lot of who's going to win. Now that stacks are all close to evenish, who goes out next? What about that instead, Vidar? It's the prediction I hate to make because it's, well, it's in a negative direction, but
yeah,
sometimes you got to ask the tough questions.
I plead the fifth, Your Honor.
Fair.
What if I'm right? That's what I worry about. And
what if you're right and they watch it?
Exactly.
Well, to be fair,
no,
you're
it's
safe in another country. So.
Yeah, it's the ultimate dilemma. I'm just rooting for everyone to survive every all-in. Then again, we wouldn't have a game, would we?
We got some Tago trivia in the chat. Tago's favorite song is "See You Later, Alligator."
Oh no, Addy, don't fall for this. You have let loose a barrage of Tago trivia.
I can't help it. It sounds great to me.
Don't do it, Chad. Don't fall for it. Don't make up Tago trivia non-stop in chat.
Unfortunately, he's also a Liverpool fan. Match starting soon.
$10,000 is the pay jump we are playing for. We've been 7-handed for a while, not least of all because of the survival instincts. The man in blue being all in and surviving a couple of times there. Matty Ko, strong hand in the small blind. It's an easy jam spot, but does he want to trap the co-chip leader, Tago, on his left?
Oops.
Nah, nothing fancy.
And away we go.
Shimizu has taken a few dents. Could be why he's not willing to find that 5th gear. Might want to just play based on his card distribution for a while, although I'll probably be eating my words pretty shortly. Anthony. Frisky. Under the gun. Queen 9 suited. Marginal holding. Decides to open with just 18 big blinds in his stack. Fortunately, it's not going to work out. Song has woken up with ace king behind him. And under the gun plus 1 3-bet is going to look mighty strong no matter what sizing he chooses. Quick folds from Broadway cards behind him.
A smile there from Tago. Yeah, he would have liked to do something a little funky on a different day, but not right now. 150 hands played then. And chat, still waiting for an answer. Over 100, over or under 200 hands till we crown the champion. What's it gonna be? What's your guesses? Let us know. And for any of you guys who would like to do something a little more interactive than random predictions on meaningless numbers, N8 marketing survey, fill it out. Get entry into a free roll with $388 tournament dollars pinned on top. Check it out.
This might be the best promotion we've had because you're guaranteed to get entry into the free roll. That's a good deal. No need to answer any questions, get them correct. No need to be the first to answer anything. No need to guess the winner. Just fill the form. Play the free roll. Sweet deal.
Yeah, because winning tournaments is super easy.
Obviously. Why do you think they didn't let me come to Hanoi? I would just ruin the fun for everyone.
See, I've been telling them this for years. They won't listen. Or they won't let me play, one of the two.
Manico picks up some much needed chips. We essentially have 4 short stacks now, between 14 and 18 bigs. Very interesting table dynamics. I wonder if the table has adjusted to this fact. The 4 short stacks probably hyper aware of each other's chip stack, but when you have 4 stacks that are pretty short, or at least tied in that 14 to 18 big blind range, it's time for the person with the chip lead to really put maximum ICM pressure. Essentially have 4 players handcuffed on the table. Have to take advantage of that. Does Shimizu want to take this moment? There we go. 500,000 in chips being reached for. Jack 8 off, under the gun. He heard me 30 minutes in the past through the computer screen.
And his nemesis from a few hands earlier picked up pocket 9s right next to him. Leaves himself a little 100K. Less than half a big blind.
Still 3 players to get through who could wake up with a stronger holding. Seems safe so far. Shimizu Instamux. Nice little pickup there. And wow, Shimizu actually crippled down to 3rd in chips. 21 bigs. Things are getting tight here.
Is it wrong that I've been distracted by reading Henry's Tago trivia?
Oh no. Of all the people to be trolling us in chat, Henry Kilbane, probably sipping Mai Tais on a beach in Thailand right now. GPTing us Trago trivia.
Ivan Lee has picked up a lovely hand in the cutoff.
Very interested to see how Ivan approaches the situation. Goes for the open. 18 big blinds, too much to consider jamming. Goes for the 2x open. Not worried about inviting the big blind into the party, despite the big blind being Shimizu. 7 deuce might be one of the hands Shimizu doesn't defend. Good timing. Look how narrow the distribution is for everybody but Dago there.
Yeah, like you said, really good
stack.
Situation for Tago to take advantage of exactly what you said.
We have 6 stacks between 14 and 24 big blinds. It's not something the usual MTT player prepares for. Tago finally puts that massive stack that Psyduck is watching over to work in the middle. Has a suited ace, certainly justified in opening. Usually, if you find an ace in the big blind, 2x open, it's an easy defense. But does Zhu want to take into account the ICM dynamics here? Each blind can matter a lot. 6 stacks between 14 and 24 big blinds. There's a weird tension now that there hasn't been an elimination for so long on this table. Everybody's sort of used to whatever amount they're guaranteed, in this case almost 27,000 US dollars. The next page I'm 10,000, of course, eyeing that top prize of 162k.
Zhu has used one of his time banks. He slipped it just off to the side of the screen. You can just see it peeking out at the bottom there. That buys him a little more time to make his decision. You reckon he's thinking about something naughty? No.
I think, yeah, I mean, easy for me to say now that I see him fold, but yeah, I just thought that even though it's an easy defense, he was just trying to maybe evaluate the situation, other people's blinds. Look at the chip count here. He's no longer the shortest stack. Did not want to give away an extra blind, play out of position with the ace deuce off. I like this decision. Seems conservative, but certainly could be in line with the style of play and the strategy he wants to bring to this final table. And we have a bit of a rail going, by the way. Wonder who they're supporting.
Oh, easy life for the chip leader.
Wow. Must be nice. He's going to get so little credit as well. Just raised with the ace-4.
Yep,
took it down.
They are all aware of the fact that he's supposed to be doing a bunch of that raising with his stack at the moment. And here's the shortest of those stacks right now. Deep breaths, folds. Ooh, pocket nines.
Oh no. Oh no. Let's not forget, Song is actually second in chips with 24 bigs. Golden rule of final tables: if you're second in chips, avoid the player who's first in chips. But as we just said, might not get the credit he needs, considering he is the biggest stack, and he just took down a pot. Song playing it safe. Flats with the pocket nines. I like that discipline. Realizing he's up against the only player who can bust him. And Manny Ko probably
gets
finds...
a nice price now.
Exactly. Probably finds his way to the flop now with the king 10 suited. Cannot blame him, although he's in rough shape against the aces, of course. Just like every hand is. There are some spicy flops. Let's see what this one brings. Well, an ace right in the window. Top set for the chip leader. Middle pair and the gut shot to the Broadway for Manny Ko. Could spell a bit of trouble. Song is probably done with the hand mentally. Thanking his stars. He did not 3-bet. Pretty tough to get called when you have the board locked up the way Tago does. However, Manny Ko does have one of those hands that could continue. Pair plus a straight draw on a board like this is exactly the kind of hand Tago's bet is targeting. Rainbow board. Maybe a king jack that could be in the mix. Basically be drawing dead. Ko has 15 pigs, has to put in about 2.2 of them to continue. Really tough spot for Ko. I mean, even if you hit the queen, you're out of position. It's tough to get paid. You have the most obvious straight of all time. He's going to check here and just hope Tago shuts down for some reason. That is not going to be the case. The 6 of spades. Bit of a break does bring in backdoor spades. Tago, in fact, has the ace of spades. And checks behind. I like that check.
8 of diamonds doesn't really change anything.
That check is just so good. It's the only way he makes more money in the hand.
The old rope. He's dangling it out there.
Ko. Could have gone for the blocker bet with the kind of hand he had. But of course, it's very exploitable against the chip leader. Decides to go for the check and evaluate. Here comes the value bet. It's going big. The pot itself is big. Just over half pot here. About half the pot. It was exactly 1 SPR considering the 3.2 million in the stack of Ko. It's gone for half, so it's demanding about half of Manny Ko's stack in the form of a hero call.
Putting that rock solid image to the test now. I think he will find the fold.
It's not easy though. I have to give Tago credit for playing the hand well, and I do not blame Manny Ko for considering a call here. After all, the chip leader would open lose, would continuation bet a board that smacks the pre-flop range off the early open ace king jack off. Could take a stab on the river like this with a hand that contains just a queen perhaps. Ko makes the right decision. Rock solid. Loses pretty much the minimum considering the run out. Impressive stuff.
There's the rail. Supporting their boy. Alrighty, back into it. That's a pretty looking hand. Just not a very pretty looking stack.
Discipline, discipline. He did open Queen 9 suited, if you remember. Got punished. Learned his lesson, it seems like. And now Song, in fact, the one with Queen 9 suited. He's the one who had punished Anthony with the Ace King off last time. And Anthony opened Queen 9 suited this time. Raising it up.
Looking for trouble. It is the chip leader in the big
Chip
blind.
leader.
Yeah.
I was about to say the same thing. That is ambitious. 5 tray tray. It's a pretty good flop for the pre-flop aggressor to continue. Can fold out better hands exactly like the one Tago has, and Tago in fact reaches for chips, lets it go. Great result. It's not infallible, the chip leader. Just playing well. Very possible to play well against him. Get some chips. There we see it, Song maintaining his second position. Still a narrow distribution for all the remaining players. One more blind increment, which should be coming shortly. And I think we'll be in that zone where everybody needs to go all in or fold. I think they're just waiting each other out. Final tables do get like this sometime. It's important for players such as Tago to take advantage, and of course, the short stacks to not lose focus. Really have intentionality behind every decision. Are they trying to double up to maybe give themselves the best shot for first place? Or perhaps are they trying to get to the next page up? Both are fair goals, but just important to keep in mind which one you're pursuing. Have a plan as opposed to evaluating everything in the moment.
Meanwhile,
the plan for this man,
plan.
however, fairly simple. Yep. Just win it all. The man who dropped Henry Kilbane to the airport. Directly to the tarmac, apparently. Showing up in 4 minutes. Mr. Tago Tam. Tago actually laid a trap pre-flop. Ace-9, of course, is an absolute monster. He could have even found the jam if he wanted against the 18 big blind stack of Ivan Lee. Instead, he completed from the small. Let Ivan see a flop. Whiff. Takes it down to the C-bet. Approaching 12 million now in chips. Almost double of the next biggest stack of Song.
Yet to, in fact,
Seems to be running away with it.
10 million. He's never gone below that mark. That's what he started with, and it's just never got into single digits ever since. That's off to him. So Addy, since you were so quick to recognize Psyduck,
Why don't you fire off Psyduck trivia instead of Tago trivia? Let's hear it. Let's hear that Pokemon nerd knowledge.
I wouldn't know where to start, actually.
Oh my word. There's that much?
I was actually always more into just my experience of playing the one version of Pokemon that I played, and the certain Pokemon that I leveled up and customized to taste. I'm gonna go with just what's on Wikipedia, you know. I'm a connoisseur.
I see, I see.
It took me a while to get to that, but it sounded cool.
Look at the situation, by the way. Maniko has an easy all-in. The Shimizu, likely forced to fold, will be fairly crippled now.
Ooh.
Below the 15 big blind mark. Never mind. Ivan Lee finds the pocket kings. What a cooler. Has Maniko covered as well. Too many kings versus jacks today. This is another one. Maniko is going to be at risk, surely. What a beautiful spot for Ivan Lee to wake up with pocket kings facing the 3-bet jam of the player from Korea. 4.7 in the middle already. If Lee can add that to his stack, he will be comfortably in second place, almost on the heels of the current overwhelming chip leader, Tago Tam.
We're just waiting for those magic words. I think this is all part of a strategy to perhaps convince Shimizu to get involved as well. He says, "Thank you very much, I'm out of here." No, we've been in this spot before with two different players, and it turned out to be Jax, the winner last time. Let's find out. At risk is Maniko. The two players we rated as solid. If we're going to cash, ooh, that's a pretty rough start there. Now only a running straight to save him, otherwise it's GG.
The wind knocked out of the sail of the Korean rail, and that about wraps it up. GG, Sir Maniko. Out in 7th place, walking away with $27,000. An impressive performance from the player from Korea. Runs into a cooler. Not much he could do there. And Ivan Lee now another fourth in this tournament.
Yeah, scary guy to give a stack to, because it's so hard to get chips away from him without coolering him, you know? It's just one of those guys. Rock solid.
He's so rock solid, he's always on the right side of the cooler as well.
Yeah. It's true.
There's the new distribution. 48 bigs for the chip leader, but 37 for second in chips. Ivan Lee. More of a gradient now in the chip distribution. But that tension, the bubble, if I may call it, of the 7th place finisher has finally burst. It had been a while, and I think a lot of the shorter stacks that really attempted to make sure that they weren't on the receiving end of one of those coolers, or to at least climb up the pay ladder for all their efforts over the past couple of hours. Now that that's happened, everybody guaranteed 37,000 USD. That's 906 million. Next price, by the way, crossing that 1 billion VNB mark. Wonder if it affects play a little bit. Players might loosen up.
Just about a minute left till the blinds go up as well to that 150, 300K level. 159 hands played. Things are getting interesting. Tago Tam, chip leader, picks up yet another pair. Yet another hand worth opening with.
That's a pretty one.
Yeah, well, if
Jack
this
10
was
suited on the button. Unfoldable, in my opinion. It's a hand that loves flops.
Oh, wow.
Ivan will attempt to see exactly that. But the ace-queen of clubs.
And when he jams, it's
This
going
is
to work also.
Well, I don't know. Isn't Tago...
Song got saved.
Isn't Tago going to be tempted to call this off? Pocket eight,
Actually,
certainly
mind
strong.
you, yeah, that's right. It's less than a quarter of his stack. It's in the realm.
I mean, let's just recount. Tago is the chip leader. He's in late position in the cutoff. Could be opening very wide. Ivan Lee is second in chips and just picked up a bunch of chips. He could be calling pretty wide, which he arguably is. It's a great squeeze spot for Anthony for a variety of holdings that he might have. Weaker aces included. Tago might talk himself into a call here. After all, he can afford the damage. About 2.6 million to call. He has 12 million in his stack.
All in announced. Yeah, he does go for it. Making sure to get Ivan out of there 100% by jamming over the top. It's a fair fight.
Big, big flip here. Anthony at risk.
And here we go. Queen in the window, easy life. Spikes up to 92%, does Anthony Circo. The man from France in line to get a great double up. Put himself right back in this one. He just has to fade an 8 and an 8 only. Jack locks it down. Double up confirmed. Sigh of relief. There's a smile under that mask, you can tell. It's there. I saw the eyes. There was the smile.
He loves it, and everybody else on the table hates it, of course. They were anti-railing him for an $11,000 pay jump. Not to be. They're going to have to wait their turn, perhaps earn it by themselves for now. We still have 6 players remaining, and in fact, with Tago getting crippled to about the 9 million mark, I think we essentially have co-chip leaders. There you see it, Tago and Ivan Lee now tied for the chip lead. So the chip distribution, once again, the dynamic changes. About 2 stacks above the 30 big mark, 2 stacks in the 20 big mark, and 2 stacks below. The all-important payouts are going from 37,000 guaranteed to everyone at the table right now, to 48, to 60, to 73, to about 110, and then that final over 50,000 USD heads up, 162,000 USD to first. And by the way, to any of you joining us for the first time, or perhaps need a reminder, 500 of you in the chat, the APT is very, very friendly to deals. Perhaps common, maybe when there's 3 players remaining. So when you start hearing the murmurs of deals, obviously when you get down to heads up, the APT is actually happy to facilitate deals, and we in the booth and here in production are happy to keep you abreast of any deals that are made. We're a long ways away from that right now, though. 6 players remaining.
I used to be quite anti the whole concept of deals until I found myself in a spot where I could potentially take a deal, and I was like, well, those 2 guys have an edge on me. I'll take the deal, thanks. Change my tune pretty fast, to tell you that much.
Edge or no edge, it's sometimes bankroll management related. It's sometimes, it's like 12 hours into the day. Maybe you don't feel like battling for the next 5 hours playing heads up, and if two people are amenable, there's different philosophies, but the APT is just sort of a consumer-first mentality, and it's their money. They ponied it up. 5,000 USD in this case for the super high roller. Happy to facilitate whatever they want. Look at this, Adi Shimizu now, the clear short stack. The blinds now 150, 300 of course. 3.1 million in chips is good for 10 bigs. Thinking back to Shimizu coming in to this final table. An absolute force. He had about 6.6 million. It was a clear second in chips. Now down to 6 players. Needs a double up.
Nice shot right there, the 3 biggest stacks all sitting next to each other.
Very interesting. A flat on the button with Shimizu in the small blind. Bit erratic in my opinion. Shimizu punishes it instantly. I mean, this guy cannot be given windows like this.
He just put a big smile on his face as he pushed that stack into the middle. Did you see that?
Yeah, how's that for a tell?
Genius.
Enjoy reading into that one. This hand is over. Song has cost himself a blind for no reason. An expensive lesson. Not too expensive, Song. Did have about 18 blinds. I'd be equally worried about losing a blind as much as I would be about giving Shimizu an extra blind at this stage. He's shown himself to be a wild card with a big stack. We have no idea how he can use his short stack, considering he's probably the least ICM sensitive on this table. At least his play would suggest that. Of course, there's the shortest stack. He didn't need to worry about ICM with that shove, but even short stacks can put a lot of ICM pressure on the middle stacks. So, Adi, I'd love to discuss this once every final table, perhaps. What is your best simple explanation for ICM, just in case we have some viewers who are not familiar with this sort of niche concept?
I would say the simplest way I like to put it is just a way of assigning a monetary value to your tournament chips so that you can make profitable decisions at these crucial stages.
I like it. I like it. Fancy word for exactly what Adi said. ICM, independent chip model. I try to summarize it as losing chips hurts more than gaining chips matters.
Nice.
That's one way to strategize. Preserve your stack. As long as you're still alive in the tournament, you can still come first place.
Well, that reminds me of my own self-invented term is what I call, I don't call it big blinds, I call them BBB. I call it my bad beat buffer. So that's what I look at.
You never told me that.
Yeah, I look at my stack
like
in terms
that.
of BBB, while the rest of you guys are still sitting there on 2Bs. My bad beat buffer. we go. Still 6 remaining. A tempting hand to look at, not the hand to play. Shu Song with King Jack in the hijack gets involved. Only the shorties left to act. There's 1 out the way. It's going to be 2 out the way. I beg your pardon. That's not a short stack. I said exactly the opposite of what reality was. Both the blinds were the big stacks. And excuse me, it was just a limp there from Song. I didn't see that till just now. So free card. A free flop rather for Mr. Lee. Top pair now for Mr. Song. Bit unorthodox, gets the job done anyway. Tago Tam still just about holding on to that overall chip lead that he's held right since the start. Shimizu, we haven't seen a smile out of you in a little bit. Throw one this way, buddy. Change that mood around. Change your fate. And almost on cue. Can we get a smile now? Actually, this wouldn't be appropriate. He has to do the old poker face thing. That's fine. He'll give us a smile shortly. Waste no time. Announces all in. So it looked up a little bit light last time these two clashed.
Yeah, good memory. That suited queen.
But of course, that he was the last player to act last time. This time he's got covering stacks behind. Asking for an exact count nonetheless. And yeah, lets it go. I was going to say this. This has the feeling where the one guy who's just considering for the sake of considering is considering. We're all focused on that, and then gets around to the last guy who just picks up the monster. Not the case this time. Uncontested. Shimizu takes in 750,000 chips. Jumps off the bottom of the pack.
Look at this distribution. It's all getting super, super narrow. Tago Tam, 30 bigs, is the chip leader. About 130 blinds in play. 6-handed. It's getting tight. Next blind level you can see behind Shimizu over there, 200, 400. I'd like to point out this little nuance, Hattie. This is the big jump.
Yes,
big
sir.
blind is jumping by 1/3. So your stacks get reduced by 25%. Really pinches this one.
All in again.
36 minutes to go, though, to that level. Wow, this time under the gun.
15 big blinds. That's a large stack to be jamming right there.
Yeah, he's gotten a bit too used to pushing the all-in button there. Could backfire if somebody wakes up with a hand. Just the big blind to get through, but ask for the count. Never mind, it's just for show. 8-5 off. Okay, Song doing a bit of song and dance for apparently no reason at all. Wants Shimizu to feel the heat, maybe. But as it happens, Shimizu's shove has worked out, and it's going to propel him to 5.5 million. It's about 18 bigs. What is going on here?
You reckon he is just genuinely interested in seeing what the raw equity is, or?
Nah.
Nah.
TV time. One Shimizu. Some people really value this part of the game, Addy. I mean, I get it. You know, putting the player under pressure, really considering calling it off, as if to imply, next time I'm on the big blind, I'm just going to call, I don't care. Who knows what's going through their head? That's what makes poker fun, live poker in particular. But you didn't really use the time bank because I believe the rule is, I mean, you don't quote me on this, but until you get a count, you don't need to put in the time bank. So Shimizu worked for it. But as we were discussing, 34 minutes to the next level with that big 33% jump, 200k, 400k, 130 bigs in play right now. So with the next level, there will be 100 bigs in play. That's not too much. 6 ways, that's about 16 big blind average. Things are going to get heated if you reach that with 6 players left. Long way to go now. Pocket fours, under the gun, 12 bigs, tough decisions. All options on the table, really. Perhaps except limping.
What's that number he just
goes
said?
for it.
What did he have?
All but a chip, I assume. Yeah.
Oh, oops.
There we go. This is why pocket fours can be a tad too loose, not to be results oriented, but I was worried about the same thing with the king queen offshove from Shimizu, and now Zhu has run into it. Anthony surely will be isolating here. Just as I said, we might get to the next level 6-handed. I think we're about to have Mr. Zhu at risk. Now Anthony asking for a count and taking his time. I completely understand. There's the isolation.
Okay, right now. Our man, Xu Xinxuan. Did I get that right? I think I was close there on the pronunciation. Well, he needs a lot of help here. Oh, now he needs a lot of help here. What can you say? Almost completely dead on that flop there. Top set for Anthony Circo. One card that locks it in. That is the ace of spades. No more cards that can come to save our man. He takes 6th place for 900 million Vietnamese dong. The meaning was Queen of Spades, just for the sake. And we're down to 5.
Fist bumps all around by Zoo, but look at this. 12 million now in the stack of Anthony Circo from France. A new chip leader has emerged.
I think we're going
down
to
to 5.
need... Vidor, I'm sorry, we're going to need a new category that transcends rock solid, because that seems to be a generalism as far as these players are concerned. They're all rock solid.
I agree. I certainly agree. Anthony has proven himself to just be cool as a cucumber in most situations, waiting patiently, get it in good. Exactly what he does here. And look what a position he's put himself in. Chip leader of the super high roller here. Everybody guaranteed the billion mark now, 1.17 billion Vietnamese dong. That's good for 48,000 USD. That's 5th place prize money. Next up, 60,000 USD. Of course, all to play for. 162,000 up top. Just 4 spots away from that insane life-changing score. I mean, this is really the beauty of tournament poker too. With Anthony now having the chip lead, everybody needs to be reevaluating their strategy. I mean, how does Tago want to deal with the fact that he's not a chip leader? How do the players to the left of Anthony want to adjust? Ivan Lee still has a decent stack on the right. Now he has the chip leader on his left. And Shimizu just doesn't give a damn. Finds ace jack, easiest jam ever. Gets it in there.
I was gonna say, yeah. We've been talking the whole stream about how Tago's had the chip lead. I'd never considered what it looks like for someone else to have the chip lead and how they might play that. You know, be good to see. We get to change the meta up. Not the meta.
There we have
Incorrect word. You know what I mean.
I do indeed. It's late. We've been streaming for maybe 10 hours now. That's actually easy to check. You just check the stream itself.
600 of you lovely people out there.
We had Elliot in chat say he took a deal last night in the Vietnam National Cup. Hey, good for you, Elliot.
Congrats.
Indeed, you were one of the final table finishers. You outlasted a record-breaking field of over 1,500 players. I believe the winner there locked up about 40,000 USD.
Oops.
I think Kiwin was telling me how... let me pause that.
Yeah.
Shimizu has finally bitten off more than he can chew. If everybody could just go all in all the time, they'd do it. And this might be why you don't.
Tago joked about it last hand. He joked about it last hand with threes. One of the count, he's like, actually, no, I just wanted rough so I can forget it. And then he just chucked it. This time he asked for a serious count. All in from Tago to take it heads up between these two, and at risk right now is Shimizu. The relentless aggression, maybe getting himself into a little bit of trouble. Needs a queen, needs some diamonds, needs a little something. Here comes the flop. Diamond is a good start. Spicy turn, perhaps? That's not spicy,
Ouch.
That's just exactly what he needed. Hey!
And that is how you do it.
Little bit of magic there. Waves the jazz hands. Tago doing well
Ivan
to
Lee.
hide his disappointment there, but you can tell that one stung.
If that one stung everyone, of course, we're talking about a massive $12,000 pay jump, but Ivan seemed more in shock than Tago. He's now at the bottom of the pack.
And this is where his mental fortitude is going to be really tested after it's, you know, we all have that story, you know, oh man, I was leading the tournament the whole way through and then I just, I don't know what happened.
Then this donkey Jam Queen forsook it.
But yeah, let's see how he deals with that now, going all the way to the bottom, under 10 big blinds rather than over 10 million in chips, as has been the norm for him for the majority of the time.
You can see him fighting the negative feelings. He's doing a good job, but it is not easy. I'm sure everybody can understand the painful blow that he's been dealt by the poker gods. Let's just take a moment to talk about Shimizu. ICM suicide repeatedly being committed, but it's paid off. It's now tied for the chip lead. Live by the sword, die by the sword, but when the poker gods don't let you die with that queen on the turn, it's a pretty good way to live.
Just like that, his entire stack of souls, all Psyduck souls are gone. Where will Psyduck live? It's an actual tragedy. Henry knows this is all part of the Tago's master plan. All in announced. Ah. He might find himself back where he left himself off almost instantly. Queen, king, queen. Yeah, I don't think he'll. There's the call. He has stood up as the player at risk. He is still smiling, but that could change if the flop brings danger. A king is the card he needs to avoid. One card away from doubling up. And that's it. Even Stevens again.
Wild swings. Really feel for the shorter stacks. Thinking in particular about the likes of, well, there we see the stacks. I was thinking in particular about the likes of Song. I would love to see 2 eliminations, one where Shimizu was all in, and this time around with Tago. Instead, now he is the shortest stack. Final tables can be rough that way. Still has plenty of big blinds though. Very different kind of short stack dynamics here. Players don't need to be all in at all when they have 15 to 20 bigs, unless your name is Shimizu, of course. Then you just ask for the triangle every opportunity you get.
I lose this as well. I mean, come on. Yes, but what you told me before. Yeah, this one.
Man admitting that he was possibly near the edge of sanity there in terms of what he was willing to take. His threshold of pain was close. Said if that didn't go his way, something not so nice may have happened inside. Can we get a smile, Shimizu?
Alright, our players and dealers on single day high roller complete the manager on 15-minute break. And tournament dealers, please do the chip race, remove the 1,000 chips.
Shimizu.
Gear 5 has been reached.
A quick fold by Ivan Lee. Ace-9 off on the button. 5-handed. Hands such as Ace-9 actually go up a lot in value. But Ivan Lee just doesn't want to deal with marginal spots like that. This is exactly why aggression from a maniac such as Shimizu, and I use that term complimentarily, this is why it pays off. People just don't want to tango. They know you can just do anything, have anything at any point. Full monsters like Ace-9 off. Song, however, with the big blind and a beautiful suited connector. Love to see a flop. Still has 15 bigs behind, so certainly has the implied odds to try and hit something. And a 10 right in the window, followed by a 7, a dream flop for Shimizu. Top pair v middle pair. A quick and a big continuation bet. My word. Almost pot size. 1.5 million. Or 1.1. My apologies. Thought I saw 6 of those plaques, but still a huge continuation bet, by the way. Given the wetness of the board and, of course, Shimizu's own image. Little does he know, it's the perfect time to make a big bet. Song has got a piece, and after all, if you defend 7-6 and you catch a 7 on a 10-high board, how do you not continue?
It's true. I mean, the plan was to hit. I think he was just checking. Takes another time bank.
A quarter of his stack being demanded on the flop, and the SPR will almost be 1 if he calls. He realizes this could be for his tournament life. What does a big, big continuation bet mean in this spot? Really can mean anything. I hate to say it, but with Shimizu, you just cannot read into it. I mean, look, he's doing this with top pair, decent kicker. He certainly would do this with 2 overs. And Song just lets it go. In a way, he's been muscled out of the hand, but man, that is a good decision with middle pair. So many players would just say, to hell with it. Shimizu is so unlikely to have it.
We've come this far.
Probably check raise jam.
I know what you mean.
Yeah. Instead, he preserves 15 bigs in a spot where he barely had any equity in the hand. Well done, sir.
There's a beautiful voice in the background there. Yeah, you can almost feel that there's been like a shift in the status quo after that Queen 4 hand against Tago. It's almost like it just sent like a ripple through the table, both in terms of the way the chips were distributed, but also through everyone's souls, seemingly. It all got a bit, just like 10% more serious. Uh-oh.
Oh my word.
And there are only 2 aces left in the deck.
Song is just going to be disgusted.
Yep.
So patient. He's been anti-railing people. Essentially, he couldn't ladder because other people survived, including Shimizu, and now ace-queen versus queen. Well, no worries. He just needs to do what Shimizu did.
Spike it.
Find an ace. Spike it. Jack high
That is
board.
not great. Hope is there. Hope is there. He got some outs back. We've seen crazier rivers before, but not today. Not this time, not this hand. Shimizu takes another scalp. And Shusong eliminated in 5th place for 1.17 billion. In dollars, 48,000 you said? Not a bad day at the office.
Not at all. 1.17 billion BND. A billionaire in the local currency. And then there were 4 with the overwhelming chip lead in the hands of Shimizu. He's had quite a few last orbits in this tournament. Victory from the jaws of defeat. That queen on the turn, changing the destiny of the remaining 5 players clearly. Next prize, by the way, 60,000 US dollars, almost $1.5 billion Vietnamese dong. We're now approaching those massive, massive pay ladders. 73K is the next one. And then 6 figures in USD, 109K for second. Mentioned deal
Emojis in the
talk.
chat for Shimizu. Sorry, Vidar.
No, not at all. I was just about to say that you start thinking about deals with maybe 3 players left usually. But I have a feeling Shimizu is not the deal-making variety.
What do I say, chat? Relentless aggression. Relentless aggression. There you go. Well played, sir. The smile is back. It was making me sad when someone who smiles all the time stops smiling. It's genuinely like a dimness in the general vibe. Good to see him smiling again. There's every reason to.
I know what you mean. But he's back. Look at those towers, those skyscrapers.
But this would honestly be the most dangerous chip leader at this point.
Absolutely. I mean, look at how he just muscled Anthony out of the hand, 10-9 suited, then shows it proudly.
Yeah.
How do you play against that? You just have to wait for a hand and hope he pulls the trigger like he did with the queen 4, and then he spiked the queen, so you start getting frustrated, wondering, what do you do? Start complaining internally about how unfair the poker gods are to you. Chances are, if you're 4 out of 156 players at the tail end of the super high roller, the poker gods have been pretty kind, but in the moment it's tough to recognize that.
You know, the other advantage to playing Shimizu's style is that showing is no risk, no harm. And you can just,
yeah,
you know. Top four
wants you to know he can have it.
prices in dollars is a question in the chat. Well, we know it's 162,000 for first place. And Vidar, if you will, with the rest of the math.
Sure thing. Second place, 109,000. So it's going to be a $53,000 heads up if players don't strike a deal. 73,000 for third place, USD again, and 60 for fourth place. Everybody guaranteed that, of course. So a 12x return on their $5,000 buy-in, locked in. Four-handed poker, such a unique beast. Worth pointing out to those of you who haven't had a chance to process in chat. When you're four-handed, being under the gun, it's the same as being in the cutoff. Only 3 players to get through. Have to loosen your ranges. Play much more speculative hands, and of course, open very wide. And then, well, people are opening wide and playing speculative hands. You know what you have to do. You have to 3-bet wide as well. That's what it's going to come down to. Man on the screen
has 50% of all chips
candidate.
in play.
Yeah. He will be 3-betting wide, you can be sure of that. And of all the players on this table, he's actually been the one who's been 4-bet jammed on wide as well.
Yeah.
The question is, with the ICM pressure in play, $30,000 pay jumps to consider. Can these players find those kind of moves? Let's see. This is a good chance to find out. Ace-Jack off for Lee. Easy open. Probably wants to induce a jam from Shimizu, who's on the big. This might be one of those spots you consider flatting the button, by the way. We saw how Shimizu, when he was a short stack, just went all in with the 10-8 suited against a limp on the button. He goes for the standard open. He's actually trying to get a fold here.
Less than 3 minutes left in your wake. Remember, it's on single day high roller 8 max.
Addy, have you brought up the accomplishments of the man on the screen right now, who's, by the way, committed himself?
Sorry, you were saying?
Well, never mind. What a hand this ended up becoming. 3 premiums, considering we're four-handed in the mix. And Anthony, in fact, goes for that 3-bet aggression we spoke about. And does Lee consider a shove from Anthony to be pretty strong, considering the ICM implications? Anthony was unafraid of Shimizu waking up with something. He's jamming from the small blind against the open of a tight player. Wow, gets it through. The power of aggression has never been clearer.
That is impressive.
Lee will not like looking back at that one on the stream. That was an opportunity for him to really come back in this game. Become the clear second in chips if the hand held, but for now he'll have to stick to the bottom of the pack. Just to finish what I was saying, Addy, I looked up Anthony. I believe we hadn't spoken about it when we were in the booth together. Perhaps you and Key had, but I should point out that he has over 600,000 in live tournament earnings. His best live cash, 152,000. So he can actually put himself with a new high score with 162,000 for first place here. Mainstay in the Asian circuit as well as the WSOP in Vegas. Very accomplished player, clearly, with those kind of numbers. Knows what he's doing. Has closed out a few tournaments as well. Some first place finishes on his hand and mob, but nothing at the scale of what he's doing here. Easy jam, easy fold. On to the next one.
On single day high roller, you'll make start shuffle. You'll blanks in ante. 10,000, 25,000, 25,000. Ante tournament dealers, please shuffle up and deal.
Finally, a hand Shimizu can fold. 10-3 off.
Make a note, guys. Make a
How
note.
goes? Welcome walk, by the way, for the shortest stack. Well, tied for the shortest stack, Lee, in fact, but he would have put in the big blind and the ante. Gets that back. So Lee and Tago tied at the bottom. Anthony, 5 big blinds more than Lee. Shimizu, after chips in play. Henry Kilbane says that's insane. I thought he was inducing, referring to the ace-jack open fold. Open and then fold, I should say, from Lee. Lee just gave Anthony a lot of credit. If Shimizu had gone all in, he was certainly calling, is my prediction there. But all kinds of wild things happen, Henry, as you know best. And there's tens of thousands of dollars on the line.
Well, I expected as much.
Table chatter a bit quieter, of course, with just 4 players all focused, trying to close this out. As to the tension, the rail clearly rooting for one of the players. Can feel the tension as well, surely. Meanwhile, the lovely dealer doing her job as always, immaculately.
Flawless,
wearing
mate.
the traditional Vietnamese. Indeed, she is, and I heard Ki Win when he was in the booth pronounce it correctly, so obviously I'm going to butcher it relative to him, but I believe he said the Ao Jai is the name of the Vietnamese carp. Ace King in the small. The suited variety, a welcome sight. Surely tempted to trap.
Blind against a potential customer.
There it is. The trap is set.
Oh,
all in and a call. The trap works.
Queen, well, Queen for the magic hand.
Knew his customer really well, as does the rest of the table, let's face it. Shimizu, happy to oblige, and now does have 2 live ones. This would be a crushing blow to Anthony. A 4 right in the window. Cannot help but shake his head. Anthony, it's not over. Backdoors abound. An ace and a king. There's that backdoor flush draw.
15 outs, or it's all over.
Wow.
Queen
That
4.
is brutal.
That's 2 opponents. 1 devastated, 1 crippled. All by the same man.
Once again, Ivan Lee looks more disgusted than the player who just got eliminated. Perhaps because we can't see his emotions through the mask as well. Has to be crushed. Had put himself in pole position to take this one down, but should give himself a pat on the back for finishing 4th here. Nothing he can do at the end. The poker gods simply are just shining on Shimizu at the moment. 26 million chips, 2/3 of all the chips in play, as we're down to 3 players with 1 man.
Yes,
with all
hold
the
on
momentum and the wind on his back.
Hold on to your hats, ladies and gentlemen. I have a feeling he's going to make quick work of this, because that seems to be his plan. He's come this far. He's got all the chips. He wants the rest of them, but he's got exactly the 2 rocks to deal with. Well, this is going to be a test of all of their poker purity, I'll tell you that much.
Lee is just looking at Shimizu in amazement. It's funny too, Addy. On the one hand, you're kind of disgusted by what this man is pulling off. On the other hand, you're thankful because he's eliminating your competition and giving you these amazing pay ladders. All the players now guaranteed 73,000 USD. Next pay jump takes you up to 109,000. That's 36,000 USD in pay jump.
And yeah, like I feel very satisfied in terms of how much blood I've got to witness. I need not complain for the rest of the series.
Absolutely.
Man's filled my requirements quite well.
Usham in chat says, referring to Shimizu, of course, he's trying to punt hard, but I'm just failing to do so.
And mind
Isaac
you,
says poker is alive and well.
The blinds are up, I believe. Or at least they will be. We're going 200, 400. You heard the dealer announce. 3 players remaining. Cheer for the dealer. Yes, absolutely. Shout out to the dealer. Shout out to the entire crew.
Well, we've been saying live by the sword, die by the sword. Clearly, the latter does not apply to Shimizu. He has been vacuuming up these chips. What does he have up his sleeve next? Lee, for now, I suspect, has 1 goal and 1 goal only. Get to heads up. Let Shimizu do what he seems to do best.
5.9.
Come on, Shimizu. Surely. You cannot want to test fate this much.
No duck, no duck.
It's a jack and a 3, mate.
Listen, you don't know what you don't know. And Shimizu, he knows what's up.
Well, I mean, Queen 4 is clearly his hand. I'd get Queen 4, but...
Well, I don't mean to be cliche, but they were suited.
They were suited. I will give him that. The man just wants to go home. Just wants to get it over with. Wants to take that trophy. See the payouts, by the way. $162,000 up top. And that trophy, that beautiful APT New Era Lion. $73,000, by the way, guaranteed to all 3 remaining players. No talks of deals so far. Sometimes you sort of need a break to... Or you need to hit the break, is what I meant to say, to actually get that conversation going. So 1 level away from that.
So difficult when you have a player like that who's just giving you no space whatsoever, forcing you to knit up almost.
Wow, this was an interesting test. King 8 off on the button. Might not look it, but could be a jam, considering the big blind ante is in play. But Ivan Lee just knows Shimizu is just going to be so active in the small blind, big blind spot against Tago Tam. Just gets out of the way. A rare check from Shimizu.
And not that he needed it, but bottom pair. Oh, correction.
3 pair.
Upgrade.
And in all the erraticness, thanks to the man on the screen right now, stacking up and adding height to those towers. You've forgotten the chip dynamics now in front of you. 67 bigs for him, but look at that. The bottom two stacks are tied. ICM dream scenario for Shimizu to just constantly apply pressure. Just saw the King 8 get folded on the button. Because of course with stacks being this close, Ivan Lee would love to get to heads up that massive ladder. Henry Kilbane pointing out in chat how the pay jumps are insane. A testament to the new era of the APT where we have insane pay jumps for our opening event here on the stream, the Super High Roller. But yeah, you're talking about making over 7 buy-ins just by folding.
And honestly, if I'm Shimizu here, I might even just stop jamming and start opening like 5 or 6x every time. Just keep myself a little safe. You'll get the same result because they still won't be able to figure it out.
I mean, how about just going all in and getting folds from the king and the ace? ICM dream scenario and a smile. I mean, if Shimizu could see the hands that folded,
I stand
he'd
corrected.
be grinning a lot wider than that. He is just having his way with them. They just folded an ace and king 10, I believe it was, to the jam, where he's literally jamming any two. That's simply because of the ICM pressure. They want each other to bust. This is getting too easy. What will stop this man?
Worth elaborating on. You know, we are joking a bit about the wideness of the man, but that's exactly what he is doing. He's just pitting these two against each other and making them play chicken, essentially.
Exactly. And he's doing it by just doing what he has been doing this whole time, going all in, but it's actually just so beautiful because it's theoretically correct here. It puts maximum pressure. They both are just trying to wait each other out. Now look at this. Lee has pocket sixes. Easy jam spot. And Shimizu, considering he was wanting to call with Jack 3 suited, let's see what he wakes up with. Oh. 7 deuce. A reminder, by the way, we talked about Ivan Lee coming in chip leader to day 2. Rock solid, as we've been calling him. He has over 1.5 million in total live earnings. His best live cash, 94,000. So even though he's very accomplished with 7 figures in total live earnings in USD, he's on the verge of his best live cash. An incredible accomplishment that would be. Also, what a great sign for a player to have a low best life cash, all things considered 5 figures, and a huge total live earnings score, 13th on the all-time money list. It means he puts in a lot of volume. That's a lot of big finishes.
Hard
His
work
total
pays.
score is not just from a couple of tournaments. King Jack off, a monster. Did Tago fold before
I think so.
Shimizu could even do anything?
I think so.
I don't even think we got to see what Tago had.
Just has full control of this at the moment.
Too easy. This is starting to look too easy. We need the poker gods to intervene if these guys want to have a shot at coming back in this tournament. They need to find themselves all in and get a double up. It would really shake up a few things. One, the dynamics of the table, the ICM pressure. Second, it would actually maybe take away some of the momentum, an important factor at this stage of the tournament from Shimizu.
I don't think it's going to happen, mate. I just don't.
Tago gives a walk. Not sure why he shows the hand. I mean, sure, it's a jack and a deuce, but don't want your opponent to know what kind of hands you're folding and what kind of hands cannot be in your range. And you do flat or maybe raise.
You think he cares at this point, mate? He just.
I actually think
he knows what
he
he's
should.
doing.
Yeah.
I mean, of course.
Well, he certainly knows what he's doing. You know what I think, Addy? I think this Shimizu factor is just loosened everybody up, and it's almost like Tago and Lee are looking at each other like, we're in this together to try and fight him, but we can't do anything. I'm just gonna give you a walk. Let's find our moment here. Is that some Japanese support in the chat? Go Shimizu. Shimizu very naughty, says Shreyas.
Relentless aggression.
Almost 800 of you watching. Let me take this moment to firstly thank all of you for joining us and request you to just quickly hit the like button. Helps us tremendously. Helps promote the game of poker in Asia and all around the world. The YouTube gods just want you to hit like. We're at 93 likes, by the way. 830 of you watching. Surely we can get to 200 likes before the end of the stream.
Amazing, an entire.
All of you hit like right now.
It was a beautiful shot. The tower was about to be finished, and then he just added an entire floor. As the shot was completing that was quite fun.
Yeah, this is like the Petronas Twin Towers, or
click.
Well, all in he says King 10, and there we go. There's that momentum shift. Runs into Ace King.
It worries me. He's still smiling.
Yeah. He's done this before. One from way behind. Can he pull the rabbit out of the hat once again? 10 calls his rail. Not to be.
Not
An
to
ace.
be.
Almost seals the deal. Runner needed.
Well, watch Tago's smile drop if it's a Broadway card. It's not. Alrighty then. A double up for Tago Tam. And now Mr. Rock Solid is caught between a different rock and a hard place.
Yeah, Ivan Lee, the clear short stack now. There we see it, 14 bigs versus the 25. Shimizu, honestly, could really afford that dent. Still has 58 bigs, both of them well covered. Well, chat, thank you so much for getting us to above 100 likes. Much appreciated. Still eyeing that 200 mark. There's 800 of you watching. I'm allowed to be greedy.
Ooh, speaking of 200, how many hands played? I think we might be at like 170, 180-ish. At this rate,
with that,
it'll be under 200. Let's see.
Yeah, you never know. Shimizu might actually make my prediction come true. Or at least the line I set. Can't count chickens before they hatch, though. Live by the sword, die by the sword. He has certainly stepped into it a few times. By no means infallible, clearly demonstrated by the previous hand, the poker gods.
Has he just cut out?
Always shining.
Has he just cut out what essentially is a covering stack to keep handy, so he can keep pushing it in the middle? I think he has actually.
Tough to say, but could be.
Yeah,
Might
makes
be
sense.
right.
Yeah. It's like, it's coming, lads. This stack, it's coming. Oh no, I think he's actually doing a count there.
2 cards. I'm going to pretend to look at my hand, and then I'm going to put this in the middle. Yep. The 3-step.
That is unfair.
Get dealt 2 cards, pretend to look, shove it in there. This time, he had the goods. Always balanced. Surprised he didn't show for balance. With his now patented smile. Henry Kilbane in chat says no likes equal no happy.
Agreed.
Such is the life I have signed up to. Come on, chat.
Being held to a higher standard. Okay, battling. Going to see a flop after a while. Kind of an interesting one, monotone as it may be.
Action flop, frankly. I can easily see Shimizu check raising big here, considering the open ender. Goes for the flat. Wants to realize his equity. The brick of all bricks, the deuce of diamonds on that board. Tago's still in control. Checks behind for pot control. And a beautiful king. Will make him a lot more comfortable in this hand. And Shimizu is forced to bluff at it with 9 high. Finds a great check, gives up. Does not get carried away with that 6 blocker. Recognizes Tago could play a lot of value hands and take this line. Is Shimizu thinking some dangerous thoughts here?
It would be
Not
pretty
much
brutal
he can
timing.
represent with a check
Nah.
raised.
Still happy.
Okay, bit of a fairer fight. It seems like 22 million for Shimizu. Still over half of the chips in play, but certainly Tago within striking distance now. A double up. Essentially flip their stacks. Ivan Lee, Mr. Rock Solid. Still rock solid, but a tad conservative now that he's by far the shortest stack. Should not worry about ICM. Try to find that much needed double up. There we go. That should put some pep in his step. Ace King on the button. Now the question is, how do I trap Shimizu? Can I limp? Can I min raise? Can I jam and tempt him into a call? Goes for the jam. Oh my word. Ace-10 off is just too strong. Gets the call. There's that double up potential that Lee needed. 2 monster hands, 3-handed. Sort of played themselves. Shorter stacks now.
Alrighty. Here we go.
And good spell at the end. Queen Jack 6, 2 clubs. Safe so far. 3 outs for the Ace-10 to make Broadway. 3 kings will end the saga. Everything else gives the double up. There it is. So Tago and Lee, in fact, are the ones who flip stacks. Tago now the shortest. Still plenty to work with, 16 bigs.
Tournament dealers and players on satellite of Lancer Up, round number 8, 500, 1,000, 1,000 NT.
And I believe we're approaching a break. Could be exactly the player's name. I think it would be at the end of this level. I keep mentioning deal talk. Sometimes breaks are needed. You sort of become a catalyst to talk deals.
It's the growling in one's stomach sometimes that also does that.
But such interesting dynamics. I mean, Shimizu, the wild card, very accomplished. Perhaps would not be that interested in a deal. Ivan Lee with over 1.5 million in earnings. However, this is still going to be his highest score ever. 6-3 diamonds, finds the jam.
Righty, here we go.
And
what he's been waiting
in
for.
The small.
It's exactly what he's been waiting for here. Shimizu, understandably being ultra aggressive. Tago picking up a genuine hand, but it is not a pair. So, barring anything crazy, what do you reckon? Oh, I already see a 6 and a 3.
Oh my word! An eye roll from Tago, a deserved one.
You got a feel for him. He's played so well here. And we just have to see the turn for possible opportunities or hope, otherwise it's going to be over. That's about that. You really got a feel for Tago. He played so well. I think he was my favorite for the longest time, not just because he was clearly like the chip lead the whole time, just because of how composed he was. I don't think he really put a step wrong the entire event, to be honest. Just didn't run on the right side of it when he needed to. And we're down to heads up then. A man from Estonia goes home with 1.7 billion, and it's going to be heads up, folks. We're going to take a short break to set up, but then when we come back, it's going to be a big one, a fun one, possibly a smiley one. We'll see you soon.
それはそもそも39億ドンがいくらなんですか。リトルブレイク。
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Lines are up. Round number 16. Single game. Alright, it's 5 minutes before starting time at Highway event. Sorry, the Super Select. Now high grading for the button on table number 18. Once again, 10 guaranteed. Alright, button will start on seat number 4, taking care of the Select. Seat number 4.
4是你的幸运数字。好，来个4，俩4，好不好？稳一点是吧？4，他3个是吧？没事，他就是配头发个7，发个7，发个7再发个，不就这样？4跟10太像了，4是10是10。刚才不是有一把那个有一把，有一把那个有一把，没有。これ波動が使う。Come on, Germans. Come on, Germans. Come on. Come on, Germans. Come on. Germans. Germans. 我操！A 呀，兄弟，哪有的？妹子帮我报个 A。我刚才那把牌不知道有没有被炸糊掉，翻牌直接干了一个150万。AK 是吧 ？AK AK 啊。OK、あどう使うか。はい。串出し。串出し。クイーン4とエースキーです。当然私はトレンドクイーンです。とりあえず4枚。クイーン4で。
Alright, our players and dealers on single day high roller, the pleasure of 15,000, 30,000, 30,000 NT.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
I know too. On one end of the table is from Hong Kong, one of the best of them. Ivan Lee is sitting on left side of the table. On the other, from Japan, nicknamed the last one, Nozomu Shimizu. They are playing for more than 3.9 billion. We are talking billion. That's in the name. 3.9 billion Vietnam dong for the champion. So before we get started, go back to the commentator booth. We wish them best of luck. Back to the commentator booth.
Thank you very much, Ray. Yes, it is heads up time, folks. The APT Super High Roller has come to its climax. I'm Aditya Vadvani, Vidar Singhal, with me to bring you the coverage of these last two warriors fighting for that trophy you see there on the frame. They've got the stacks, they've got the skills. Can they finish? That is the question. Vidar, what's your take?
Well, there's been one man of the hour, perhaps man of the final table, and his name is Shimizu. But Lee, who by the way has woken up with pocket queens here, he is certainly no spring chicken. You could in fact sense the reverence in the voice of Ray Chu, who is from Hong Kong, as he mentioned the poker legend, the Hong Kong poker legend, Ivan Lee. Now battling it out, heads up, 22 bigs versus 70 bigs over a 3-1 chip lead, but certainly surmountable. We've spoken about how I love heads up. One simple double up and we have even stacks, so don't count anyone out just yet.
And now that the dynamic has changed from the advantage that Mr. Shimizu did have when it was down to three-way, where he was pitting them against each other essentially, what has changed from now? How much will he adjust? What do you think his general game plan is going to be?
Well, I'm not sure about the heads-up experience these players have, what their strategies might be, but Shimizu is nothing but aggressive to the point of maniacal, loves putting pressure on his opponents. Heads-up is actually a really good format to put pressure, and look at this, he's dug a hole already, trying to put that pressure. 3-betting from the blinds, 9-7 off, check raising I should say. Absolute air. A dream scenario for Lee. This is a spot to just call. He knows what to do. You want to string along your opponent if they are bluffing. And Shimizu is very likely to be bluffing. Mercifully, Shimizu has given up. The most obvious draw did come in, the 5-4 straight draw, but Lee having open on the button. Maybe not as many 5-4s in his range. Did have to be suited.
Lee with an honest 2.5 million chip bet, only 10 souls worth.
First blood. Drawn by Lee, adding and 2 million to his stack. Suddenly the chip lead not feeling as wide, within that 2.5 to 1 range.
And my man, we are dangerously close to that 200 plus or minus situation. And it is heads up.
Not my first rodeo.
Yes, sir. But you never actually said what you said it was going to be, so.
I just set the line, Addy. I'm the house.
Fair
I
enough.
want to make money
Fair
either
enough.
way.
Fair enough, fair enough. And all right, it's the first time we're seeing Shimizu take a limping strategy here. You see a significant chip advantage, which of course in heads up is pretty much everything. You have that cushion of knowing that you cannot lose at all. And psychologically it just makes so much difference. Not that it's going to phase Ivan Lee. He's been here before.
Has just about matched his highest ever live tournament score, but looking to exceed it by almost 50%. We're playing a huge heads up here. 53,000 USD. Wow. The limp just induces the 25 big blinds effective jam from the pocket pair. It is theoretically correct, by the way. The big blind ante is in play. That means you can shove a lot wider. Tough to get a pair. Let's face it, Shimizu does not need a pair. And how about that rail? Japanese support, clearly, for the fan favorite. I'm certainly a new fan of Shimizu after the performance at this final table.
Yes, sir. Number one in Japan and number one in our hearts.
Heads up is a lot about taking stabs. Obviously, you have to be in the mix with most of your holdings from both in and out of position, the button and the big blind. Certainly some players tend to lean towards opening almost all their hands on the button, as wide as 90-95% of their hands. Curious to see what kind of strategy Ivan Lee adopts with a hand as raggy as 8-4 off. This is one you can certainly let go, especially when you're the shorter stack. Ivan not in the mood.
Or
bump it up. Or limp, actually, in this case. He's kind of setting the trap. This is the long con. He's limping some bad hands.
Ooh, and that's...
Well, never mind.
That's a blood-worthy flop.
Maybe. Yeah. Could be a short con here. He's flopped. Top and bottom pair against the middle pair and the straight draw. Middle pair and a straight draw is a monster hand heads up, and I suspect if Lee bets, Shimizu might bump up the action. This is Shimizu we're talking about after all.
And he has sized up with that bet as well. All in, as you said.
Yep. Zero surprise there. And Lee in pole position to double up, but mind you, this could be for the tournament. Shimizu has 6 outs to end this. $53,000 and the glorious APT trophy up for grabs.
He has ended a bunch of the other opponents. Can he find that magic 6? The spade irrelevant.
No good.
Red 6. Or 5. Full house for Ivan Lee. And now, ladies and gentlemen, he's in pole position. He's got the chip lead.
Rock solid.
Rock
Get down to heads
solid.
up. And now chip leading the super high roller.
It's a masterclass in patience, mate. An absolute masterclass in patience. So much to learn if you're new to this game, watching him right now. And a lot to learn from his Japanese compatriot as well. A masterclass in pure aggression. If you can take away a little bit from both of them, I guarantee you'll be a better player in the morning. And still smiling, no matter what. And a shout out to all 700 plus of you watching here right now for these final moments and this final heads up of the Super High Roller. You guys have been great throughout the evening. I'm so excited that this is just the start of this fantastic APT Hanoi Billions series.
I'm sorry, Addy. I cannot help it. I must ask our beautiful viewers to one last time consider hitting the like button, getting me to that extremely ambitious goal of 200 likes on the stream. 731 of you watching. If you haven't, you would not believe how much hitting like helps us on the stream, helps promote this beautiful game of poker. The reason you're watching right now, probably because somebody hit like and the YouTube gods decided to show you the stream. So let's pay it forward. But irrespective, thank you so much for joining us. Let us know who you're rooting for, by the way. Sometimes it's obvious, thanks to the language or the country support. We have, of course, Japan versus Hong Kong going on here. A quick all-in. Every hand could just be it. An ace-6 suited. This is a huge shove with Jack-10 off. I mean, it is just theoretically bonkers to put so many chips in the middle with this hand, precisely because your opponent can easily have the kind of hand Lee does. But, wow. Finds the fold. He does not want to take a high variance spot, which is what this would have been instead. Lee clearly feels he has an edge. He can make big folds like this with stacks even around the 45 big mark. Maybe grind down his opponent, or maybe just find a spot where he just has much more clearly the best of it.
Well, that's
Shimizu playing with fire.
Excuse me, that's what rocks do, mate. They're going to crush you.
We saw the limp 8-4 off. That's the hand that got him the glorious double up. Now Queen 4 off, even stacks. Goes for a big raise, it seems like. Instantly punished. Shimizu with an actual hand this time.
Neck and
Dead
neck.
heat. This is crazy.
This is
How
poker.
did we end up here? This is poker.
Both these players, like I said, opposing styles, if you will. But both of them are great sense for timing and consistency with their styles. It's all well and good mixing up here and there, but following it through and seeing it till the end, it's a whole different story. And both of these guys deserve it both, but there can only be one, in the words of the Highlander.
That's right. Your Scottish influence comes through sometimes, Addy.
Yes, sir. I've also got a pretty good...
Something.
Oh yeah, a little open-ended. A little bit backdoors. A little bit of something, something.
Once again, I promise you, a player as skilled as Lee knows that he is supposed to continue with the King 9 of diamonds here. Enough backdoors, King High could be good, indeed it is. It's just that Shimizu factor. Decides to turn his hand into a bluff. Very dangerous, I have to say. Shimizu could easily come over the top.
Makes the call.
A 9, perhaps the obvious disaster card. Some diamonds could get tricky as well. Interesting one, Jack. After all, Lee is the one representing the Jack, but he's also going to be rather scared of his opponent having one.
And checking is not bad at all. Keeps some of the weaker Jack X's in your range, or allows you to check them rather, which is kind of good. I like it. Oh, all in there. Look at that. Sensed a little something something, and shows as well. Relentless aggression
Cannot.
versus the
Just
Rock.
cannot show a moment of weakness to this guy. Relentless aggression, as you said.
A lovely shot there of the atmosphere. Pocket jacks for the relentless one.
I like that title, by the way, the relentless one.
I can see that growing on me.
To a godlike status. Certainly is. I'll tell you what, Addy. I'm watching any feature table, final table, any poker table this man is on.
With either of them,
He
mate.
is.
To be honest, with either of them.
Yes, with Lee as well, Mr. Rock Solid, but for a different reason. To learn how to have over 1,500,000 in lifetime earnings.
I
How
need
to
some
lock
of
up
that
the
in
kind
my
of
game.
score. Yeah, he's locked up another 109,000 to add to his tally. But Shimizu, it's a whole different vibe, man. Unpredictable, relentless, entertaining as hell. Mr. Entertaining AF, if I might go so far.
All right, tournament dealers, on single day, deal one hand.
We're over 200 hands as well now. I did say over 200, so that's it. I'll take the W. Thank you very much.
There you go. Well done. Well done.
If someone from the team could use one of the trophies that we had cancelled from one of the events and just replace that with guessed the number of hands right and send it over this way, it'd be much appreciated.
I think what you're describing is illegal in Vietnam, but sure, we could give you a consolation prize. 58 bigs to 36 bigs, by the way. This is actually pretty tight. Of course, we saw a moment ago they were tied, dead even, 47 bigs. This is basically anyone's game. Shimizu may not be the most studied heads-up player, but is willing to court variance, and that actually gets Lee to make huge folds. It's very easy to play against a player like Shimizu when you're actually getting hands, but what about when you're not? How much can you keep folding?
Yeah, studied or not, his natural style is that of a heads-up player.
Single day high roller.
Relentless aggression. Ivan Lee in position for the suited semi-connector. Not going away just yet. Does make the call. We're going to take flop. And all right. Flush draw for Ivan. Queen high currently good for the man from Japan.
Pretty bad card for Lee. Certainly reduces the value of his flush draw. That being said, it's tough for Shimizu to have too strong a pair considering the check on the flop. A 10, very likely to be good. 7, quite likely to be good as well. And of course the flush draw. Not too much being asked for here. 750 to win 3.7 million in the middle. Actually has the direct odds. Try and seed the river, but he lets it go. Discipline being shown. Does not want to deal with reverse implied odds, as they say. If Shimizu has any pair, Lee is basically drawing dead. Certainly if the pair is bigger than a 10 or perhaps an 8. Impressive stuff. But a 2-1 chip lead now for Shimizu. Doesn't mean much when the man is willing to get it all in. Just snap all in. With hands as weak as 10 jack with 45 blinds. Anything can happen at any point. The chat is going wild. Supporting both players, I suspect. Not too common to peak in terms of viewership in the heads-up portion, but that's the power of these two players and their fan bases and how entertaining they have been through this final table. 841 of you joining us. Let's hear some predictions. Who are you rooting for?
Ivan Lee cutting out a large raise there to 1.5. Quick call there. The relentless one. Relentless in his pursuit of glory of that trophy and for blood. My man. And it just got a little bit real for 4-3. And we've seen him picking up draws and going pretty crazy with them. The king of minor concern.
I mean, really, Addy, this is the magic of Shimizu. Every hand, I'm just tense because I know this could be the one. Decides to just call here.
Boom.
Boom.
Does he go for 3? Does he fire a third? And he's going big already.
All right, there's a
6
2
million
all
in
in
the
call
pot.
here on single day high roller. Let's start on table number 5.
Oh, that look he gave him was beautiful. Like,
All right,
oh.
ace jack offsuit against 8-5 hearts. Let's see the block. Ace 6 king. Third card, please.
And you can see here some background action on one of the outer tables in one of the events. Don't get distracted. Stay laser focused on what you're seeing on your screen right here.
All right, it's a double up on ace jack.
Ivan finally does get out of the way. Rightfully so.
Table 2, all in call.
And it's going to be really difficult here. He's going to need to get a double up to get back in this one.
Pocket jacks.
Minute left before these blinds pop up again. All smiles as usual, but then a quick look at his opponent.
Double up on pocket jack. Still on the bubble.
Gotta love that APT lion perched right in between the two contestants.
New
All to
era.
play for.
All right, tournament dealers, deal one hand.
What a new era it's been. I've been really given the privilege to be involved with the APT ever since their event in Da Nang in December of last year. So it's been a full year. If you haven't been keeping up, anybody in chat, just go to the website. You'll see all the stops over the course of the year. Many of them in Vietnam, but about half of them in places such as Korea, Taipei, and Taiwan. And of course, much more to come in 2024. Once the Hanoi Billions wraps up, the next destination for next year will be announced. But for now, all eyes on this incredible series we have going on, just a few days into it. And the response has been amazing. Still going on till the 10th of December, so book your tickets if you haven't. We actually had some people in chat mention how they're going to fly down from Bangkok tomorrow or something. That's what I like to see.
And while you're down here, do make sure to take in the city itself. Such a beautiful place.
Do you have your eye on any food spots, Addy, while you're here?
I haven't had the time, but that is on the to-do list, is to gather up a list of things to do and check out in the limited time that we're going to have, and then do as much of that as possible.
I
Or
sense
sleep.
some pho in your future.
Hmm?
Some beautiful Vietnamese noodle soup.
Ah, sorry, see, that shows my knowledge. I've just learned that.
Oh, it's the best. I'm so jealous of you being there. Not as jealous as I am of Shimizu, by the way, as well as Lee. $109,000 richer.
All right, we have an all-in call here on table number 4.
I'm still smiling.
A6 is covered against pocket 9. Let's see the top.
There you go. Hit the break. The two players. Welcome. 13-minute break. Reset. Come in with a game plan to take this one down.
Alright, our players and dealers on single day high roller, the blinds are up 15,000, 30,000, 30,000 NT. Once again, 200 for satellite, start staying your seat. Last one, 2 minutes left, no break. Once again, last 1 minute for satellite for the Netherlands. Please take your seats. Alright, our players and dealers on single day high roller, the blinds are up 15,000, 30,000, 30,000 NT.
And we're back to this tense heads-up match. And we start with action.
With a hero fold, my word. Lee has folded Queen Jack suited. He simply does not want to be even flipping. Queen Jack suited would easily have found the call there. He clearly wants to get it in with the best of it. In case anybody's catching up, Shimizu, really the maniac and the vacuum cleaner on our final table. Never hesitating to get it all in with all kinds of weak holdings in the heads-up portion. And Lee seems to have gotten a taste of getting in with the best of it and finding a double up. Knows he can take the chip lead with a double up. Seems to want to ensure that he has a very, very good spot to do that. I mean, thinking back to the kinds of hands that Shimizu has been shoving, Jack 10 off is smack dab in the middle of that range. So when you have a hand like Queen Jack suited that performs well even against hands such as Ace 10, Ace 9, all kinds of aces that would shove, and of course dominates some of the other hands that Shimizu might shove. Jack 10 I just mentioned. Really, it's Shimizu. He can have any two. I believe Queen Jack suited is a must call there, but just goes to show the mindset that Lee has.
Well, speaking of any two, looks like a raise here. Is indeed.
Hong Kong versus Japan. Yes, Shimizu has a huge chip lead right now, 2.5 to 1, but really, trust me, it's anyone's game. The way these two have been battling it out, splashing around, exchanging stacks. I'm sitting at the edge of my seat right now.
All right. That is a fun flop. Leads out for the same bet as he made pre-flop, 1.5 million. He announces all in.
Wow.
And he's called, all right.
Called. Is this the moment?
A diamond or no diamond will decide that, sir. We're about to find out. Right now, Japan's Nozomu Shimizu in great shape to take down the APT Super High Roller. Here we go. Two pair. That's no good for Ivan Lee. He needs a diamond and a diamond over only, or it's over. Here comes the river. And that is it. Our champion, Japan's Nozomu Shimizu. What a player, what a game. A symphony of bets and bluffs this man crafted. His grand strategy, each note perfectly played. And he now sails into the constellation of champions. His star shining brightest in the poker galaxy tonight.
There we have it. This is the APT Super High Roller here in APT Hanoi Billions 2023. And we have our champion from Japan, Nozomu Shimizu, also known as the last one. Okay. Can you say a few things how you feel right now? In English or Japanese is okay.
Okay. Thank you. ありがとう。ありがとうございます。みんな見てる。嬉しいです。I'm so very happy. Very, very happy.
Okay. おめでとう。
ありがとう。
So I have one last request. Can you and I, can we do a Hadouken?
Hadouken.
Okay?
Okay.
Back to the commentary booth, and once again, congratulations to Mr. Nozomu Shimizu, the last one.
Well, Vidar, it's over. Final thoughts from you, sir.
Well, I'm sad that it's over. Needless to say, Nozomu Shimizu made this final table, and indeed the entire day too, about as entertaining a poker battle as one can imagine. An absolute wild card at the table, but controlled chaos seemed to be the name of the game. Happened to get lucky in a few spots, but more importantly, he put insane pressure thanks to his relentless aggression, as you were calling it, Addy. And relentless aggression is a powerful weapon to wield in poker. He took it all the way up to that 162,000 USD cash prize, winning the Super High Roller, the kickoff streaming event here at the APT Hanoi Billions 2023. A hearty congratulations to him, and of course to Ivan Lee, the rock-solid runner-up, as we were calling him. Impressive performance by both of them, and an incredible day of poker.
Amazing indeed, Vidar. Couldn't get enough of it, but don't you worry, folks. We've got plenty more coming your way tomorrow, day after, the day after that. You name it, we're going to stream it. So do stay tuned to this broadcast. We will bring you all the action from the APT Hanoi Billions 2023. Until next time, good night.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
track. Real black.